It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
The Jets finally get their quarterback as they, as I predicted, signed Justin Fields. The Seattle Seahawks signed Sam Darnold and trade DK Metcalf and another Jet, Geno Smith. An early NFL free agency recap and much, much more on a new episode of Job in the Mouth. Mets are going to give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley at this point.
I'm gonna find them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Taking time.
Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really?
And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. Back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the name's coming from my eyes. Can't get it alone.
We are back for a new show of Joba and the Mouth. My name is Errol Marks, my co-host, the Speedster, Speedy Petey, and the one and only, our executive producer and filling in for Joba tonight, Mr. One and Only, Mr. Aaron Fishman. Our sports minute will be the one and only Tommy Scoops or Poops. And remember, there won't be any Joba tonight because right now he is at the funeral home, taking, obviously, celebrating the life of his father with his family. Owen will not be with us tonight as well. Nick Goody's working and actually coaching his son in T-ball. He might fill in one way or another a little bit later in the show. So get ready if we get the Goodster back on the show. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Joba and the Mouth, every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. It has been a crazy, crazy weekend, ladies and gentlemen. One of the big crazy things that happened was that forest fire, the turnaround of terrible fires all over Long Island. It's crazy. It wasn't as bad as Los Angeles, but it was bad. A lot of homes were burnt, and then obviously a lot of woods. I don't know how it broke out, but it was very windy throughout the weekend, and obviously it caught, and then it just a brush fire all over Bayport, that area of down the south part of Long Island. So my heart goes out to the families and all the different people that lost their homes, and all the different things, all the forests and all the things that happen around Long Island. So it was horrible. That was the horrible part of the weekend. But all in all, thank God nobody was really badly hurt. And that's all that matters. A lot of the families did lose, certain families did lose their homes, but it's thank God it wasn't any deaths. I didn't hear any of the deaths or animals being killed. So that was all good that nobody died in these brush fires. But yeah, my heart goes out to all the families that lost their homes and all the different things that we heard throughout the weekend. So again, Long Island strong, ladies and gentlemen, as I always say. But we have a great show lined up for you. And before we get to that wonderful takeover, we have Fish. What's up, Fish?
You know, guys, I always forget to mute buttons.
What's up with you guys? How many times do I have to tell you guys? Unmute your mics.
I'm doing 55 things at the same time, including trying to figure out the weather in this beautiful part of Rockland County, which is finally broken 60 degrees. I think the last time it was 60 was in early September up here. It's been really cold. We get it so cold in the mornings. Like the cars are just like frosted over. I don't know if you guys get that on the island.
We get it all the time. We actually had it this morning.
It's a lot. It's like it was like every day for like 3 months like that. And this morning, they said it's the last real cold morning. So pretty pumped up about that. I'm ready for it. I know you like the cold though, Errol.
I like the cold, and it wasn't really that cold this morning. It was like 37 degrees. If you call that cold, what do you call the teens? So I didn't think it was that cold. I actually went out with a T-shirt before I went out for work, but I don't think it's cold. So for all the fans out there that think Long Island is cold right now, today was actually 58, 59 degrees.
Do you think guys that played hockey like yourself growing up just love the cold like way more than most people?
I actually know a bunch of hockey players that I grew up with that couldn't stand the cold. They couldn't stand it, but
because it's like always freezing when you're in it, like it's always freezing in there.
That's not why I like. That's not why I like the cold. I don't like to sweat. Okay, whenever it's warm and it's hot outside, especially here in Long Island or even Florida, it's too humid. It's too disgusting. And the summer times here in New York are just absolutely terrible. So I don't like to sweat. And as anybody that watches the show, I'll sweat no matter what. It could be absolutely freezing. And we're in a studio. It's obviously compacted with soundproof, clouds and all the different things that we have in the studio. And with all the monitors that we have in here, it really brings off heat. So it's hot. It's hot in the summertime outside. And you can't have the air conditioning on, because if the air conditioning is on, it'll ruin the condensing sound of these mics. So I do not want to put on the air conditioning. So throughout the summer when we do live shows, I'm sweating. So, and I'm doing it for you guys. I'm dealing with the heat, and I have the air conditioning in the other room. So I don't like it. I don't deserve it. And I don't like the heat, especially here in Long Island. So for my thoughts to that whole situation, when the summer comes around, I want to kill myself. So, and I don't go to the beach. I hate the beach because I don't want to go in the water with the shark-infested waters over here in Long Island. There's great whites mating all over the place.
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry?
Great whites mating on the coast of Long Island?
They mate, yes. This is where they mate.
Come on, man.
Over here. This is like one of the number one places when it comes to great white sharks. The sightings are actually, I would say in the next couple of weeks, you're going to hear that I forget her name, but there's a certain great white that breeds in this water.
When was I would love to know what her name is, but
I'll get it. I'll look it up.
When was the last time you heard of someone in Long Island getting bitten by a shark, though? I can't.
Last year.
A great white shark.
No, it was a shark. Sand sharks. They bite. And there are bull sharks. I mean, you don't want to be in the water with a bull shark.
When I was I lived in Tampa, and we had it was like right after they had this red tide thing. And then when it went away, all of the hammerhead sharks came into the harbor, and there were just like hundreds of these things, man. And like, you can see them like, cause they're the most unique looking shark there is.
Yeah,
because they shape them. They're real
a big
ugly.
body, and they have the smallest little friggin' heads. How do they eat people? They have like this little head. I wonder if I hammer fist them in the face, they'd run away. You know?
Well,
I never even thought of that. I doubt I would.
They're in the water though, man. Like
I know they're man-eating, animals. So the hammerheads are dangerous. They'll absolutely rip you apart. But that's why I don't go in the water, because I have no control over it. Who wants to be like in the middle of a water, and you're like in the middle of tide, and all of a sudden something yanks on your foot and brings you down and drowns you and then eats you up?
You know where you need to go? You need to go to like the Great Lakes. The Great Lakes have beaches, but it's fresh water, and they don't have, and it's not like that.
Bull sharks live in fresh water.
You're crazy.
I'm crazy. They live in salt.
You never like went into the water in a lake or something?
Not anymore. I used to surf, but after dealing with the sharks that I dealt with when I was surfing, I don't go in the water anymore. I stay the hell. If I swim, it's going to be a pool. I will never go in the water again. I promise.
Did you see someone get like attacked or something? Are you scarred for life?
I was in the water with 6 sharks. I was in the water. I was sitting on the current with 6 sharks. I think they look like blue sharks, but I was right off the coast of the lighthouse at Montauk Point. And that was, I would probably be, I don't know now. It's got to be over 15 years. And I don't go in the water anymore. I actually bought a new board, and I had a new wetsuit. I was using new wax. And by the time I was done that day, I was never back in that water. and I will not go back in that water again. I don't like sharks. I don't fear anything. I'd go in the water with alligators and crocodiles. I won't go in the water with a shark.
You don't not want to go in the water with a crocodile.
I'd rather deal with a crocodile than a shark.
Crocodile is more dangerous, I think.
No, they're not. No, they're not. No way.
I think they are.
No way. Not a chance.
I think crocodile's one of them. They're freaking dinosaurs, bro.
Good. And they can dino out of my ass.
Like alligators, like can't really see in front. Like you can fool an alligator. Crocodiles are savages, bro.
And what do you think a shark is?
I think but a shark is, it's a fish.
They grab you from your legs and pull you down. You're done. It's bye-bye legs if they grab your legs. I'd rather deal with a crocodile. I don't care. Alligator, crocodile. No,
you can get away from the shark by running onto the land. Crocodile is still coming for you.
They can come running after me. They're not. And by the way, if a crocodile, alligator runs after you, you gotta. This is what I was told. You have to walk in not side. You have to run like in angles.
Like
don't
diagonally?
run straight. Yes,
Yeah.
angly. So you run one side. If you run white, you run on an angle, and then if you're running left, you run on an angle. Don't run straight; they'll catch you. So that's what I heard. That's all I'm going to say. At 9:00, we'll be talking to Tampa Bay Buccaneers defensive tackle Adam Gotsis. We met him obviously at the Super Bowl at Radio Row. Fantastic personality from the Jaguars to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as the Buccaneers land another pass rusher as well. We will get into that, and he did play for the Jets for a minimal amount of time this past year, so we'll get into it. But, yeah, a lot to get into when it comes to free agency. It's been crazy over the last 24 hours. Ian Rappaport reports that the Jets have signed the one and only Justin Fields to a 2-year, $40 million contract. ESPN's Rich Cimini reports that Fields is almost a lock to start over Tyrod Taylor, but also doesn't expect Fields to be a long-term solution for the New York Jets. He added that he thinks the Jets could still draft a quarterback this year, but not in the first round. Reports say that the Steelers wanted to bring back Mr. Justin Fields, but then were more focused on signing Sam Darnold and Aaron Rodgers, which looks like they struck out on both of them. Fields also played for 2 years with Garrett Wilson at Ohio State from 2019 to 2021, including a team that went to a national championship. Fields had 1,106 passing yards and 5 passing touchdowns with 289 rushing yards and 5 rushing touchdowns in 10 games last season with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Guys, I've been saying this over the last couple of weeks, really the last month, when everybody thought I was crazy and said, hey, Errol, why would Justin Fields want to go to the bad New York Jets? As most quarterbacks go to die. As we know, Aaron Rodgers went to die and wasn't there that long when he died. But nevertheless, the New York Jets made the right decision with Justin Fields. I think when you look at the position the Jets were going into a season where a lot of people were saying they're going to reach. Are they going to start Tyrod Taylor? Are they going to go after Kirk Cousins if he becomes available? Do they bring Aaron Rodgers back if he doesn't go back on the Pat McAfee show? I mean, there was a lot of what ifs and questions. Do they bring in Jordan Travis? Is he going to be the starter as he comes back from a terrible injury over there at Florida State? There was a lot of what ifs, but I didn't think anything of it because I remember when Aaron Glenn at his press conference for the New York Jets said, buckle up, we're going for a ride. And what did that tell me? Well, the ride was they needed somebody that can run and duck and move. And who is that type of quarterback? And that's the one and only Justin Fields. I love this move. I think this is a great move. First of all, he's a team player. He's not a me player. I know a lot of Pittsburgh Steelers fans wanted Justin Fields to come back. Well, if you wanted him to come back, why were you talking about Aaron Rodgers? Why were you talking about Sam Darnold? 2 guys that played for the New York Jets. And usually places or a place where a lot of quarterbacks go to disappear or not be talked about anymore. But I think Justin Fields is a unique individual. I think he can handle New York. The fact that Garrett Wilson is there, the fact that this organization has been chasing after a quarterback, I really believe the year that Justin Fields was drafted, they should have drafted Justin Fields. Now, Zach Wilson, I thought was going to be a good quarterback in this league. I was wrong. One thing that I can say that I was absolutely wrong about was watching this BYU quarterback come into the New York franchise that made so many mistakes over the years, bringing quarterback after quarterback after quarterback through the draft, and then striking out as bad as they did with Zach Wilson, and watching Justin Fields not flourish over there at the Chicago Bears, at Chicago. I look at the fact that Eberflus was coaching Justin Fields for a significant amount of time, and I didn't think that Eberflus was any good as a head coach. He was a defensive guy, not a quarterback guru. And I'm going to say this about quarterback gurus. I believe there are a minimum amount of quarterbacks, coaches that I believe became gurus as a head coach. And one of them, I do believe, is playing and coaching over there with the New York Giants. Now, do the Giants go after Cam Ward? I don't know. And this is not about the Giants. But if you look at where these quarterbacks are transitioning to and how teams are transitioning into these mobile quarterbacks, I think Justin Fields is that prototypical quarterback you want. When you're playing a power game with Allen and Breece Hall, and I expect them to do that a lot this year. And one of the reasons why is because a guy like Aaron Glenn comes from the Bill Parcells tree. And what did Bill Parcells love to do? He loved to run the ball and play defense. I expect that with Aaron Glenn. Now, Aaron Glenn comes from the Lions organization that had Jared Goff, who liked to throw the ball, liked to spread out the offense, but they had two power backs in Montgomery and Gibbs. I think that the Jets have a unique tandem, even a three tandem type of running game where a lot of teams can't say that they have. And I think also that Justin Fields will be used as another prototypical runner. And that opens up the offensive book for what Aaron Glenn is going to want to run here in New York. I think it'll keep teams, I believe, off the field and let this defense play at their strength. And what the Jets have been over the years is strong on the defensive side of the ball. Now, I expect this defense to be just as good as it was last year. Now, they lost some pieces. They lost to DJ Reed. They're going to probably lose CJ Mosley because I don't think they're bringing him back. I think they're going to go young, as we all believe Aaron Glenn, as signing that 6-year deal, is going to give him time to rebuild this team and put the right pieces in place so they'll have a chance to win multiple years in a row, which the Jets have not done in the last 15. I also believe that Justin Fields, as much as we're reading that Rich Cimini thinks that he's not going to be a long-term option, how the hell does Rich Cimini know that? If Justin Fields has a great season this year, he's going to probably expect another extension. And that's what a quarterback's going to get. If he puts up a prototypical good season for Justin Fields is, he gets 3,000 throwing yards, he throws 20 touchdowns, and he runs 10 touchdowns, and he's an elite runner at the quarterback position. If he stays healthy and he does those numbers, how many quarterbacks in the NFL do that? Lamar Jackson? I mean, probably only him is the only one that does those kind of numbers. And I'm not saying Justin Fields needs to be Lamar Jackson for him to keep this Jets job. He's fairly young. He's still a good leader. I've heard the Bears players over there in Chicago did not want to trade him, that they didn't want to bring in a Caleb Williams. They trusted to go into the season, the next season with Eberflus and Justin Fields with DJ Moore getting his extension and some of the picks that they added in that past draft. I also believe that Justin Fields is a quarterback that can be used in many different formations. And I think that obviously the Jets are going to play that pistol type of formation. Me and Fish were talking about it off air. I do believe the Jets are going to use different formations to throw people off. And this defense is going to play a big part. And I believe Aaron Glenn believes that. And here's another thing. Woody Johnson, we haven't heard much of this past couple of weeks, which is a good sign if you're a Jet fan. No Woody is better to keep Woody in the pants, okay? If you keep Woody in the pants and he doesn't, spread cheeks or whatever the hell he does in his spare time, it's a good sign. And that means he's giving Aaron Glenn and Mogi an opportunity to do what they were hired to do, and that's run this organization and figure out where this team is going to be heading with the youth and the opportunity to put the right guys in place to succeed.
Yeah, and it's interesting because the Lions at the time, when they went for Jared Goff, this was a very similar type of thing with Justin Fields, where Jared Goff had those couple of good years, looked like he was breaking out with the Rams, and then all of a sudden he has these turnover problems, and they don't want to keep him. They trade for Stafford, they go in the Super Bowl, and the Lions rebirth Matthew Stafford with Aaron Glenn as the defensive side, and that coaching staff over there that a lot of these new guys were a part of in different roles. And Justin Fields is kind of feeling that same way, disrespected by the Bears, this terrible coaching staff, don't trust him to be able to throw the ball, and now you're feeling like that kind of redemption. It seems like that natural type of rebuild that the Lions tried to do without having to reach on a quarterback and what was a questionable QB draft.
Look what Pittsburgh did to him. Pittsburgh had a winning record. They were 4-2, and they were winning with Justin Fields. And then when Russell Wilson got healthy, they pulled him, and he didn't play for the rest of the season. He was used in a lot of or different unique plays in the pistol, or they were using him as a running back. They were not using him anymore as a quarterback. Look what Chicago did to him. They disrespected him, didn't give him weapons. They finally bring in DJ Moore, his final season, and that's all they gave him. They gave him DJ Moore. They traded away Montgomery. He goes to the Lions. They bring in guys like, obviously at the end of everything, they bring in guys and names that you never even heard of at the running back position. So I just think that I believe Justin Fields was wrongly mistreated everywhere he's gone. And maybe some people don't think he's the quarterback of the future. But guess what? When you look at these numbers, in the last 3 seasons, Justin Fields has thrown 21 touchdowns and only 10 interceptions. He's an accurate quarterback. He doesn't make mistakes, and he uses his legs to get out of trouble. And that's what you need in the NFL now. Look what Jalen Hurts did. Just watch what Jalen Hurts did in the playoffs. He didn't throw the ball a lot. When he needed to make plays out of the air, he did. I'm not saying that he didn't. In the Super Bowl, he outthrew the great Patrick Mahomes. If you can get a quarterback to use his legs, run out the clock, and get first downs, which the Jets were horrible at doing last year, well, then you have a winner. You don't need a guy that's going to throw 300, 350 yards like a Joe Burrow or a Josh Allen type of prototype guy that's going to be everything to your team, your organization. Justin Fields does not have to be that. He just needs to be a competent quarterback that can use his legs and put the Jets in position with their running game to get into the end zone, which, again, the Jets were one of the worst teams in all of football in the red zone last year, defensively and offensively. So, again, this is an organization that's built on defense, as you brought in Aaron Glenn, and now you're starting to build around, obviously, an example of what wins and what we've seen won Super Bowls in the past.
And also you look at the schematic interest that I think that Justin Fields could bring. And we were mentioning it with Doc Walker when we had him on the show about Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. Like Dan Quinn, that was not like his type of quarterback he had when he was Atlanta. He had Matt Ryan over there, but he was willing to make it work with Cliff Kingsbury and that type of offensive scheme in still somewhat of his style. And I think you're seeing that same kind of thing with a lot of these disciples of Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay that have been coaching with other teams. A lot of the ones that have done well have still done well refurbishing their own identity. And I expect the same kind of thing with the Lions, with Dan Campbell. This is the first one off of his tree besides Ben Johnson with the Bears in the same year. And they're already making the first move in terms of trying that type of power running scheme. And like you were saying, a lot of pistol formations, a lot of mobility stuff with a running quarterback. They didn't have a running quarterback there. They had Jared Goff, and all their backups are pretty much all pocket passing type quarterbacks, but he's willing to make that same kind of running identity work with a great defense already there and a great running game already intact. Like you're saying, they're going to use those 3 running backs too. Don't expect Breece Hall to just be this workhorse back that he was his rookie year anymore. Expect a lot of those younger guys that played well last year to have a bigger role.
That story of Aaron Glenn reaching out and talking to Justin Fields obviously was true. And I know Benton, and he was so adamant that he was going to go back to the Pittsburgh Steelers. I did not believe at any factor, at any point of that conversation on Wednesday, I believe that Justin Fields was going back to Pittsburgh. No team that passes up on me after I had a 4-2 record and says, you know what, we have a better chance of winning with Russell Wilson than you, tells me that I would want to go back to that franchise and give that franchise another chance. He had his chance. And I know everybody keeps saying, well, if they weren't talking about Aaron Rodgers and Sam Darnold, he would have re-signed with them. I don't believe Justin Fields had any thought in his mind that he was going back to Pittsburgh, that it all was going right to the New York Jets. I believe he knew that his best chance of being a starter in the NFL again and getting a chance to prove himself was here in New York, and he fits New York. He's quiet. He doesn't argue. He stays inside. He hangs out at home. He's a vegetarian, I think. I don't even think he eats meat. I mean, has anybody seen this guy's body? He's 230 pounds. He's built like an ox, and he runs like I don't even know what. He's like a cheetah, man. The guy ran the 40 faster than Lamar Jackson. So we know what this guy can do. The question is, could he stay healthy, and does he fit on the way Aaron Glenn wants to run his offense?
So let's talk about that fit, Errol, because that's what I'm really obsessed with this move. And we've talked about it for weeks. It makes a lot of sense that they made this move. If they weren't going to trade up for Cam Ward, and it looks like they don't think they can afford to do that, this is their next best option. Because let's face it, what did we learn this year? We learned that you can win the Super Bowl if you have a quarterback who's a little flawed at reading, the field down the field, but is a great worker, great leadership qualities, has all the athleticism in the world, and can run the play action game. That's what Jalen Hurts did, and he had all the talent in the world around him. Now, the Jets don't have that kind of talent yet, perhaps, but let's face it, they have the running game. At the skill position, they have three guys, two really, really good ones, and we'll see what Davis is after the first year. It's really exciting that they're going to have now extra defenders have to come up for the run. So what do you do now? Now you have a lot of different options. You're going to have more of a shotgun set when you have Breece Hall in there. You can put Braylon Allen in, and you can go under center, and you can run play action stuff. You can, as you were saying, Errol, my favorite formation is the pistol, because you can run a spread and an I form type of an offense at the exact same time, and they don't know. And what do you need to make that work? You should get a really good tight end. And luckily for the Jets, there's two really, really good ones in this draft. They're probably both going to be in the top 15. We're starting to hear the Penn State and Michigan tight ends that, are just out of this world. I wouldn't be surprised if the Jets try to do something where maybe they can trade back into the early teens and take one of them now that they have the quarterback situation figured out. Why not? Why wouldn't you? Because that's the option.
What do they get back? They get another second-round pick?
Why not? Take a second-round pick. Second-round picks are valuable, man. You could take a second-round pick and next year's first, if you're better, and flip it.
They struck out on the Brock Bowers move, but just think about it this way: not going after Brock Bowers helps them, because they brought in a left tackle that is their future. Olu looked really, really good when he was healthy this year. He did. His PFF was pretty high at some aspects in certain games, and I really believe Olu is going to be their future left tackle. He's fantastic. They do need to find themselves a right tackle. I think they bring in one in free agency. They still have Connors there. They have Tippmann. I think they move and shift Tippmann, or they bring back Elijah Vera-Tucker on a cheap contract, because it doesn't look like he's going anywhere. So
I don't know if you want that guy. That guy might be shot already with the injury he's had.
Maybe, but if you're going to bring him on a cheap, you might as well. You could bring him in on a 1-year contract if you need to fill in that spot, and then you could decide if he makes the team during preseason. But I think that this is a great move for the Jets, and one of the reasons why, he hides the deficiencies of the offensive line. Where you don't have a strong offensive line, you can use his running capabilities, which we've seen Chicago do over the last 2-3 years of his Chicago career, and even early last year with the Pittsburgh Steelers. What did the Pittsburgh Steelers love to do? They love to use him in the backfield as another runner. Najee Harris, obviously, we will get into it. He's no longer with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And again, the Pittsburgh Steelers are starting to rebuild for themselves. They bring in DK Metcalf, which we'll get into in a few minutes. I mean, there's a lot of transition, and that's what happens in the NFL every single year. There could be one quarterback here and another quarterback there the next year. Look at what happened to Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins last offseason signed a $100 million contract. Then they draft Michael Penix as the 8th pick in the first round. And then they give up on Kirk Cousins, and now they're looking to probably drop him and let Kirk Cousins go to free agency. As quick as that happened, that's what happens in the NFL. Sam Darnold goes to Minnesota, puts up game-changing, season-changing numbers, and then the Seattle Seahawks decide to part ways with Geno Smith, send him to Vegas over there with Pete Carroll, and bring in Sam Darnold. if you look at it, a Jet quarterback that was drafted in the first round was transitioned from a Jet first-round draft pick a couple of years ago. It's a Jet, all these Jet quarterbacks going from one place to another. Why not bring in Justin Fields? Hopefully it works out, but usually it doesn't.
There's a couple of reasons why you don't bring in Justin Fields. We got to play the devil's advocate a little bit, right, Speedy? Speedy, you know the stats. Until this year, his completion percentage was 60 or below. He's been a below average, not a very accurate quarterback. Accuracy is not coaching. That is just who he is. He's never going to be a top of the league accuracy guy. This year he was at 65%.
He said that about Lamar Jackson,
but he's not.
That about Lamar.
He's very good. Look, he's been in the league 4 years, and he had a small sample size. They didn't ask him.
They didn't give him any weapons, Fish. I mean, DJ Moore was there for 1 year with him. They didn't give him anything.
But
he didn't even have a running game, an offensive line that was up and down.
He had more interceptions than touchdowns his rookie year. It's gotten better every year.
Usually all quarterbacks do.
Errol, I'm on your side.
I'm just saying.
Why are you trying to cut me off every time?
I'm not cutting you off. I'm just bringing it up. When you say that you have to look at devil's advocate, the devil's advocate is their coaching.
One of the signs of a guy that doesn't get it yet is he leads the league in being sacked. Now, it often has to do with the line, but it often has to do with the quarterback holding on to the ball. He has led the league in sacks. Terrible team he was on. But let's face it, this guy has a lot of warts coming in, and he doesn't read the field all that great. But he is a super athlete, and if they model the game, and I kept thinking of this, and Speed, I don't know if you remember this. You might have been a little younger, probably in your teens, but Errol, I'm sure you remember. How did teams used to beat Peyton Manning when Peyton Manning was at his best?
They ran the ball.
They refused to let him have the ball back by running the ball and eating up clock. And you would see him, they would show him seething in anger, pacing on the sidelines that he knew the only way he'd lose. Right. Well, but the first people that realized it was Belichick and not letting Manning get the ball back. Because if he got the ball back, he was going to beat them. And you win in this league two ways. You have one of those guys who can beat you, or you run the ball so that he can't beat you. And the Jets are not stupid. They don't have that guy yet. Fields isn't that guy, but he can be the running game quarterback type of guy that wins it the other way if they have a good enough defense and they play team football. I think that's what Aaron Glenn's going to try to do. And maybe they end up getting lucky drafting that guy down the road.
I don't think they're drafting a quarterback. I really do believe Aaron Glenn believes they can win with Justin Fields. He's the typical quarterback that you will be looking for in this year's draft. Cam Ward is the same kind of quarterback as Justin Fields. Now Cam Ward has the opportunity to really become a Jaden Daniels. I know a lot of people think I'm crazy all over social media when I tried to compare Jaden Daniels to Cam Ward. I love what I see with Cam Ward. And again, it all depends on how he transitions his game to the NFL. I don't think Justin Fields had enough time and in the right place to transition his game to be a pocket present quarterback. Now, do I think he's a guy that's going to throw 4,000 yards? No. But if you can get between 3,000 and 3,200 yards from Justin Fields in a season, it's a home run. A home run with a guy that can run the ball and dominate the ground pounding game, which the Jets are going to run all season long. So I think this is a home run for the New York Jets. No Jet fan better be complaining about this move for the New York Jets as you wanted this guy and that guy, and you lost Morgan Moses. Who cares? Who cares? Morgan Moses can't stay healthy, and every time he comes here for 1 or even 2 years, he's only been here for 2 years, he fails to do what we expect Morgan Moses to do, and that's stay healthy and be the anchor of an offensive line, which he hasn't been for the New York Jets. So I'm not worried that he went to the Patriots. How long is that going to last? And again, my thought here is the New York Jets need to win now. And I think they think bringing in a Justin Fields and not depending on Tyrod Taylor to be their starting quarterback this year is 100% the right move. Now, we'll see what happens, how this works together and who else they bring in and who they draft. Like you said, Fish, do they bring in a tight end at 7? Do they bring in do they trade down and still bring in a tight end in the teens? The only time will tell with Moji and what Aaron Glenn has to plan and what they're planning to do. But I like what they're plan as they move forward this offseason. This is a good plan. Bring in, I believe, he's not better than Sam Darnold is on paper, but he can absolutely change your franchise by the way you want to play your game and your offense. So this is a slam dunk for the New York Jets. Adam Schefter reports. What are we going to say?
I was just to finish adding on to that. You said earlier that what are they going to do if they trade down from 7 to teams? What are they going to get? A second, a third? Well, that could be their center, man. That's where the centers are going to go in this draft, and it's a deep interior line draft. If they can come away trading back and getting a center and a tight end, they can go defensive secondary, see if they can't hit on a receiver, and just try to take best player available the rest of the way, because they kind of filled their needs if they do that. They're in a good spot, guys. They really are.
Adam Schefter reports that the Seahawks signed Sam Darnold to a 3-year deal worth about $100 million, $55 million guaranteed. Reports say that the Seattle Seahawks talked to Darnold immediately after the Vikings did not franchise tag him. And he wanted to play for Clint Kubiak again, who coached him with the 49ers. Darnold had 4,319 yards, 35 touchdowns, and a 66.2 completion percentage last season with the Vikings. ESPN's Jeremy Fowler report that the Seahawks have traded Geno Smith to the Raiders for a 3rd-round draft pick. Smith is 34 years old and is entering his final year of his contract with the cap hit of $31 million. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero reports that the Seahawks have traded DK Metcalf and a 7th-round pick to the Steelers for a 2nd and a 6th-round pick. The Steelers then gave Metcalf a 5-year, $150 million contract, voiding the final year of his previous contract. Metcalf had 66 catches for 992 yards and 5 touchdowns last season. Oh, my God. I have no idea what the Steelers are doing. First of all, the Steelers do not give free agent or trade for a player and give a contract of $150 million. Go ask Santonio Holmes, okay? And he's the one who helped you win a Super Bowl. And then they gave up on him in the offseason, let him go to the Jets. He has one good year, and that's it. That's all you hear from Santonio Holmes after that. They do not bring in free agents like this or even trade for guys like this. He wasn't even a free agent. They traded for him and give him that kind of money. You have a player like George Pickens who's complaining that you're not giving him an extension, and then you go on an outsource, you trade for a guy like DK Metcalf. What the hell are you doing? That's telling me, if I was George Pickens, I'm saying, you know what? I'm not signing with you guys. You want to franchise me? Franchise me next year, and then I'm going to go to free agency and tell you to go F yourself. That's what I would be saying. I am not going to be happy as much as everybody, and I know Fish, you're going to be looking at it as a coach. Well, with DK Metcalf there, it opens up the field for a guy like George Pickens, and he's going to put up better yards and more touchdowns, and it benefits him. Here's why it doesn't benefit him. Because now paying this guy $150 million, that tells George Pickens he's not the number one guy. So guess what? He's not getting number one money. So George Pickens automatically goes from $150 million or $140 million to $80 million or $90 million, which tells him his signing bonus, which they expect to be less. So I don't like this move for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And that tells me that the Pittsburgh Steelers are reaching. And that's why I believe Justin Fields said, screw this team. I'll go to the Jets and I'll be a starter there, and I don't have to deal with DK Metcalf yelling at me or George Pickens giving me the finger on the sidelines. I mean, seriously, how many things that the Pittsburgh Steelers have done over the years? They bring in a smooth-speaking, big-mouth-talking DK Metcalf, and then you have George Pickens, who doesn't get along with people in the locker room. He doesn't get along with anybody. That doesn't make any sense, but that is very a Pittsburgh Steeler-esque type of move. This is Mike Tomlin can't control players, and then they decide to part ways with those players, and then you bring in players that they can't control themselves to the coach, which eventually will be traded after a certain amount of time. That's the problem with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and that's why they can't get over the hump. That's why in the last 8 seasons, they can't get out of the first round. And one of the main reasons why is they got a tremendous defense. But they make the wrong decisions since Ben Roethlisberger at the quarterback position, and then they make stupid moves like this that make you shake your head. This is not a good move for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Absolutely struck out on this move. And hopefully it works out for them because I don't hate the Pittsburgh Steelers. But again, Pittsburgh is in a division that you have to contend with Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and so on. And I don't bring up the Browns because we all know what Watson is, or whoever starts this year for that organization.
They just brought in Kenny Pickett.
There you go. Their ex-quarterback that was drafted in the first round, an absolute bust. But I have the Browns bringing Kenny Pickett. Oh, man, what a strikeout. Anyways, I just think that when you look at the position that the Pittsburgh Steelers are in, this doesn't make sense. As far as the Vikings struck out on this one. I think they made a big mistake because Sam Darnold showed you, being that he's still young, he's 27, 28 years old, he's going into the prime meat part of his career. Remember, he was the youngest quarterback drafted in NFL history. So he's been in the league for 7 years. He jumped ship a couple of times. He was with the Jets and then Carolina, then the 49ers, then the Vikings. He finally found a spot where he was successful with a great coach, a quarterback coach that I thought really developed him in a year. And then you part ways with him because you trust in McCarthy. McCarthy, you don't even know what he is. Couldn't stay healthy when they drafted him during the preseason. He was out for the season. You're going to trust to ride with this quarterback after what Sam Darnold did for you? I think this is 100% a home run for Seattle. And I'll tell you why. $55 million guaranteed. $100 million. He's underpaid as a starting quarterback in this league. You have him for 3 years. And to me, he's in a very good position. Now that you go into the draft, you can draft some wide receivers. You maybe bring in a free agent like Amari Cooper. If that's where you want to go, you want to bring a veteran guy to play with a guy like Sam Darnold. I think that makes sense. Maybe somebody of that magnitude. Obviously, Tyler Lockett is not there anymore. So, and they still have Njigba. I think Njigba is a good consolation prize, but I don't know if he's the number one. We'll have to see him this year. I just think that Seattle is in the driving seat. And then to trade Geno Smith for a third-round pick, I think this is a slam dunk. I think Seattle won because Tyler Lockett, it wasn't the answer anymore. DK Metcalf didn't shut the hell up. And Geno Smith wanted a big contract. And they rather pay the younger Sam Darnold than go after a Geno Smith that obviously didn't want to be there anymore. And then you trade him over there to Vegas. Vegas gets their quarterback, which is a slam dunk for Vegas because Pete Carroll is only going to be there 3 years, and he's a veteran coach that wants to win now. Geno Smith absolutely fits where the Raiders want to be right now, and that's borderline playoff team, and they could be in a division that could be wide open next year. Everybody keeps talking about Kansas City. There's a lot of questions with Kansas City. They're going to make the playoffs, obviously, because they have Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, but there's no guarantees they win that division next year. I mean, the Broncos look pretty damn good with a quarterback that's starting to develop. And then you have Vegas with Pete Carroll, who is, to me, I wouldn't know what this defense is going to be next year, but understands how to build a good defense. Go ask Seattle. Go ask USC. I mean, he's done very well for himself in the past, wherever Pete Carroll's gone defensively. So, not with the Jets, but that's a whole nother story. But I just think that right now, Seattle wins. I think Vegas wins on the Geno Smith move. I think all these teams win except Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh struck out. I don't get Pittsburgh. I don't. And who's throwing him the ball, by the way? Who's throwing DK Metcalf? And who's throwing to George Pickens this year? Is it Aaron Rodgers? Mm-hmm. Is it him? Who is it? I know I heard they were going after Sam, but I knew Sam Darnold didn't want to go back to the AFC. I think he was much more happier in the NFC because he has a better chance to win in the NFC, especially in that division where you don't know what the Rams are this year, even though they brought in a guy like Adams. And you don't know what, obviously, Seattle's going to be. I mean, not Seattle. San Francisco's going to be this year with Brock Purdy probably going to get an extension and no more Deebo Samuel and probably trading Brandon Ayuk in the draft. So what are they going to be this year? So I think they're in a good position. Why could they win that division this year with the young team that they have and with Sam Darnold? I absolutely believe this is an absolute home run. And by the way, Minnesota loses on that too. So Minnesota and Pittsburgh are the two teams that lost so far as what I've seen over the last 24 to 48 hours.
Yeah, I was mentioning last week when we were talking about the DK Metcalf rumors, the Seahawks are one of those teams that knows how to get rid of the players at the right time, and it seemed to make it work in years they don't expect it to. Everyone thought they were going to drop off in 2017 after they lost their entire defense, and they still ended up winning the division. They kept making the playoffs for a couple more years after that. Then they trade Russell Wilson. Everyone thought they might have been like one of the 3 worst teams in football that year. They make the playoffs. They granted 9-win team, but they still make the playoffs with Geno Smith that year. Like, this is a team, even last year too. I think a lot of people were questioning the Mike McDonald coaching hire, and they still went 10-7. Granted, they have a good roster, but still they had a lot of turnover. And I think they knew that Geno Smith wasn't going to have much more upside. He's a turnover-prone quarterback after that. He peaked in 2022.
Not worth it.
He still threw for a lot of passing yards last year, but they couldn't really get it to work. And DK Metcalf, they didn't want to have to deal with the drama queen wide receivers that we've seen.
I don't care.
Hurt other teams in years past. So I agree with you. I'm surprised there's all this overreaction on Twitter to the people saying, "Oh, what are the Seahawks doing this offseason?" I think they're doing fine. The Raiders did the best that they could. The Raiders did the best that they could do, I think, too, considering their quarterback circumstances. Even if they draft one this year, Geno Smith, I think, a good guy to help him groom that if it's the first or second. The Steelers, I agree with you. DK Metcalf's flaws and George Pickens' flaws are pretty much the same. They aren't great route runners. They're both inconsistent game to game wise. So they're going to have to hope that like one guy booms when the other guy disappears and vice versa, because that's really the trajectories of both their careers so far. And they're both hothead loudmouths. So I don't think that's going to work either. That's a huge contract too that they gave him too. They better hope that it's going to work with all the trouble they had developing wide receivers recently.
Speedy, what was the guy's name that punched Geno in the face on the Jets?
Oh, IK Nkampali, I think it was.
Yes, linebacker.
I tried getting him on the show.
$500. $500 on a bet. Okay, he lost $500 on a card game, and he gets knocked out, and he gets his jaw broken.
I've tried getting him on the show a few times. I remember.
Yes.
Well, Geno has matured since those days, and most people think he's a
two-time Pro Bowler.
Pretty good quarter. Well, I mean, Drake May was a Pro Bowler this year.
All right, but a two-time Pro Bowler. You deserve it.
Was a Pro Bowler.
If you're in the top 30 quarterbacks in the NFL, you become a Pro Bowler.
He was an MVP candidate 2 years ago. He was.
Right, and look, he's really exceeded what anyone thought. Go back to when the Giants and Ben McAdoo benched Eli for him.
You just made my nipples hard.
Geno Smith, you think does it for Joba?
I think so. I think the nipples are hard every time you think about Joba and thinking of one player that actually makes his nipples
You
hard.
just made my nipples hard.
But by the way,
Geno Smith.
By the way, Fish, before you continue, Scoops also mentions in our private chat Tyler Huntley was a Pro Bowler. Yes, the same Tyler Huntley that 3 years ago said was better than Dak Prescott because
as long as she's using Dude Wipe and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
That's an accurate depiction of Jeff's opinion on Tyler Huntley being better than Dak. Yeah, that sounds good.
All right. So speaking of dude wipes, let's talk about how the Steelers are going to try to clean up their receiver situation. Well, you said you took the words out of my mouth, Errol. Yes, as a football guy, you now add an X receiver to a really good Z, and now you have a much better offense. You can have them on the same side of the field in twin sets. You could split them across from each other. You could put a tight end out there, play multiple tight end sets. They could do multiple things. They just lost Najee Harris. They're going to go a different route in the run game. I bet they play more of like a traditional zone game going forward, so they don't have to worry about the line because their line's not great.
You still have Jalen there, right?
They still have Jalen Warren, but he was real banged up last year. Had a tough season.
He came back. He was their number one guy.
He's because he's good. He just had a tough year with his health. I think he'll be all right. They definitely need another guy. But now they have the receivers. Freiermuth's good tight end. They have guys. But you said it. Like, who's going to throw him the ball? Errol. You know who I think is going to throw him the ball next year?
Aaron Rodgers.
Oh.
I think he was.
I think it's the guy who loves his Rolexes in the draft, Mr. Shador Sanders, falling into the late teens.
I don't know if
down
he
to number
falls
21.
all the way in the 20s. I think a team will draft
21. What if? So say he gets to 17 or something. You don't think Tomlin's going to say, hey, all I have to do is give up like next year's?
No, because I think Aaron Rodgers, I really do believe Aaron Rodgers is going to sign with them.
I don't think Aaron Rodgers.
Either him or Russ.
There was a report earlier today saying that he might go to Pittsburgh, and then they had to take it back because apparently they got shot down. So I don't think there's any truth to that. I can't see Tomlin, who hates like Instagram Live when his guys go on it in the locker room, being okay with Aaron Rodgers going on McAfee and airing out what's going on with the team every Tuesday. I can't.
Hold on one second. You bring in DK Metcalf, that's all over YouTube. He's recording himself every time he goes into a movie theater or a mall, and you're telling me he doesn't like,
Well, not in the locker room.
rooms
Can't
and
be in the
everything?
locker room. Remember,
DK
Antonio Brown
Metcalf
did
is
that.
all about that.
Chase Claypool was tweeting on Twitter that they never lose.
Him
and then
and
all of a
Tyreek
sudden
Hill-
they go on a massive drought.
Him and Tyreek Hill in the offseason are recording themselves. They have like documentaries all over YouTube. They have their own like television show, DK Metcalf and family. I mean, come on.
All right. So he obviously is kind of a crazy person.
Yeah,
let's face it. But he is.
Why would
He's
you
a
bring him
diva
in?
wide receiver. But that's what they all are. So let's just assume that
Hey, Madonna?
he's a diva. George Pickens is a diva. Which one of the two guys would you pay? And I would say you pay the guy who's built like a Greek god, and that's DK Metcalf over a
That's
guy like
LeBron
Pickens.
James. He's a great god. Yeah.
Well, LeBron James is 6'9" and built the same way as Metcalf at 6'2", 6'3". So
Yeah,
it's wild.
No, he's bigger than Metcalf.
No, I'm just saying if he was 6 inches taller, he'd look the same as LeBron. He's like that jacked, right? So you would imagine as they get older, that's a guy who's going to hold up a little bit better. Pickens has had some nagging things. I see why they would go that route, and now they can lessen the load on Pickens too. See more single coverage for Pickens. I think it's a smart move football wise, but there's a lot of egos in that room now. And you're right, Errol. That's if anyone can handle it, it's Tomlin. But that's quite an effort.
Worked. What have they won? They won nothing.
I know you say that. They don't have
They
a guy.
didn't
They
win
need a guy.
nothing.
They need a
8 years in a row without getting out of a first round. And I sat here making excuses for Tomlin in the middle of the season last year. There's no excuse for this team. The fact that they went into the playoffs once again in a first round matchup, which they should have won and choke again, just tells me one thing. Is Tomlin the guy? If they fail again this year to get out of the first round, how about this? Even make the playoffs without a quarterback, because we don't even know if they're going to have a quarterback. Do they start to reach and bring back Russell Wilson? What a joke. I mean, this team is in bad shape. This is why they should have made it priority to bring back Justin Fields. This is their mistake, because if they made this priority during the offseason, Justin Fields would still be with Pittsburgh. I don't even know if Justin Fields had any thought to go back to Pittsburgh after what they did to him in the middle of the season. Who knows? I'd love to ask Justin, and that's why I'm going to go to a couple of, I'll go to a couple of games and try to get some information from him off air. But I will tell you this. Justin Fields is a good guy. And what Pittsburgh did to him throughout the season and giving up on him the way they did tells me that Pittsburgh really doesn't know what they're doing. And they have a tremendous defense, one of the best in the game, and probably the best defensive player in the game. I still think, I don't care what anybody says, TJ Watt is the best defensive player in the game. I don't want to hear about Myles Garrett and this guy and that guy. If you look at what TJ Watt has done, remember, TJ Watt wasn't drafted in the early first round. He was drafted in the late first round. I think he was the 30th pick in the first round for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So, and he's not Myles Garrett. He's not Michael Parsons. He is a guy that was drafted in the late round of the first. That means I would say 29 teams passed up on this kid. And look at what he has become. You're looking it up, Fish. So what you see.
You're right. His 30th pick.
Yeah.
30th pick.
This is a guy that was passed up 29 times. And look at what he's done. That is impressive. And he's, by the way, better than his brother, JJ. If you look at the numbers don't lie. Okay. And I'm
at
not
this
here
point, it's hard to argue with it. He's done it for so long, and JJ just couldn't stay healthy. And JJ was doing a lot of the weird stuff on offense too. So I want to get back to one thing, and that's the Seahawks kind of tear down on the fly. I can't remember a time a team did this kind of out of nowhere like this before. No one really thought they were going to do this.
2017, probably.
But look, they traded
the playoffs out of nowhere, and then they still purged a lot of their veterans.
Well, but veterans, but they just got rid of their starting quarterback, their number 1 wide receiver, their number 2 wide receiver. Well, I guess number 3 wide receiver, JSN. Obviously taking that mantle now.
Is your mic over there? I don't hear you.
Oh, my fault. Yeah, and I just find this so interesting because I can't remember a team, because I don't think anyone thought they were going to do this to this extent. Are they going to get rid of the veterans on the defense? I thought the defense played, well at times last year.
They
Especially
need more help in their front seven, though.
They need more help. I do have a highlight I've shown a few times of Leo Williams picking off Aaron Rodgers to the house from last year, of course. And we know they still have some guys out there. And Mike McDonald apparently can coach some football. That was the word on him. He was a young guy coming out. They didn't have a defensive guy. But again, like we said with Aaron Glenn, a guy that figured out how to keep his team in games, even if they didn't have the talent. And they didn't have the talent last year. They had head cases at a lot of positions. And they were able to, well, some of them have more talent than others with the
Jets had Mr. Reddick, and now he's, elsewhere, probably going to cause trouble this year.
And he was so good, Reddick, when he got on the field, right?
Oh, yeah, he was wonderful. Wonderful.
I know in about a half hour, we're going to interview a guy that's going to be a teammate.
Yeah, there you go. So I'd love to hear his take on Mr. Reddick during the season. But I think that Seattle there's a lot of questions with Seattle, but I don't think Seattle made any mistakes by bringing in Sam Darnold and getting rid of DK Metcalf and Geno Smith.
He's making less than the franchise tag. And that was the thing. That was why Minnesota didn't tag him. They didn't want to give him $40.2 million. He's getting something around 33 and change a year now on this deal. That's a pretty good number for him. Great job by him, because he was an afterthought in this league after how he flamed out early on. Revitalized his career a little bit with a couple of stops. I think he stopped with Shanahan for a little bit. Got a crash course on how to be a good offensive player. And even though if it doesn't work out for Shanahan in the long run, his system does work. Let's face it, it does.
Stop.
They don't
win.
It's not about his team winning.
It is. If you're in San Francisco, okay, if you're in San Francisco, as long as Shanahan has been there, and Shanahan's been there a long time, it's got to be now 8 years. And he hasn't won a Super Bowl where everybody was bragging about how talented this team is, what kind of talent with Deebo Samuel and George Kittle and Brandon Ayuk and Christian McCaffrey, and then you choke the way you have over the years against the Kansas City Chiefs twice in the Super Bowl. It tells me one thing. The guy doesn't know how to win. He choked with Atlanta too as the offensive coordinator. The guy doesn't win. And if you don't win, and it's all about winning in the NFL, you're not good. And that's just my opinion. You're never going to get over them. How many players? I'll go into different coaches that we've seen over the years. There's one coach right now in Schottenheimer. His father was the coach of the Chargers for how many years? How many years?
Long time.
And how good were the Chargers year in and year out? And what happens to them when they get into the playoffs? They flake out. And they had a guy that was as good as any quarterback in the league in Phillip Rivers. And they had Drew Brees for a little while. And they couldn't get over the hump. So
no, you're not wrong about it. I wanted to talk more about staying with the guy. Look, Shanahan's not at the level of the greats. No one's saying he is.
I know what he said.
But what he is a guy who's created a system that's now being parroted around the league. Like another 49er legend, Bill Walsh, created the West Coast system. They don't have a good name or a cool fancy name for Shanahan's system. It's just that it's used by more than half of the league, and that teams that use it are winning or are in contention to win every single year. So that's all I'm saying about it. The way that he's done things has changed the league. It's important to know that guy has done that. But at the same time, he now takes on Seattle takes on this Sam Darnold experiment. Because Sam Darnold has 1 year of being good in the NFL under his belt and a bunch of not so good years under his belt. And we saw the last couple of games of the season what looked like a reversion to form from Sam Darnold. Our buddy, friend of the show, Pete Bursich, was losing his mind watching him just take sack after sack, holding on to the ball, guys being open in the playoffs. And we just saw the deer in the headlights that we've seen so many times in the past with him. Just like inexcusable decisions.
He doesn't like any quarterback that played for his franchise.
But to be fair, you don't show up in the big moments. That's what we say. The guys don't win. So look, Darnold gets the money. The Seahawks have a guy for 3 years. They probably can get out of it after 2 if he's not there. They can draft the guy if they don't like what they see this year. I think he'll probably be okay though, because he has learned from the Shanahan and those guys how to play the game, and he was great with
They have
O'Connell this last year, who's a great quarterback guy. And O'Connell thinks he's going to turn Daniel Jones into a quarterback.
I think he will.
Apparently.
I think he will. I think he
Right
will.
now, because that's what he's going into next season with, is Daniel Jones and J.J. McCarthy off a bad knee.
And here's the crazy thing. I believe Daniel Jones will win the job. I believe Daniel Jones will win the job this coming year. I think it's a home run for Daniel Jones.
He's going to win the job for the Saskatoon Moose over in the CFL.
I know you hate Daniel Jones.
What's the love betting for him, man?
I know you hate Daniel Jones, but I think Daniel Jones just wasn't credited and put in the right position to succeed.
He'll be great with the hike man in motion. That'll be great for Daniel Jones.
First of all, he's better with his legs, and he's just as accurate as Sam Darnold is. So I think this is a home run for him in the position, and he has Justin Jefferson to throw to. Who's going to be bad?
If he can't do this, then he's got to be gone.
And he has Jones. Aaron Jones just signed an extension. I think he's in a good position. I think Daniel Jones wins the job. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of McCarthy. I watched him play over there in Michigan. I saw him win a national championship, but that was because of their running game, and that was because of their great defense. And Jim Harbaugh was never going to say die because I knew that was his final year as the head coach of the Michigan Wolverines after all these implications and all the stuff that we've heard over the last couple of years of his cheating scandal. But speaking of cheating, no, I'm just kidding. No, I don't know about cheating, but former Jets cornerback DJ Reed signed with the Lions today for 3 years and $48 million. What do I say for that, ladies and gentlemen? Here's what I say. DJ Reed got a lot of money from the Lions. The Lions are looking to help out that young secondary that had problems, especially in the playoffs last year. I almost said Super Bowl, but in the playoffs against the Washington Commanders. I know they want to bring in a veteran guy that can help some of these youngsters out. DJ Reed is a shell of himself. He definitely lost a step. You saw against last year when he was on the field, when he was healthy with the Jets. I think this obviously helps out some of the youngsters there, but I think he gave him too long of an extension, being that he's 31 years old. I don't know how much time he has left on a football field. And I would say $30 million has to be guaranteed for him to sign a contract like that. So I think they overpaid for a DJ Reed. The Patriots made 3 moves today, signing cornerback Carlton Davis, defensive tackle Milton Williams, and offensive tackle Morgan Moses. Farewell, Morgan, once again. Thank God. Morgan Moses can't stay healthy every time he comes to the New York Jets. Everywhere else he goes, he plays 15, 16 games. When he comes to the Jets, he barely can play 10. I'm not mad that Morgan Moses, even though the Jets are going to be looking for a right tackle. So I'm not upset about that. As far as the other guys, obviously Carlton Davis is an interesting move for them. I don't know if it's a slam dunk. And Milton Williams, I mean, I don't know much about Milton. I'm going to tell you this. He's not one of those top-end defensive tackles.
They gave him $25 million a year, apparently.
I think they're on drugs.
That's one of those. The guys around him are so good. He gets to collect all the sacks.
Good, he can collect it and then screw up for the Patriots.
Hey, good for him getting that money. But if you got a defensive line with Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis next to you, I'm pretty sure it's those two guys doing a lot of the work. And now you're going to face the double teams you didn't have to face now. And now you're getting paid like you can handle them. I'm a little worried about that.
Yes, Carl, the Bears did get Grady Jarrett, too, and they also signed the ex-Atlanta center.
That's a great move.
Bears are doing very well.
They're doing, they have Johnson. He's a competent guy that understands how to win. And I heard Carl pop right in and he was making fun of the Jets bringing in Justin Fields. I don't know what you're making fun of. I think this is a home run for the Jets. For what the Jets are going to be running, and I know you don't like him because he played for your Chicago Bears, I think he fits what the Jets are going to do. But I don't want to get too deep into that because we just spoke about it for about 40 minutes. The Titans signed offensive tackle Dan Moore to a 4-year, $82 million contract. Tackles get a lot of money. Now, Dan Moore, is he a great tackle? I would say he's in the middle of the batch tackles in the league. But again, it's very hard to find free agent tackles that become available. So the fact that he became available and he was one of the better ones on that board, that's why he got the money that he got, which I think was overpaid. Former Eagles pass rusher Josh Sweat signs with the Cardinals, 4 years, $76.4 million. Slam dunk.
Yep.
Slam dunk for the Arizona Cardinals. A defensive coordinator, a guy over there that's running the organization. I think they're putting it in. I think they're starting to put defensive players in place because we all know there are linebackers over there that have not been in place, aka Jets big guy over there. I think right now Josh Sweat showed that he can play in big spots. You saw what he did in the Super Bowl. You saw what he did throughout the playoffs. He made big play after big play for the Eagles. That's a big loss for the Eagles. It is a big, big loss. And Milton Williams is also a big loss.
Gannon was his DC a couple of years ago when they went last time, right?
Yes, that was a 2019 draft pick. He's been there a while.
So the Eagles lost two important defensive players. I don't know about Milton Williams. Josh Sweat is a big loss. That's a
really
huge
good player.
loss.
When that was the only bet that I actually was like super right about going into the Super Bowl. I was like, the Josh Sweat's going to kill Joe Thuney. I don't care. Joe Thuney's an all-pro guard. He's not going to be able to handle this guy. And Josh Sweat, did he have 3 sacks, 2.5 sacks, something like that? Killed him. It was
he didn't
ugly.
get paid a lot of money either. I thought he's better than $76.4 million.
So it's like 18 change.
18 million for I believe a game-changing pass rush.
That's only a little higher than Bryce Huff, I think.
Yeah.
Not sure what his snap count was of Sweat.
It was higher the last 2 years. He wasn't a full-time starter for the rest of his career.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the thing. He's more of a pass rush specialist, but he's a lot better than what Bryce Huff was. Bryce Huff, I mean, they benched that guy all year basically, including in the playoffs. So
the Browns give Myles Garrett a new 4-year, $160 million contract extension, the most money ever by a non-quarterback. Now it's not a wide receiver, it's a pass rusher. Myles Garrett, as he was talking about being traded, he don't want to be there. He wants a chance to win. It was all about money, ladies and gentlemen. It was all about squeezing whatever he can get out of the Cleveland Browns, a losing organization that are going to continue losing because they make the wrong decisions. Is this the wrong decision? No, he's their guy. I don't know if he is the type of guy that you want to give this kind of contract to that's going to change your team for the better. Even if he gets 17, 18, or even 25 sacks in a season, does this make this team a contender? And the chances of that is none. They don't have a quarterback. They don't even have a running game. We don't even know who their starting running back's going to be this coming year. They don't have anything. I mean, who's their wide receiver? I mean, Amari Cooper's not there anymore. Who's their number one? They don't have a number one. Okay? They don't have nothing. What are you making faces for?
I was trying to figure out who it is. Well, I know Kenny Pickett's their
Jerry
quarterback
Jeudy
right
is
now.
not a number one. He's a number two.
He's
best.
definitely their number one, though.
Yeah,
that's their best guy.
I'm going to tell you, if he's your number one, there's a problem there. Okay, so
if he's your number one, that's why you have number 2 pick overall.
And that's why you are screwed. And honestly, if I were the Cleveland Browns, I'd just trade down and get as much picks as I possibly can, because you're not going to win with a franchise as bad as it's been over the last 25 years. I know, I'm a Jet fan. So this was a terrible move. And Myles Garrett, as much as we saw him at the Super Bowl during Radio Row and he was walking around with his entourage and he looked like he didn't want to be with Cleveland, he got what he wanted. He just wanted the money. And you can't blame him because he's not winning a Super Bowl there. So he might as well cash in. And that's what he's doing, ladies and gentlemen. He's cashing in. Where's Stephen A when you need him? Anyways.
Fighting with LeBron.
That probably. We'll get into that.
I'm super excited about the Myles Garrett thing for the Giants. Because think about what this does now. That means that the Titans don't have to be afraid that the Browns are going to take Abdul Carter with the 2nd pick. So they can safely trade down to 3 with the Giants. Giants take Cam Ward. Browns take whoever they want. I'm sure it'll be entertaining, whoever the Browns
Travis
take.
Hunter.
But it won't be Abdul Carter. And the Titans now can feel safe trading with the Giants to go back down to 3 and get Carter.
The Browns are an organization, and I'm going to say this. The only organization that would be an idiot organization to draft Travis Hunter and make him a wide receiver. Yep. And not put him at corner.
He might be better at wide receiver.
He's not.
Telling you.
He's not. This is an organization that's dumb enough to draft Travis Hunter and put him at the wide receiver.
You know what kind of receiver he is? We were just talking about him.
You think he's a number one in the NFL?
I do think. I think he's a better version of George Pickens in the NFL. That's what I think he is. I think he plays like that. I think he comes back to the ball. Doesn't necessarily have the lankiness, but he is a super athlete. And if you can get that guy competing for the ball,
I
I would love to see it on offense.
He's gonna fail.
Yeah, it'll be funny. You were talking about teams trying to
gonna
trade up
fail.
to steal Shador Sanders from the Steelers. That would be funny if the Browns did that too.
I mean, if the Browns take Shador Sanders at 2,
I agree with you, Jamie Lee. Myles did get the bag a lot. He's
40
got a
million.
sneaky bag.
That's Daniel
40
Jones
million
money.
Yeah,
That's Daniel Jones money.
yeah, that's a
40 million.
quarterback. I mean, that's a quarterback, not a pass rusher. Speaking of, a team that's looking to sign their guys, the Panthers re-signed cornerback J.C. Horn to a 4-year, $100 million contract deal, $70 million guaranteed. The only thing that I don't like about this deal is J.C. really hasn't been healthy since he's been drafted. I mean, he's been in the league for what, 4.5 years? And the guy has been healthy for what, 1.5, maybe
Pretty
2?
much.
I mean, we all know what J.C. Horn is. He comes from a family of good corners. His father played in the NFL. And now this is a guy that everybody expected to be a Pro Bowl player every single year, an all-pro player at least once. And he really hasn't been that. Now, if he stays healthy, he's what you want as your number one corner. But the question is he going to stay healthy? And that's to pay him $100 million and $75 million guaranteed or $70 million guaranteed. You're reaching on that. So I don't like this move for a team that's made a lot of mistakes, including Bryce Young. Now, did look good in the second half of the season at the end of the season with Canales, but is Canales going to develop him enough where you can not be digging or reaching in next year's draft for a quarterback, which is a more predominant quarterback class? As we all know, Arch Manning could be heading into next year's draft. I think Arch plays one more year, even if they win a national championship in Texas this coming year. I think Arch plays 2 years in college. So I don't even think he goes in next year's draft as a quarterback that could be drafted at number 1.
If you can be picked number 1, you're coming out. Like you can only lose value. You have to come out. You can finish college whenever you want.
Arch is going to make a lot of money in college. He's already making a lot of money. He
just got number 1.
He just got a Red Bull contract. All right. And I heard the Red Bull contract's between $5.5 and $10 million, which his uncles got him the contract. And his uncles have all the power in the world to get as many contracts as he possibly can. So I'm going to tell you, Arch doesn't need to come out of college only if the position or where he is sitting works for him. Like if San Francisco completely bombs this year and they're like a top 3 pick, he could push his way out over there to San Francisco and save your guy over there in Shanahan. So, I mean, anything's possible, but not likely. And I think Arch is going to play at least 2 years in college. He already came out and said that he has a lot to prove in college football, and he still hasn't even gotten a chance to do that. 1 year is not enough, I think. And we all know the Manning family. They like to stay in there significant. Eli was in college football for 3, and Peyton was there for 4. So
it was a little different back then, right? But I wanted to get back to J.C. Horn because
they're making money now. Stats. They're making money like that now in college, and it's legal. And at that point, they weren't making nothing. So why would Arch leave college football when he could decide where he wants to go? So
I think you're probably right about that, and I think that he's probably going to force his way to a team. J.C. Horn. If there are 223 cornerbacks that are rated by PFF last year, the Carolina Panthers made him the most highest paid of all of them. How much what do you think he's ranked out of 223, Speedy?
Goodbye for PFF.
Corners, PFF.
12 for horseradish.
He's ranked 86th overall.
Oh, okay.
Because
maybe it was the year before. Okay. But he was high the year before. Okay.
He is middle of the pack in coverage and really good against the run. And like apparently they blitz him a lot. I don't know if they play a lot of cover 2 over there. It seemed like cover 2 type stats.
I never heard of skin flu.
I think he's more. I think that might be it because I just from looking at these stats, it might be a cover 2 corner. I don't really know why you pay a guy like that, though. They always used to say about Richard Sherman for the other side of it. Like he was just a zone corner, right? He didn't play the same way. Josh Norman was a zone type of corner.
2-year wonder.
Right? But it's because he was in a specific defense that made him look good, right? So I really think that the Panthers just keep shooting themselves in the foot. That's such a
I don't care.
There's one other big picture here, Errol, that we didn't talk about, and it's the MVP. The MVP got some big money this today, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
$330 million, a quarter of $1
6
billion
years. Mhm.
guaranteed.
Good for him.
$250 million guaranteed.
Good for
Biggest
him.
guarantee ever in the NFL history. What
I
a
I
deal.
love it. I love it.
And
As
his,
long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
and she's
His
going to be coming
goal
out
is
with a new
definitely being
Hawkeye
taken care
show.
of right now. There's no doubt about it. As he's robbing the Buffalo Bills, and then he's going to be getting married in a very short time. So, hey, listen, this is a great move for Josh Allen. I love this. This is a kid that's been taken advantage of by so many people in the NFL, people yelling and saying he's never going to achieve his goals in the NFL. The only thing he's missed now is going to a Super Bowl and winning one. When he gets a chance to play in a Super Bowl and gets a chance to win one, I think he's done it all. And if he can finally bring a championship home to Buffalo, he'd be a god. They build a statue of him. I feel like Josh Allen hasn't gotten a lot of help over the last couple of years. I don't think they've put him in the right position to succeed. I mean, it looks like he's a great running back, but they don't. Bringing Amari Cooper in the middle of the season didn't really help them. They didn't have a number one all season long, and he makes everybody around him look better than they really are. Okay, I feel bad for a guy like Josh, but now that Josh is making this kind of money, that's going to be even more pressure for him to produce and bring a championship home to Buffalo. But this is a good move for Buffalo. He is a franchise player. He's been the franchise player since he's gone there. And for anybody to say that he's not, and anybody to take shots that this guy isn't a quality quarterback, they're blind. Now, is he the MVP or was he the MVP this year? No. I think Lamar Jackson, as far as the numbers are concerned, he was the better quarterback. But the NFL doesn't like to give back-to-back quarterbacks an MVP. And if they do, they have to have the name Peyton Manning or Brett Favre or Aaron Rodgers. If they're not any of those names, even Tom Brady never won back-to-back MVPs. So it's not likely any of those guys would ever believe that Josh Allen next year will be the MVP of the league, even if he puts up better numbers next year. I expect another person to have a chance to win, or maybe even Lamar Jackson again. So I just think that the NFL was reaching, but I very well deserved. He's a very likable person too. When you watch him on podcasts, when you just see the person that he is, he's likable. You can't hate a guy like Josh Allen. You have a guy that beats up his body, puts his body on the line every single week, plays hurt every single week, and goes out there, win, lose, or draw, and shows you what a champion is supposed to play like. So I love the move. The Buccaneers also re-signed Chris Godwin to a 3-year, $66 million contract, $44 million guarantee. I think this was an absolute steal. Now, Godwin hasn't been healthy for the last couple of years, but when he is healthy, with the tandem that they have over there with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, dangerous. And Baker Mayfield, the guy is the real deal now. He's the real deal. And we're going to have a Buccaneer come on in just a few moments, and I'm sure he has his own thoughts to Baker Mayfield in his conversations with Baker Mayfield over the last couple of weeks or even the last couple of days. I absolutely love Baker Mayfield, and I think Chris Godwin signing a 3-year, $66 million deal. I think it's a good deal if he stays healthy with the weapons that they have over there, including Mike Evans.
Is he going to be ready for next year, Speedy?
Yes.
He's got the ACL.
Yeah.
Yes.
He tore it
It
like
was-
week 5 or
It was in
something.
week 6 in the Monday night game against the
They
Raiders.
said he's running right now.
I think he will be.
He was my
said
best
something.
receiver in fantasy when he went
was
down.
great last year.
What
was
I've heard
awesome.
is he's running and he's practicing again, and Baker's throwing the ball to him right now. So
I love Godwin. Godwin's such a good player. He's a winner. He's already been there. He played with
that's
Tom
a cheap
Brady.
contract.
Earned
contract.
Brady his contract. Earned Brady's trust. They get kind of a discount because of the injury now on him. What a great job trying to surround Baker Mayfield with weapons and keeping guys that have had success together. That's important. We don't see that enough. I mean, the Giants don't want to keep things together that are good and then break it up and keep the wrong pieces and let the one piece they let go get 2,005 yards and get a Super Bowl championship, at least one.
By the way, before we move on, Jeff, you have 5 minutes
Jeff.
for the Patriots.
Jeff, where are you?
Oh, did he? Oh, he hung up. Never mind.
Oh, too bad.
Speedy, you're terrible.
Should we pretend like Jeff actually called?
You want me
and
to pretend I'm Jeff?
All right.
Errol, you're a stupid asshole. That's all I'm going to say. That's it. That's all Jeff will probably say.
And then you'll explain to him why
Oh,
he's
no, he's-
wrong, and then he'll say the
He's
same
coming
thing
back.
again.
Yeah, he's coming back. All right, Jeff. You have 5
Let's
minutes.
see if we're right.
The
Dude,
speedy
what are
slope.
we gonna do with the Jets? They're losing everybody.
Who's dialing up now? Is
Jeff,
that you?
whoever's calling, wait. Jeff's on right now.
What are we doing with the Jets, man? We haven't done a thing. Like, what is going on?
What do you mean they haven't done a thing? They brought in Justin Fields, and
Right,
I
but
expect
we lost DJ Reed.
Um,
We need another receiver.
they
What are we
don't
doing,
need
man?
DJ Reed. They're going to put Michael Carter on the other side, and they have stingers over there that they really like drafting him last year in the 6th round. So I don't think losing DJ Reed hurts them, and they got Justin Fields on a pretty good contract, and it's 2 years.
Best contract in football.
I don't know about
Best
best contract. I don't know about best contract. in
Where else can you
football.
get a quarterback for $20 million?
I don't know about if it's the best contract in football, but it was a good
Where else are you
contract.
going to get a quarterback for $20 million?
We'll see how he plays this year under that offense. So
He's going to be great. He's going to be playing Matt.
all right, can we get into it without your stupidity? What do you want to talk about?
The Jets.
I don't want to talk about the Jets. I spoke enough about the Jets. I don't know if anything is going to work with the Jets until I see it on the field. Everything
It's
that I
gonna work. We got Aaron Glenn.
You just made my nipples hard.
We got to get more of those.
we definitely do. But I do believe that Aaron Glenn could be the guy. We'll see how he works with some of the youngsters over there, how they play under his team and the way he likes to run that offense and that defense. If it all works out this year, we can really be very excited for the future with this organization. But we've said this many times. Every single coach that the Jets bring in, every single GM, oh, this looks like it's going to be good, and it all falls apart as quick as it does. I have to see Aaron Glenn in a 2-year stint before I even make my observation on where this team could be in the future. So,
But he's a Jet. He's coming home. He's one of us.
that's
He's
the only thing I like. That's the only thing I like is the fact that the Jets brought in one of their own. They never do that. When was the last time the Jets brought in a coach that was from that franchise? I don't even remember the last time they did that. So,
Well, to be fair, how many?
they
former
brought more
Jets-
Patriots than Jets, okay?
Right, but in fairness, none of their players historically have been any good, so they don't go into coaching, so they haven't had an opportunity. So, like, this is like the first Jet that's coming back, you know?
The only thing I like is that he is a Jet and that he wanted this job. He had a choice between other teams, and he didn't want to leave. He wanted that contract. So I think that says a lot for what we have seen in the past when coaches have turned away from the Jets because they didn't want to work in that franchise or work with that franchise for all the things that we've heard in the past. So I think this was good for the Jets. We'll see how it works for the Jets. I just don't know.
Wish they'd done more in free agency, like they have.
There's still free agents out there. It's only been 24 hours, and we're talking about free agency already. There's a lot of good players still available, buddy. There's a lot.
No, there is, but most of the top ones go in the first day.
Yeah, but there's
like
still a
everyone
couple of
wants-
good ones. There's still a couple of good ones still available.
I mean, I guess, what are we doing at right tackle without Morgan Moses now?
There are other right tackles that are available, veteran right tackles right now.
He wasn't any good last year.
It
Who
wasn't
cares?
good last
Who
year.
cares? Anybody could be as good as
He
him.
wasn't very good last year.
Mhm. Could stay
He
healthy.
wasn't.
He never stays
Replacement
healthy.
player.
Yeah, he's definitely a replacement player.
But the problem is, it's very
Half the
thin
team is
for-
always
for-
replacement players with the Jets.
It's really thin at tackle though in this free agent class. That's what has me worried. Like,
That is true.
are they going to try to get Cam Robinson?
They could, but he's another one that scares me because the guy he doesn't stay healthy. So I remember him with the Jaguars. He couldn't stay healthy with the Jaguars. Why would I even think that he'd stay healthy with the Jets? Nobody stays healthy with the Jets. As a matter of fact, the Jets have had more offensive line moves in the last 3 years than any team in NFL history. I mean, seriously, it's been horrible for the Jets. I'm not going to bet that whoever they bring in is going to fit and help the Jets move forward as an organization. So I have to see how everything falls together in the draft before I make any thoughts to where the Jets are going to be this year.
Right, but free agency sets up the draft. Like you can see already what's going to happen in the draft because of free agency. Like if you look at New England's free agency, they went and got a corner, a defensive tackle, an edge rusher, a linebacker, right? So now you know they've covered that many positions. They're either taking wide receiver, which they just signed Matt Collins, so maybe not wide receiver. So that just leaves left tackle. Patriots are drafting left tackle at 4. End of story. Like everyone's free agency sets up their draft.
Oh yeah.
So you can already see what the draft is probably going to end up shaking out to be. That's how I predicted the first 9 picks in the draft last year.
That's right.
Well, you did. I mean, me and you were always on point with our arguments with the draft. But you know more about the NCAA because you follow college football religiously.
Right, but you don't go inside. Like, let's just say I'm assuming Fashanu is going to play left tackle for us next year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So when the draft gets to the Jets, are they going to go, fuck it, Kelvin Banks? No, they already have a left tackle. They don't need another left tackle. So they're not just going to double up on positions like that because he might
maybe they move Kelvin Banks to the right tackle. Maybe that's where they go.
Yeah, you generally don't do that with guys, though, you know?
I'm interested to see what the Jets are going to do. Yep. Speedy. I absolutely interested what the Jets are going to do at the tackle position. They can shift. Now, I do believe Tippmann is more of a guard. If they go that route and they move Tippmann to that guard position because his PFF was so high when he was playing guard his rookie season, they go after a center in a second or third round, and then they go at maybe they bring in a tackle in the first round and really solidify that offensive line. So
they might, but they're not going to draft Kelvin Banks there because Kelvin Banks is a left tackle, not a right tackle. You generally don't want to draft a guy and make him change positions.
Well, Fashanu played right and left tackle over there in Penn State. He played multiple
positions. Didn't change positions.
Maybe you do that.
Both.
Well, Fashanu throughout the preseason last year was playing right tackle. So maybe you move Fashanu there.
Will Campbell, but you wouldn't take Will Campbell and then make Will Campbell your right tackle just to start, right? Like he might come in and be a left tackle and be terrible and go, oh, screw it, let's try him at right tackle because he's terrible at left tackle. But that's how you know you've screwed up your draft pick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but you can move them into guard sometimes, which is what we should have done with Mekhi Becton. Terrible right tackle. They should have put his fat ass.
I know. And I said I mentioned it many times. They shouldn't move him to the guard position, and the Jets struck out. That was Joe Douglas's fault, and that's why Joe Douglas doesn't have a job right now with the New York Jets.
Zach Wilson.
Yeah, and that too. All right, Jeff.
Best quarterback in that draft.
Thank you, Jeff. We love you. Thank you for calling.
Hey, Zach Wilson just got another job.
He did. Yes. Congratulations to him. Maybe he wins the job.
Unbelievable, huh?
Yeah, listen, maybe you become his center. I would love to see you be his center.
Buddy, he's going to be starting for that team by week 3.
The only thing I like about Zach Wilson is the women he dates. Okay? That's about it.
His mom's pretty hot.
I don't really look at it, but his girlfriend, his fiance, looks pretty damn good too. So,
but he's going to be. You just wait. He'll be starting by week 3 when 2 is on the ground again, throwing up gang signs, not knowing where he is. Right? Wilson's going to end up being the quarterback.
Bible signs, not gang signs.
But yeah, dude, he was speaking sign language.
Poor Tua, man. That's wrong. I mean, he definitely got his ass whipped, man. I feel bad for that guy. That guy's one concussion away from, being done with his career as far as a football player is concerned.
No, dude, he ain't quitting because that's too much money to give up.
Yeah, well, maybe isn't in his contract that if anything happens to him that he gets 90 million of it or 100 million of it?
I'm sure there's some guarantees in there and stuff, and I'm sure there's like a buy for the Dolphins too.
I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that. $100 million. Yeah. I mean, Adam Gotsis, we're going to get him on. I'm sure he doesn't care about $100 million. Maybe he'll share it with us. He'll share that money with us. I don't know.
I mean, it's a lot of money, dude.
It is a lot of money.
Good for him.
I'd like to be like Scrooge McDuck and I could swim in that money. That would be cool.
That's the pool we need to start, right? We all need to throw in some money and pick a date when Zach Wilson is finally starting for the Dolphins because it's tough. Has Tua finished the season?
Not for a while. He can't stay healthy. In the last 3 seasons, he hasn't stayed healthy. So,
and he entered the league hurt because when he got drafted, he had the hip thing, so he didn't even start his first year until like week 6 or something, right?
It's a shame, man. It's a shame. I know you don't like him.
love it. No. I mean, dude, I've always thought he sucked, like always, and I'm being proven right over and over.
Yes.
Right? But as a Jets fan, it's great.
Stop with the Jets fan crap. You're not a Jet fan. All right,
I am
Jeff.
a Jets fan.
All right,
And
Jeff.
I love to watch the other teams in our division burn to the ground.
Thank you,
How
Jeff.
many interceptions does Sauce Gardner get this year? And Zach Wilson is their quarterback.
3.
30.
Thank you, Jeff.
Jeff, we gotta go. We have a guest.
Jeff, thank you.
All right. Best wishes to Garrett Cole.
That makes Fish so happy. Oh, man. Let's go. We'll go do a golf clap, and then we're going to get our special guest in. So we'll go to our golf clap of the day.
This deserves a golf clap.
No doubt.
Golf clap. Golf clap.
The golf clap of the day goes to, oh, you guys are going to like this one, the L.A. Lakers, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I'm going to give my golf clap to the L.A. Lakers. Why, may you ask? Well, it's pretty simple. LeBron James, or the LJA, the LeBron James Association, as the Lakers have come out and said multiple times that the Luka Doncic trade changed the franchise for the better. Well, my golf clap goes to the Lakers organization for giving us a stinker from it. The reason why? Because it didn't change anything. Because LeBron James and the Lakers had a game plan. And what was the game plan? To rob Dallas for Luka Doncic. And by the way, since Luka has come to the Lakers, I don't know, he's practically a triple-double machine, okay? It makes me sick to my stomach. I didn't want to get to the LeBron James and Stephen A. Smith. We'll get to that a little bit later. But my golf clap goes to the Lakers and their bull crap, because you know damn well they're in cahoots with the one and only LJA, the LeBron James Association. So my golf clap goes to the LA Lakers. Thank you. Thank you to the Lakers. Thank you for ruining our lives for another 10 years as we got a chance to watch Luka Doncic wear the yellow, purple, and white. So makes me sick. And by the way, I love purple is my favorite color. And just watching this Laker organization just ruin the game over and over and over again just tells me one thing. The NBA is a drawn-up business that is only planning to do one thing, and that's bring home champions for LeBron and Steph Curry so they can break Michael Jordan's numbers of winning championships. That's all. So we can compare and contrast who the greatest NBA player in history is. When it's not even close, Michael Jordan's the greatest. That's it. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, he's been waiting calmly and patiently, as he probably thinks we're nuts. He already knows that we're a little nuts, but nevertheless, he's been waiting patiently. We will be talking to Tampa Bay Buccaneers defensive tackle, our friend Adam Gotsis. But first, our Sports Minute with the one and only Tommy Poops.
This is the Joba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right. We are back. I am Scoops with some scores. But first, NFL free agency is in full swing. And boy, Jeff already mentioned it, but Errol just loves this move because starting off with some NFL stuff, former first-round Jets QB Zach Wilson will be joining the Dolphins on a one-year deal. Now, Wilson was most recently on the Broncos last season, but now will be backing up starting quarterback Tua Tagovailoa. Now, Tua's history of injury is very prevalent, so Wilson will very likely see the field next season, but in a Dolphins jersey. Now, speaking of the Broncos actually just made a very big defensive move, bringing in starting linebacker Dre Greenlaw. Now, Dre Greenlaw only played 2 games last season after returning from a torn Achilles that he suffered in Super Bowl 58 against the Chiefs. Greenlaw will actually be improving the Denver's linebacker core on a 3-year, $35 million deal. Now, to wrap things up over here in LA, the Rams will cut Cooper Kupp now after acquiring veteran wide receiver Devontae Adams just yesterday. The Rams they were hoping to trade Kupp, but will probably end up cutting him on Wednesday when the new league year starts on Wednesday, March 12th. Kupp actually finished last season with 710 yards, 6 touchdowns, and in just 12 games. Now it's time for Scoops to Scores. We're over in the NBA. I can tell you that the Nets have a 1.64-63 lead over the Lakers with 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Also in the third quarter with 5 minutes to go, the Hawks have an 83-70 lead over the 76ers, while also in the third quarter with 3 minutes to go, the Celtics have a dominant 83-59 showing over the Jazz. The Hornets have a 67-66 lead over the Heat with 5 minutes to go in the third quarter, while with 7 minutes to go in the third quarter, the Raptors are currently holding a 74-67 lead over the Wizards. Currently in the NHL, the Oilers and Sabres are tied with 2 apiece in the third period, and the Senators have a 1-0 lead over the Red Wings with 8 minutes to go in the second period. And that is all the time I have for you guys right now, but make sure you guys are subscribing to our YouTube at Joba in the Mouth and all of our social media and all of our content on our social medias, all at Joba in the Mouth on Twitter, TikTok, and on Instagram. And that is all the time I have for you guys right now. I'm kicking it back to the boys for their guest on Joba in the Mouth, Adam Gotsis.
Any questions?
This is the Joba the Mouth Show.
As long as she's using dude wife and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good. I'll give you that one.
99% of the world would. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Joba in the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy Petey, and our executive producer filling in for Joba Chamberlain as Joba's father passed away. Joba is now being filled in tonight with the one and only Aaron Fishman. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Joba in the Mouth every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Before we get our guest in, this show is brought to you by the one and only Eye Shaker, and Mr. Gotsis knows all about Eye Shaker. Go to eyeshaker.com and shop all their official license collections from Star Wars and Marvel and so much more. Enjoy your free shipping if you spend over $50 or more. Go to eyeshaker.com and check out all their great products and deals. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get a Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Ice Shaker signed by Mr. Gotsis, well, ladies and gentlemen, you can go to eyeshaker.com. You can send it to Mr. Gotsis, and he will sign all the Ice Shakers you want for a pretty penny. I mean, he's just got a nice contract from the Buccaneers, but we're very happy to have him on. Ladies and gentlemen, for the second time on our show, not at the Super Bowl, he is here. He's getting ready for the season. He's excited, and he gets a chance to play with a guy that played for my lonely, terrible New York Jets, Mr. Reddick. We're now talking to Tampa Bay Buccaneers' new defensive tackle, Mr. Adam Gotsis. Adam, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, fellas? How you doing?
Listen, man. You must be in a really happy mood. You get Chris Godwin, you have Mike Evans, you have a healthy Baker Mayfield, and then you bring in a guy with the last name Reddick. I mean, who's better than you? You should be happy.
No, free agency's been good to us. I mean, to get Godwin back, and then to sign Reddick, that's going to be big for us. I mean, he's going to thrive in Todd Bowles' defense. It's an outside backers style defense. Like he's going to come in, rush the passer, produce big numbers for us. So, can't complain about that at all.
Listen, tenacity is what I would say with Todd Bowles. And he's another ex-Jet. That didn't work out with the Jets except his first year. He had a 10-6 season, and then he goes away to, losing, and then goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as a defensive coordinator and takes over for Arians. And we all know what Todd Bowles has been over there with Tampa. And his defense, which has been elite for the last couple of years, they add you, Mr. Gotsis, and then obviously Hassan Reddick. I mean, you have a tenacious defense, but you know what's interesting about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers over the years is their success. And with Tom Brady obviously being there and winning a Super Bowl and then getting taken over, and everybody was questioning what Baker Mayfield was going to be. His first year over there, he started to produce and started putting up numbers. And then last year, putting up, absolutely sensational numbers and becoming the leader of that organization. What is it like? I don't know if you had a conversation with him. What is it like going to another franchise knowing that you have a quarterback this good?
Yeah, I think definitely the big thing about Tampa is you look at the way they're built, inside the trenches, it's a veteran team, offensive, defensive line, veteran guys there, and then you can add your free agents, add the young guys around that. But the core of the team, the guys that make the ship go the right way is veteran dudes. So for Baker to land there and then to have the success that he's had over the last few years, that's huge. So to walk into the organization and getting taped up next to him pre-practice, like my first day being there. It's a little funny feeling because, being on the defensive side of the ball, he probably knows who I am. I obviously know who he is. But, there's that mutual respect. And just to see what he's done there at that organization and to put up like a season that he had last year, it's only bright things coming for him and for the team. I think a bit disappointed in how it ended last year. Commanders hit that one in off the post off us. But, outside of that, I think, we got a hell of a football team and excited for what this year holds.
So 2 players on the defensive side of the ball I wanted to ask about. One guy, Levante David, who's been there for a while, could be a future Hall of Famer. He's had a fantastic career with Tampa, back for 11th year in the league. And then a guy you'll be playing next to this year in Vita Vea, one of the most underrated nose tackles in the league, a great personality. Have you gotten any interactions with those 2 guys since you've signed over there?
Yeah, definitely Vita. I signed there at the end of last year, so I got about a week and a bit down there with them. Mainly D-line guys is who I buddied up with straight away with. But to see how Levante carries himself, leads the defense, and the pride he plays with, I think he plays damn near every snap and goes out there and leaves it all on the field. So that's the type of guys you want to be in a locker room with. Guys that just want to win, willing to put everything on the line. I think even just watching that playoff game, how hard those guys play. You saw Vita chasing down, Daniels out of this when he was scrambling. You saw Levante just all over the place, and that's what you want, man. So, super excited. The way they run practice, the way the coach, Todd Bowles runs everything. He really puts it on the players. He puts the game plan out there, and it's on us at the end of the day to go execute, and that's what you're looking for. I've been on teams where you kind of have to be babied through the week or babied into game day. And, that just doesn't work, I don't think, in the league. So I'm super excited for what we got building down there and, happy to join what they've already done. And hopefully I can contribute and, get us further into the playoffs than we did last year.
We are talking to Tampa Bay Buccaneers' new defensive tackle, Adam Gotsis. We met him at the Super Bowl. Sensational personality. If you don't remember him, played for the Jaguars for a couple of years and was pretty damn good for a Jacksonville defense that really became tenacious with some of the additions that they had over the last couple of years. And what I noticed when we met at at Radio Row was your size. You're really, really, really tall, and you have a lot more girth than people would obviously see in the picture. You're a big dude. I mean, you're massive. You come from Australia. I mean, what is it like? I mean, obviously coming from a foreign country, you have first of all, you have a very cool accent, and then coming here to the United States and playing professional football with some of these behemoths. And when you look at you, you're a tall, massive guy, but you're not even the biggest guy on your team. What is it like? You're around these monsters. What is it like playing with these guys?
It's crazy because I remember when I was in Australia, I was probably one of the biggest guys in Australia. I don't like to use the word girth like you did, but I was probably one of the biggest guys around. Australia's got a lot of
trying
tall,
to be funny, by the way.
Yeah, tall, athletic guys. That
As
don't
long
really
as
have
she's
that
using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
Yeah. But once I got over to college, man, that's when I really saw it. We had some monsters in college. I'm looking around when I first got there as a freshman, and you're seeing like these seniors and things like that are 3-4 years older than you, and you're like, damn, dude, these guys are just a different breed over here. But it's kind of what you expect as well. Like these guys have been lifting weights, training, eating like crazy since 10 years old. They're obviously developed, and it's only getting better and better, that type of stuff. So fast forward a few years and, you start putting on some size, you get a bit bigger, you fill out your frame a bit more. And I kind of feel like I was a bit of a late bloomer. So kind of I got to, senior year, and that's when I really started like bulking up and putting on the size. And then to get into the NFL, it's now a whole nother ball game. You get in there and there are guys that are not 350 and sloppy, but 350 and look like freaking tanks, you know, and you're kind of just like, damn, dude, I feel bad for those offensive linemen. But yeah, I mean, you know, I get down there to Tampa and Vita's right next to me, and that guy's 6'4", 6'5", 350 plus, and
It's ridiculous.
you know, moves like a beast, and you're just like, it just doesn't, you can't even comprehend it, man. But yeah, I mean, it's the best of the best. That's why it's the NFL. You know, they handpick these guys. You go through all the testing, all the combine stuff, you know, and a lot of it is measurables, you know, because at the end of the day, they're going to teach you the X's and O's. They're going to teach you what they want you to do, but they can't teach you size. So, you know, the guys that are blessed with the size, and it's, you know, all the glory to God that we are picked, you know, to have these measurables and size like that, you know, we utilize that talent to our fullest ability and go out there and put on a show for our fans, for our team, for our community.
Speedy, it's all about size. You understand that? It's all about size, girth, length, width. You got what I'm saying here?
I'm about to reference that.
I mean, the girth. You have to understand.
Excuse me.
He's long
I
and he's
want to use
lengthy.
the word girth.
Well, girth. I mean, it's thick. It's thick.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm aware of that.
Very thick.
He had a good discussion about size. I'm very aware of that. And I wanted to mention going thickness. Once he's done goofing around with the soundboard, I'll ask my question. So I wanted to ask about like the backstory with the growing up in Australia, because we've had Darren Bennett on the show, who's a longtime punter. We had him on a few times, and a lot of the Australian players that came over were either kickers or punters. But obviously, Jordan Mailata, who just won a Super Bowl with the Philadelphia Eagles, also from Australia as well. Like, how is it different growing up as a bigger guy, an offensive or a defensive lineman? What is your backstory like, right, growing up in Australia, getting into football?
Yeah, so growing up, man, I basically played any sport I could. So I grew up playing Aussie rules football, which is basically punting, which is why there's so many punters that come over. But yeah, grew up playing Aussie rules football, basketball, soccer, literally anything I could play. Like that's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to play sport, man. Cricket, I played everything. So when I got to about like 15 years old, I was playing like representative, like footy, we call it, Aussie rules football. I was playing that, and then that game kind of changed where they started getting away from the big, like bulkier frames, and they wanted big guys that could just run like 10 miles a game, you know, and I wasn't running no 10 miles. So I was like, I need to make a career change. So I kind of tried to pivot and, you know, started looking into more rugby and things like that. And then as I was looking into rugby and trying to find that is where I found like literally like my mum found a flyer for American football on the internet of like a local like rec league team. So I was like, screw it, let's go down there, check it out. We just got like Madden. I think it was like Madden the Madden 06, I think it was. So me and my brother were playing some of that. You know, I think I'd watched like 2 or 3 college football games then. And I was like, let's go down there. So, you know, me and my brother went down there, and in Australia, like the age groups, it's like under 14s to under 19s is like one group. So like I remember we got down there, I was 15. I'm literally sitting in the car with my mum and brother, and I'm seeing these dudes walk down there with like full beards and shit. And I'm just like, I'm not getting out the car. Like, screw that. So my brother actually convinced me, because he was like 18 at the time. He's like, you know, I'll come down there with you. I'll check it out, because he was pretty interested in the football. So I was like, my brother's going, I can go. So, you know, I've got to give him a lot of credit, because without him, I probably wouldn't be playing football. So I went down there and just fell in love with the game, man. I realized like football's such a sport where like, regardless of body size, speed, all your attributes, there's a spot for you on the field. And even if it's just kicking the ball, there's a spot for you there. So, you know, I just fell in love with that aspect of it, and the camaraderie, and how every position and every play is so important on each play. And, you know, I've always been a team guy. Always growing up, it's always been about team first, and football like puts that on like a magnifying glass, you know, like if you're not about the team, it's really hard to have success. So I've just always put the team first and tried to give my best to have the best, you know, team result. And, you know, that's always been real beneficial for me. And, you know, that kind of got me through my progression. And then I want to say when I was about 17, one of my coaches that I had, he kind of was like hosting these all-star games where there were American kids coming over that just finished high school. And it was basically like an all-star game for guys that, you know, they wanted to travel. And they'd kind of mix like these Aussie guys into teams with some American guys and play like an all-star tournament. And after that, I kind of played against these American dudes, and I was like, damn, I'm actually doing pretty well against them. So, I was like, then that coach and me started like thinking together, like, maybe college could be a potential option, and yeah, he kind of like steered me on my way and mentored me a bit through that and put me in touch with some good people in Australia to help get in the weight room and start, conditioning my body for what it takes to get to the college level. And yeah, about 2 years of that, I was just like, I finished high school and I was like, he kind of told me, like, if you go to university in Australia, it's going to start your like eligibility clock. So basically I finished high school and I was just like, I just need to get a job somewhere and start making some money. So I got a job at like the local gym, and that way I had a free gym membership and I could work out for free and make some money. So just did that for like a year and a half. And then eventually, like, I was at a point where I'd made some money. I hadn't really got any real interest from like colleges. I remember going through like the NCAA website and just like going to these college pages, trying to find like the recruiting email address and just sending like blast emails. And I probably sent like 300 emails with like no reply. I think I might have had one or two replies. But I mean, back then it was like, there was no like huddle. There was no, these websites where you can upload stuff to and these coaches all have access to. There wasn't even Twitter, I don't think. So it was like, I'm literally sending a link to like these homemade like cut-ups of like me working out and hoping someone noticed. And yeah, basically a year and a half of that. And then this coach actually had a connection to Georgia Tech. So I think Georgia Tech reached out to him looking for like a punter or kicker. And he was like, I don't have any of those, but I got a 6'4", freaking 300-pound 19-year-old that can play pretty well and is pretty athletic. And before I knew it, man, I was on a plane to Atlanta, and me and my parents went over there, and yeah, fell in love with the school. And I kind of just told myself, like, shoot, this is a chance to get a 4-year education and to further my athletic career. So grabbed it with both hands and went for it.
It's so funny. You mentioned team, magnifying glass, and now grab with both hands. What does that spell, Speedy? What does that spell for you,
having way too much fun in your head.
I mean, I'm just thinking. We were talking about girth, and now we're talking about magnifying. That sounds like more Speedy,
You see where
grab
his brain,
with both hands.
See where his brain goes.
I do. It's
Yeah,
late,
she's
man.
using my
It's
brain.
late.
Oh, by the way, we are talking to Tampa Bay Buccaneers defensive tackle Adam Gotsis. By the way, fantastic personality and a guy that's very patient. I was very surprised because we were interviewing one person, and it was actually, I'm not sure, was it Prince Amukamara or somebody? And it was somebody before you, and you actually stood there and waited. I was very impressed with your patience because most people would be like, screw this. I don't want to dump on with them.
Nah,
and then you
man.
get a chance, but you were fantastic, and that's something that you can't teach. Patience is, and that's key with sports. If you don't have any patience, you're not going to figure out. Obviously, when you're at the line of scrimmage and you're trying to figure out a play or figure out what are they going to do against me and how I can use my hands or my feet to get to the quarterback. What is it like when you're standing at the line and it doesn't matter? You could be against a 350-pound, 6'6" offensive lineman, or you could be standing next to an all-pro center where you can't get to. What goes through your mind when you're at the line of scrimmage and you're trying to get to the quarterback?
Yeah, I think, shoot, at that point, all the preparation through the week, you just got to, if you're not prepared, it obviously makes it a lot harder. But once that preparation comes in and, you've put that work in through the week, when you get to game day, these people, like, I just see them all as like blank faces, they're just like in between me and where I'm trying to get. So, typically the way the play works is like we get the play call from the linebacker, they'll give us our call. And then you kind of start deciphering. You go through your keys. Okay, where do I line up? Okay, this is the type of guy I'm going against. Might take a little bit of a wider lineup. Depends on the down and distance. Am I going to line up a bit tighter to him, off the ball, close to the ball? What's his stance telling me? What's the backfield telling me? What picture are they painting for me to analyze? And all this stuff's happening in like super speed seconds, like in our minds, you know, because there's the game clock that's ticking down for them. But you know, it's like, okay, you got to analyze, like, let's just say it's 1st and 10. They're in 12 personnel. Where's the running back? Where are the tight ends? How have you seen that picture in the tape that you've watched, in the practice reps that you've watched? What plays do they run out of those formations? And then what's the guy in front of me telling me? Is he light on his hand? Is he heavy? Are the splits tight? Are they in 2-point stances? You know, are we kind of
My
looking for
head's
emotion?
spinning already. How can I
Yeah.
deal with this? I'm like, yeah, you're doing this, you're doing that, you're seeing this, you're seeing that. I'm watching
Yeah.
my film. I'm lost. And then I'm standing
Yeah.
at the line of scrimmage with, 4 other big men, and then these behemoths, these 5.
Yeah.
And by the way, these offensive linemen are not human. I mean,
Yeah.
they're 6'6", 6'8", 350 pounds, can run like a cheetah. I mean, some of these
Yeah.
guys are just insane. I don't know how you could think of all these things and not
Yeah.
worry about the guy in front of you. I mean, seriously.
It's just the repetition, man. I mean, you see it in practice all the time. You see it on the film. It's like there's times out there where you've literally like seen the play like 10 times on film before. Then you've had those 10, 15 reps in practice of it. You've walked through it. That way, when you get to the game, it's like, okay, now it's like full go. I know where I need to be. He knows where I'm going to be. And then it's just a battle of will and a battle of skill. Like, it's okay, is he going to move me or am I going to move him? Am I going to be in my spot, which my defense is relying me to be on? Or is he going to move me out of my spot and then there's going to be a hole there? So, you know, you got to take pride in your job, and that's not only on the game, but it's through the week. You know, it's getting your body right, it's studying, it's doing all the right things to make sure that when that 10-second play comes, you know, you're locked in and you know what you need to do.
So I talked to you about this after the interview at the Super Bowl, and you played with a guy that's been on our show a lot in Foye Oluwakin when you were in Jacksonville. He's been on our show a few times. And
We love him.
Yes.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Obviously, that great playoff year in 2022. You guys come back to beat the Chargers the way they did. Came back in season to win the division, too.
Yeah.
So what was that
Yeah.
whole season like, your experience in Jacksonville? Also traveling a lot internationally to England as well.
Yeah, I love my time in Jacksonville. I mean, it was literally like a second birth for me, man. I mean, I got drafted Denver. You know, I was tore my ACL my senior year in college, got drafted there. So it kind of took me about a year before I started getting my feet like back under me. I felt like everything was coming so quick that first like year. It was just like, damn, dude, they just came off the Super Bowl as well, so that they weren't slowing up. They're thinking we got to go back. So it was, and that was an all-time, you know, pro defense. It was like so many guys there probably going to end up in the Hall of Fame, you know. So it's just like you had the whole no-fly zone. You had Von Miller, DeMarcus Ware, like there were just dudes everywhere. So
Crazy.
you know, Derek Wolfe, you know, so many guys just everywhere. So I was just like, damn, I'm just trying to soak everything up, coming off this knee, trying to fix everything, get better, get healthy, and then. You know, those next few years, we didn't play bad defensively, but we just couldn't get it all, the whole team to, you know, contribute and do what we needed to do. And then I tore my ACL my contract year in Denver, my last year off my draft contract. And then that was the year COVID happened. So it was almost like tore my ACL, COVID happened about a month later. And then I really had like 6-7 months before everyone was back in, you know, camp. And you know, I kind of saw that as a blessing. You know, no one was at OTAs because of the whole COVID thing. So, you know, no one was really getting better as a team. So I felt like, okay, this is kind of like a chance I have to really just focus on this rehab, get myself healthy. And then, you know, I remember when Jacksonville called, they had just lost Calais Campbell. So, you know, he plays kind of that 5 technique, 4 technique, 3 technique, similar to me, big, tall, long guy. So I felt like I could kind of slide into that role there. And, you know, I think our first year we went 1-15 and it wasn't great. And then drafted Trev, you know, had a couple good years after that. And then, that playoff year, man, it was like we literally got to the point in the season where it was like backs were against the wall. You know, the fans had turned on us. Everyone had turned on us. No one was expecting anything, but we literally just came together as a team, man. I remember we had a couple player meetings at about that midpoint of the year. got to shout out my guy Dewey Wingard on that.
I thought you didn't say Blake Bortles, so please.
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
Blake
Dewey.
he gives me a headache every
Yeah,
time I hear his name.
Dewey Wingard, stepped up. Foye, some of those key guys, Rayshon Jenkins, all stepped up on defense and kind of like got us to band together, man. And I think those last 8 games, we like almost led the league in turnovers, and defense started flying around and giving the ball back to offense in good positions. And I was playing some special teams, and we had Jamal Agnew popping big returns, and I think he went to the Pro Bowl that year as a return guy. And so it was just like everyone just like dropped their nuts and just said, all right, we've got to figure out a way to win games.
Here we go, Speedy. We had magnifying. We got use 2 hands and drop your nuts.
And
who's better than you?
And then, we get to, I think we end up beating the Titans, who we hadn't beaten like 3 or 4 years. Had to beat them and end up beating them last game of the regular season to get in. And then first playoff game, we go down 31-3 or something. I think it was like going into the half. Wasn't great. And then same thing, we just did what we've been doing all year. We just had that belief where like it didn't matter what the score was, didn't matter what it was. It's like line up and play the next play, and whatever happens, happens. And shoot, before we know it, it was like we started rolling on these boys and they didn't know what to do. And, it's kind of how football goes. It's never over till it's over. And, we just took that season with both hands, and like I said earlier, and it was great, man. It was great to be part of that team. But last year, kind of they changed the whole defensive stuff, and they ended up releasing me, and I ended up going.
Screw them.
No. I was all about it, man. I was all about the team and all that. So I was disappointed when they released me, and I don't think enough players like talk about that stuff either. That when you're out there and you're battling for these guys, and you realize that it is a business, and the team's going to do what the team wants to do, regardless of what you've put on the field and what you mean to that team. And I was kind of a bit broken.
Well, you're going to a better team. You're going to a better team. A Jaguar team that's
100%.
falling apart.
100%. Yeah, they had a rough year last year, so I was happy that I wasn't there. But there's a lot of good friends still on that team, and then even just having those conversations with them. I'd talk to a lot of guys through the season, and I kind of felt bad for them, because there were a lot of relationships there that we had that we could help talk each other out of these ruts and do things. But the show must go on. So I'm now down here in Tampa, and I'm looking forward to a great year, man. I think I know the system we're playing in. The guys are great in the locker room. They want to win. They're hungry. We got great talent. So I think it's going to be a hell of a year for the Tampa Bay Bucks.
All right. My brother loved that 2022 Jaguars team. He had a bet with his friend who was a Titans fan, and when you guys came back, you're like 3 games back, and then you guys came back and won that. So he was happy about that. And then me and one of our betting guys, Chaz, who's a Chargers fan, like we always make fun of how the Chargers always fall apart. So your team was great for 2 agendas.
No, we definitely upset a few people, man. I think everyone was kind of counting us out, like I said, and then. You go from the year after that. So we make the playoffs that year. We win every game to make the playoffs. And then the following year, it's like we're in the driver's seat, basically tied for the 1 seed, I think, with Cincinnati at the time. And we lose every game and miss out on the playoffs. And it's like, and then the Titans beat us on the last game to knock us out of the playoff race.
At least you went to the playoffs in the last 15 years. I root for a team that hasn't been in the playoffs in 15 years. So, I mean,
I don't want to beat the Jets to get there.
I'm a team. I'm part of an organization that can't get over the hump. At least every 5 years the Jaguars find a way in, and then they make it. They make roaring sound.
A bit of noise. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they fall apart. Maybe because of bad coaching, or maybe just their quarterback stunk.
And the referee is screwing the 17 Jaguars over with calling Myles Jack down.
Before we let you go, you're in a division where it is wide open. Okay. The Buccaneers, obviously going into the season, has the most talent out of all of them. Atlanta, they're unsure who their starting quarterback is going into the season. They pay a quarterback $100 million, and now they're probably going to the rookie quarterback, the second. Well, he will be considered a rookie if you really look at it, because he barely played. But nevertheless, Michael Penix is going to probably start with Atlanta. I mean, the Carolina Panthers, give me a break. I mean, there's really nothing in that division that really scares me for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. When you look at the talent in that division and where you guys are sitting with the talent that you have, I mean, it's a shoo-in for the playoffs for you guys. What are your thoughts in some of the conversations you had with some of your defensive linemen and in the team so far this offseason?
Yeah, I think it's like that's the expectation, man. I think you know, you look at the last 4 years, they've won the NFC South, and you know, as you were saying, it hasn't been too competitive in that division. You know, the quarterback position for a lot of teams is a key position, and I don't think those other teams have really figured it out as of yet. Not to say that it might not happen this year, but you know, you got to take every opponent with what they got, and you know, heading into any game, any team can win. So you know, I know these boys, they're hungry, they're disappointed the way that last year ended. I think we wanted to go further. I think you know, the way we're playing good football, and just to not, you know, have a great game, that playoff game, it leaves that bitter taste in your mouth and hungry in the off season. So I know the guys are putting in work. I know Todd Bowles expects us to come back hungry, and you know, it's a long season. There's a lot of work to do. So you know, I'm excited to get back around the guys in about a month from now, and get down their OTAs and start building this thing.
You want to beat the hell out of people. And by the way, you are probably in the two worst divisions in football. Think about it. You have the Jacksonville Jaguars division. Besides Houston over the last couple of years, that division's been a debacle. And now you're in another division that's a debacle. I mean, who's better than you? I mean, seriously, you're sitting pretty.
I know. I'm trying, man. I'm trying to get me one of those rings, those big.
You're gonna
rings,
get one.
you know?
You're gonna get one. Just tell
we
Baker.
gotta put in some work.
Just tell Baker, you know, stop ducking and weaving us. We've been on the phone with his agents. We're working on getting him on the show. And then he was like, he's all ready to come. And then all of a sudden we hear, oh, well, he can't go on because the season's about to start. Come on, Baker. What's wrong with you? I've been rooting for you. You're my favorite player in the NFL. Yes.
Yeah.
You have become my favorite player. I love the guy.
After a few of his years, and how the media was dragging him for a bit, I think it's a bit, you know, it might be a bit. Not you guys.
Adam, I've been so good to this guy. I love this guy. I love everything about him. I love his personality. I love his wife going on social media and sticking up for him. I'm a fan of his.
I'll put in a word for you. I'll put in a word for you, man.
Listen,
I'll make it happen.
Yeah, listen, I want you to make it happen. I deserve you, Baker. I mean, I don't want to listen, you got a woman, she'll, you know, but as far as I'm concerned, having a conversation with you on this show and shooting the shit with you would be something that I would enjoy. And we'd have a lot of fun, by the way. Yeah. That guy's got a great personality. Yeah. He really does.
He's an awesome guy, man. He's an awesome guy, and he'd love it, man. So when I get down there in April, I'll put a little birdie in his ear.
Now I love you even more, Adam. Now I love you even more. We gotta come down to Tampa and watch you play live. I mean, that
definitely,
would be
man.
fun.
Come on down, man. It'll be awesome, bro. It'll be
Let's
awesome.
do it.
I appreciate you guys having me on, and
absolutely,
you know, to catch up again from the Super Bowl. And sorry, I gave you guys a bad pick. I thought KC would show up a bit better than they did.
Stop. Listen, you were a home run. You were a first round pick in our eyes. And we love when you come on. And even when we met you over there at the Super Bowl, Nathan introduced us to you. Shout out to Nathan. And just your personality and the calmness that you have for a guy your size and the ability that you have and just your personality. Obviously, your mom raised you right. And you're comfortable in yourself. And that's what I love. I mean, I meet a lot of guys. I meet a lot of athletes. I've been around a lot of athletes. I was an athlete. And I meet some real jerks in the industry. And you just seem more to you're just a down to the earth type of guy that, you know, you can go to a bar and just hang out with you and just talk about other things besides football with somebody like you. I could just tell that.
100%, man. 100%. You know, I'm just blessed to be here, man.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's been a blessing, my career, this journey. You know, I've spent now 15 years in this other country and, you know, just trying to make a life for my kids now and do what I can for the people around me and my community. And, you know, it's just, I take every day with what it gives me, and I live in the present now, and that's all I can do. So, I'm excited for this year. I appreciate you guys having me on again,
Absolutely.
and we'll make it happen down there in Tampa, man. You guys come down training camp or something. We'll make it happen.
We'll work on something. I would love to come down and watch you play. Maybe we'll all fly down there and go watch you play, and then hang out after the game. We'll bring the good wood. We have
bring Baker out.
Yeah, bring Baker out. Well, we got the good wood. I mean, he's woodying his way in.
Yeah.
And then Speedy will use the magnifying glass to find his
There we go.
thing, and then we're all in good shape, man. I mean,
Yeah, there
seriously,
we
we
go.
are. But by the way, I got a drop for you. Ready? Here it is.
You just made my nipples hard.
I like it, man. Hey, we're doing something right then, right?
Well, somebody's got it. I think Joba's nipples
Yeah.
are hard. I don't know.
Errol
man.
can watch Hassan Reddick at training camp too, because he did stuff for the Jets.
Yeah, there we go.
I don't know. Me and Hassan would probably we'd have to stand on other sides because I'm not very happy with the guy. But nevertheless, maybe he's a good guy, and maybe you can build a relationship, and maybe we'll hit it off when we meet. But
We'll make it
we really
happen.
appreciate the time, man, and we'll be in touch with you. Keep up the good work. You're a good dude, man, and your mom. And give a shout out to your mom. We really think that the way
Big
you
shout
were
out,
raised-
Mom. Big
Yeah.
shout out.
Shout
I
out
wouldn't
to
be
Mom.
here without
What's
you.
your
Love
mom's
you,
name?
Mom.
What's your mom's name?
Doxy.
Doxy.
Yeah,
Doxy, you raised a wonderful young man in Adam. And listen, keep up the good work, and we'll definitely talk to you soon, buddy.
I appreciate it, fellas. Thank you.
Adam Gotsis, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second time we've had him on the show. We had him a couple of weeks ago at Radio Row. Nathan introduced us, and just his presence of calmness. It was like Goody was standing there and talking to him while I was doing an interview, and all of a sudden he was just sitting there relaxing. Straight up cool dude, man. Anybody that knows this guy or understands his personality, bring Goody in. Goody's up. But the personality and who he is as a man, he feels it's like he understands who he is, and he's comfortable in his own body, and that's something you don't see in a guy that big and that strong. So I was very impressed with him, and very good speaker too for a guy that has an Australian accent and has only been here for 15 years. It says a lot about who he is and the way he was raised. So I was very happy to find out that he was coming on the show tonight, and I'm rooting for him. I want to see him do great, and maybe let's go down to Tampa Bay. We should all go down to Tampa Bay and hang out. I mean, Goody lives in Orlando, so he's not that far away from it. And Goody shaved his beard. I could tell he shaved his beard, right?
I gave it a little trim. Yeah.
You gave it a trim. Did your woman tell you you needed a trim?
She's like, "What'd you do?" I said, "I gave it a little trim."
Yeah, and you could tell that his nose a little red because he has allergies. So
Bad
he's
allergies.
definitely, the allergies are killing him right now. I mean, he looks like a little Rudolph, right, Speedy?
It's March. That's not Christmas time yet.
What did you
Yeah,
say?
come on.
March? It's March.
It's March,
March?
not Christmas time. Come on.
Well,
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
Exactly.
Say good, now you get to experience Java on the soundboard when he's not here.
I like it.
Don't worry, you'll be back. You'll probably get your
I
own.
got
we are. We're working on that. We're
it.
working on that. That's no doubt about it. All right, let's go. As we have, we've been doing this, and we kind of skipped it because we had our guest on. We do this every single week, and we call this segment "Sound It Out."
Big roll here. Jay Quellen. Where's Jay Quellen at? No Jay Quellen here?
Do you mean Jacqueline?
Let's sound it out.
What you call me?
Sound it out.
All right, guys, welcome back to another edition of Sound It Out. Phonics Schmonics, Errol's got it. Time for the NFL free agency edition. These are guys that have been that are either free agents or got signed to a contract already in free agency. Speedy, if you got any little NFL music for this one, that would be probably the best for today.
No, I think that would be horrible because when I butcher these names, it's going to make me sick to my stomach.
Well, here is your first one.
Oh, easy.
Sound it out.
Okay, he played for the Jets, I'm pretty sure. So, Speedy, you are horrible on the board. Deo Odeyingbo.
That is Incorrect.
Ah.
The internet
Deo.
says
Deo.
it's not Deo, it's Dio.
Dio Idingboa.
Deo.
Me said that. It is Dio Odangbo. Dio Odangbo.
That was close, man.
Close, but no cigar. Moving on
Screw you,
to our
Fish.
next name. Here's a pretty good player. Errol, sound it out.
Talanoa Hafanga.
Let's see. Talanoa. Oh, pretty close. Say it one more time.
Talanoa Hafanga.
That's like 90%.
Country of origin.
Hafanga?
Could you use it in a
Hufanga.
sentence?
Instead of you said ha, it's who. So that's the only thing. We'll give you credit for that one. That was pretty close, Errol. We'll give you that one.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle.
All right, so 1 for 2, batting 500. Moving on to our last one of the day. Here he is. Sound it out.
Oh my God.
God.
Levi Anowuzukreich.
That is incorrect. His name is
I thought you had that one.
Goody, you think you can get this one?
I thought he had it. Levi Onwuzurike.
99% of the world. It's Own Zurike.
Yeah, sure.
It's
Where's
kind
he
of
from?
like the first. Where's he from? The Lions. He was drafted by the Lions.
Second round
And someone signed
They
him today.
always draft the weird names, man. They always do.
Yeah. Anyway, it's been Errol 1 for 3. Not bad. 333 gets you into the All-Star game in baseball. Pretty good job, Errol. Today has been another great edition of Sound It Out.
Man, I'm sick to my stomach, man. That's horrible. How could you actually put me through that and actually make me feel good about myself?
I watched one of those players sign with the Jets.
Honestly makes me sick to my stomach. My senses. Sick to my senses. That's something that I never used before. Look, Goody, I'm fixing up my English. Anyways. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do this every single week. We call this, well, actually, it's the Save Your Tears recap.
Got the new one this time.
Mom, what's one thing that you can't talk to me about?
My sexual fantasy.
You're right, Keith. He is coming out.
It is not ideal, but if it's what means, it is not ideal, but if it is not ideal, but if it is what means.
You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp, Lloyd. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Lloyd, you guys, enough.
It's time for Save Your Tears.
All right. We are back with Save Your Tears. So we've had another pretty good one. Lakers, Pistons, Nuggets, Kings. There was quite a performance in this one. Everyone had their teams this week. Who was it that we had? So here we're going to show you the results right away because he's not here. Owen is a big winner in today. Manny and Benton are interns. Speedy and me keep coming in dead last, basically, in these competitions.
Speedy and I.
Listen, I've always been against that convention.
Listen, he's fixing a teacher's language right here. His wordplay right over there.
Speedy and I would be right. Me and Speedy, I like better than Speedy and I. But Speedy and me is more like mommy and me, and that's kind of like how I was treating it in that kind of format.
Look,
but
I came in second again. I came in second.
Errol, you keep coming in second. So the big one in this one was Nikola Jokic, monster performance, 157.3. LeBron and Luka, almost identical performances. That's just think about the two of them together the rest of the season. Both of them had over 110 and 111 between the two of them. Impressive. Other nice performers, Kevin Porter Jr. Was pretty good. Cade Cunningham was solid. Guys that stunk. Dorian Finney-Smith was terrible. Good thing I picked him. Austin Reeves was trash because Annie intentionally hurt Jalen Brunson, who we'll talk about in a little bit. And Oster Thompson, who I thought was going to be good. Not good. Spoiler alert. Not good. Guys, the way this normally works is we give compliments to the winner, but he's not here. So we owe Owen some compliments next time. We'll get the interns in there for Wednesday's show, and we'll do the whole thing together with a new one, so we can all do a brand new one and this. So, guys, we'll put a little pin in this one, but save your tears. Owen has won twice.
First of all, I want to say something. Okay, everybody keeps giving these guys the wins. All right, and I want to say something because I come in second place almost every single time.
Loser, bro.
If you look at the addition from subtraction for
Buffalo
all the
Bills,
I would be in first place. Am I wrong or right when it comes to points?
You would be great in the FedEx Cup for golf.
There you go. See,
you'd be great in that.
I'd be the winner.
Have like a bunch of second place finishes.
You'd
be like at the top.
Yes.
Yeah, but you haven't got the ring yet.
Listen, I don't need the ring. I've already.
Remember Tin Cup, the movie Tin Cup, where the guy like was just laid up all the time, and like he'd win or he'd come in third, he wouldn't care, and he's like, I got to go for it, and then he like shoots like a 12 or something. Yeah. But it's like the greatest 12 there ever was, and that's how the movie ends. Spoiler alert: that movie was
Kevin Costner,
30 years old.
Hey, listen. The fact
Same
is,
birthday as me.
The fact is that at the end of these competitions, every single month, we should see who wins the month by points. And I bet you I'd be coming in first.
So what you're saying is you want Speedy to compile a leaderboard.
Yes.
Of all of these stats.
Points. Yeah, we can do
it.
It's luck. Come on, it's luck. It really
so not everybody's playing every round. So maybe we'll have to do like points per, like points per game, PPG.
Yes.
Yeah, PPG
percentage. Yes, PP, whatever the hell is PPG.
We'll figure out a metric and we'll run with it. You know?
I want to see who would come in first at the end of the month after we play the game 4 times in a month. I want to see who comes on top. I'm
going to write a letter to Bill James right now to see if he'll figure it out for us.
Well, I don't want to curse on the show, but I really feel up to doing that right now. I don't know. Speaking of cursing, LeBron James and Stephen A. Smith got into a little of a scruffle this past weekend after the Knicks versus the Lakers matchup on Thursday. There was footage of LeBron James getting into a heated exchange with Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith said on First Take that the confrontation was about LeBron not liking his past comments of his son Bronny. Smith said that Bronny was taking his criticism about, LeBron was taking his criticism of Bronny very personal, and that he was acting more like a father than he was of a basketball player. He added that he wished that LeBron would have talked to him privately rather than making a scene at an NBA arena. LeBron also mentioned that Stephen A. Smith previously understood his views about protecting Bronny because Stephen A. Smith is also a father. Bronny has played just 18 games and 4.2 minutes per game this season, averaging only 1.4 points per game. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's pretty simple. LeBron James is a little bitch, and at the end of the game, he wanted to make sure that his voice was heard. So who did he go to? Another bitch, Stephen A. Smith. And then you have 2 bitches complaining about bitchy things. This is very woman-like. Okay, you're professionals. One is one of the biggest, who just got a $100 million contract from ESPN, signed a 5-year deal, making him one of the richest broadcasters in the business, if not the richest, making about $25 million a year. And then there's LeBron James, who is the richest basketball player in the NBA because he owns everything, including the LJA, the LeBron Association, the LeBron James Association. So here's the thing. I go back and I argue my points, and it's pretty simple. LeBron James is a father, and Stephen A. Smith is a father. The problem here is you keep basketball in the game, and outside of the game, you should not be doing in front of people. So Stephen A. Smith is absolutely right, but Stephen A. Smith shouldn't be speaking about that because for years, Stephen A. Smith publicly threw people under the bus because that's how he makes his money, throwing people under the bus. So why should he be complaining about what LeBron James was doing to him when he does it to everybody else? So That's why I think it's bitch-like. Both of these guys bitch and moan, cry about everything, and when they get their money and they get what they want, everybody's happy. And that's the problem right now with the NBA. You have a guy like Stephen A. Smith that could do no wrong, and that's why he's making his money, and he loves to go to the NBA games and show his faces and speak so highly about how great the NBA's product is growing, and then throw the product under the bus because you got guys like Bronny who shouldn't be there. And then you have LeBron James, who believes he's the greatest basketball player of all time, comparing himself and his family, comparing him to the greatest to ever step on a court, and compare himself to Michael Jordan. There is no comparison, and that's why when LeBron James comes out and says what he says, and we've heard Stephen A. Smith say this numerous amount of times, LeBron James will never be Michael Jordan. I think that pisses off LeBron James. And yes, I'd be pissed off if I was LeBron James if somebody's talking about my son. Guess what, dude? If you don't like it, why do you put your son center stage? Why did you force the Lakers to draft him and then expect your son to be force-feeded to the NBA? Your son is not good. Your son is an overrated college player that never got a chance to play. Thank God he's still alive, and my heart goes out to the family. Thank God the kid is still breathing, because what happened to him was just absolutely insane. But to step on an NBA court when you shouldn't be there just because you're LeBron James' son is despicable, okay? This is not like Michael Jordan's son, Marcus, and I think Brian was trying to get to the NBA because of who their father was, and he was the greatest of all time. No, it's Bronny James thinking that he could play in the NBA and compete with the best in the world when he couldn't compete in the NCAA. And LeBron James sitting there and thinking that nobody's going to say anything about him. Well, Jalen Brown did it. Why are you going to come out at Jalen Brown? No, you know why you're not going to come out Jalen Brown? Because you know you're going to bitch out when Jalen Brown's going to go up to you and tell you right to your face, go F yourself, okay? You know Stephen A. Smith's not going to do that because all his information comes from your fat ass. That's the truth. All the information comes from him to you and you to him. You guys like to throw things and throw people under the bus. So you guys are butt buddies. So as far as I'm concerned, it is an absolute joke. The fact that anybody thinks that this means anything, this is a story for people to talk about, including Stephen A. Smith. And that's why he has like 5 million views on YouTube right now because of it. And this is a selling point on why the ESPN gave him so much money. That's the facts. I'm telling you the truth. This is the selling tactic. LeBron James, LJA, LeBron James Association, and Stephen A. Smith, who, by the way, I'm not going to call it ESPN anymore. I'm going to call it Stephen Sports Network. So I'm going to call it the SSN. That's what I'm going to call it. The SSN. That's what I'm going to. So we have the LJA and the SSN now. So congratulations to the two guys that ruin both industries. Thank you very much.
Golf clap of the day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
We'll take that. That was well said. That was well said.
Thank you.
Stephen A. got to make his bread. LeBron James just being a dad, sticking up for Bronny. It makes for good animosity. And look, we're talking about it. So that's what they wanted.
Did you hear what Draymond said about this? How now Draymond and Stephen A. have a falling out because he turned this into a segment on his show and that he shouldn't have been profiting off of LeBron like this. That should have been a private conversation.
Why is he speaking? I know that's another thing. Why is that ass speaking? All right. Why do we have to hear Draymond Green on his stupid podcast opening his fat friggin' mouth? Dude, go play the game of basketball. You suck. Okay. You bring up Jimmy Buckets. You threw Karl Anthony Towns on the bus because he went to take care of his girlfriend's, family member who had cancer. And he's dealing with his own private stuff off the court. And you're going to throw Karl Anthony Towns under the bus because you got nothing good to say? Dude, shut your mouth. You're no good to the league and you're no good to the industry opening it. You hurt the league. And as far as I'm concerned, the fact that he comes out and attacks Stephen A. Smith is shameful because these two idiots sit on the same panel talking and making a love fest of each other. This is ridiculous. That's the problem. I'm tired. Anybody can speak on a goddamn mic. Everybody attacks me on social media. Anybody can go on social media and open their fat friggin' mouths. Why the hell is Draymond Green opening his fat mouth? That guy is a complete lunatic. Stop going on Snapchat. Stop taking pictures of your private areas and stop telling people that you know more than everybody else. You're an asshole. That's what you are. A giant ass. You see this? This is how big your asshole is, okay? And maybe in a few years, somebody will shove it there after you're done with your stupid, ridiculous career, all right? I am so done with Draymond Green. I'm sorry I'm cursing because I don't do this, but it makes me sick to my stomach that I got to listen to this guy and anything that's spoken about the NBA. And by the way, during the football season, this guy had he had his take on the NFL season too. What do you know about football? You know crap. Dude, I would love Draymond Green to come on this show and actually go one-on-one with me and have a conversation about any sport. I'll even talk about cricket, all right? I will talk about cricket with your ass. You are a complete ridiculous idiot. And by the way, for ESPN thinking that they're going to bring Draymond Green in after the fact, and by the way, congratulations to Charles Barkley. Congratulations to Charles Barkley. I got a lot to say about that. Charles Barkley, you sent out a post what Charles Barkley said before the Knicks and Lakers game. And he said about the Lakers. Everybody's talking about the Lakers and the Golden State Warriors and how great they're playing and all this other stuff. How about the teams that are ahead of them? OKC and the Cleveland Cavaliers, what they're doing right now and what they're putting up and the sensational years they're having. And shame on the league and shame on the people that are talking about the old Lakers and the old Golden State Warriors. They're not. He repeats, they're not supposed to be getting all the credit. It's the other teams ahead of them. And he's absolutely right. And that's the problem right now with the NBA. That's the problem with fans. It's become a players' league. Everybody cares about the players. They don't care about the teams. Steph Curry, LeBron James, Luka Doncic, Jimmy Buckets. That's all they care about. And that's the problem right now when it comes to the NBA and why nobody gives a crap about the regular season for the NBA, because of the fact that the Lakers and the Golden State Warriors and the LJA is ruining basketball and moving it in a really bad situation for the future. That's just my
That's why LeBron can't be complaining either. Chandler Parsons, we talked about a few weeks ago, was saying the same thing. Like, why is Bronny, who's averaging 1.4 points a game, playing 4 minutes, stealing attention from all these young players too? It's the same kind of concept. So if you don't want that kind of attention brought onto these national networks and even the second and third tier NBA networks that talk about basketball, like, don't bring on the attention. You're bringing on more attention, LeBron. So you can't be complaining about it too when somebody comes at you with a harsh take about your son only playing 4 minutes a game.
Well, I don't know. Last I checked, LeBron runs the world as far as the NBA goes. Adam Silver seems to try to placate him. They gave the Lakers Luka recently in a way that made no sense. So sure, let his son play, and you can't say anything bad about him when he's not good.
And his son's going to win a ring. His son's going to win a ring because of the NBA giving Luka Doncic. Dude, it's sick. And I don't want to hear it from Keith on social media. I don't want to hear it. You're going to tell me right now that the Lakers are not the favorites coming out of the West? Dude, you are effing blind. You are blind if you think that this Laker team healthy can't come out of the West. It's a ridiculous statement. And as a matter of fact, I'm not going to bet on OKC. No offense to OKC or the Grizzlies or even the Nuggets. Unfortunately, the Nuggets got to deal with Russell Westbrook and his ball hogging ways. And as far as the Grizzlies, John Morant doesn't know how to keep the guns in his pants, if you know what I mean. And then you have another team like the OKC Thunder that choke all the time. It doesn't matter how far they go. They bump into a wall and they can't get over the hump. So, and I expect that again with the OKC Thunder. Somebody's going to go down before the season's over. They're going to lose a big piece. That always happens, and it's going to cost them a chance to go far in the playoffs. Mark my words. Mark it. It's going to be.
Shai might be the MVP though this year.
He is the MVP. Well. He is. He's going to win the MVP. Who cares? I mean, Joel Embiid won the MVP a couple of years ago. What does that tell you? It doesn't sell you anything. Okay.
I did want to, before we moved on from this, or got to a goodie, I did wanted to bring up something I saw earlier today. I was watching some people talking about the Tom Brady roast that happened a little while back. And they said how, Giselle is a public character. So they were allowed to make insults about her because she's a public personality. She's fair game. But Tom Brady's kids with her were not fair game. That being said, this is not the same thing. LeBron's kid is in the league. He was drafted. He's a grown man, bro. He's a grown man. He's in his early 20s. He is a public personality. He is fair game. And for him to come at him like an AAU parent, like going after a coach, like on the sideline, was out of control. I've been on those sidelines where parents overstep. It is the least fun thing that you can have ever happen to you as a coach. Besides being fired. Like it's literally the worst thing. I've seen it when I was an assistant parent, the running back's parent runs onto the field. It causes a whole fracture of the coaching staff. I've had kids charge the field. We've had to have games suspended. There's crazy stuff that happens out there, and
that's just terrible coaching.
Well, I would say institutional problems sometimes, just like you say in baseball, right? It's not always the coaches, it's the ownership, or in a lot of cases, public school systems in New Jersey to not exactly put football first. Let's put it that way. And we did whatever we could with different coaches every year, but like the relationships were really tough. And then as an assistant, because you work at the school, you just go through bad administration after bad administration. And you see, guys like, oh, well, I've won here. Yeah, you won in a place where everything was set up nice for you. How about where there's like hypodermic needles and condom wrappers on the field where you're practicing?
Well, sounds like a fun time.
We were, with like Dutch wraps, like over here.
You in the freaking precinct playing football with juveniles?
This is Bergen County, New Jersey. It's supposed to be nicer, except everyone shines shit up and calls it gold, man. It's everywhere. It's absolutely crazy. The stuff you guys have in Florida, when I moved down, like the school I worked at in Jersey, it looks like a prison compared to the schools in Florida. The open campuses in Florida, you wouldn't believe it if you've never seen it. Coming from where I'm from, like I didn't even know that was a thing. It's just so much nicer, and it really is. But I'm just getting back to Stephen A. Like Stephen A. is crazy. We know that. LeBron's crazy. They have so much money. Who cares? But at the same time, Bronny's fair game. Get out of here, bro.
Yeah. 100%, bro. If you're a professional athlete, I'm sure he's getting tweets every night. I'm sure he's getting all sorts of threats coming at him every single night. His dad's just sticking up for him, dude. But at the end of the day, he's a grown-ass man, dude. He's a grown-ass man playing in the NBA. Of course you're going to get hit, bro. You're going to get hit every now and then. This is part of it.
No, I'm not.
Hey, listen. We're talking about it. It's exactly what they wanted, regardless. Any publicity's good publicity. So, here we go. Wasted my breath on a LeBron James, Stephen A. Smith, two people I care zero about talking. Let's get to the next one.
I will say this for anybody that's writing stories through all this craziness with LeBron James and Stephen A. Smith.
First, I want to know if LeBron James is at the Diddy parties. We know he was.
We
need to know that first. That needs to come out first before we get talking about him.
Not the Diddy parties. Come on. He's a wholesome figure, Errol.
Oh, yeah. Oh, good for him. So is everybody else at those parties.
Well,
I guess.
We have a segment later tonight called
he's a
Dial
real
It Up.
wholesome.
There may be something about Diddy parties in that segment. It's the only hint I'm giving you.
The only thing I'm dialing up is LeBron James kissing Stephen A. Smith after this whole conversation. I mean, that's what's going to happen. Give it a week, and these guys are going to be making out with each other behind the scenes. Blah, 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 blah. Give me some lip action. Give me some tongue action. Blah, 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 blah. That's all I'm going to say. That's what's going to happen.
Before this gets
tongue aaction.
Before this gets further out of hand,
give me a kiss, LeBron. Oh, you just made me $25 million a year, baby.
There you go.
$25 million. Because LeBron James has everything to do with Stephen A. Smith getting that contract, okay? Everybody else can sit there and watch this guy just make millions and millions of dollars sitting there and talking about the rubbish that comes out of his mouth. No offense, Stephen, but the crap that comes out of your mouth makes me sick to my stomach. Listen, I would rather swim with sharks than listen to you speak on a mic, okay?
Would you rather suck the head of a crawfish?
Absolutely. I'll suck
Wow.
whatever you want instead of listening to
Whoa.
Stephen Smith. Yes.
Hey
In
now.
every kind of way. Yes.
You need to go ahead and clip that one for a drop.
Listen, I'll
Yeah.
even spit at it too.
Whatever
I'll even
you
spit at
What,
it.
243 right now?
That's
Let's save that one right there.
Listen, somebody's got to give it up. And
Speedy, is that Keith on the phone?
It is Keith on the phone.
How wonderful. Let's hear it. Keith, what's up?
Hey, first of all, aren't I the one who told you and Speed that JJ was going to be a great coach, and you both said I was ridiculous and went off on me?
Does it really make JJ a great coach?
Hold on. He before Johnson got there, he's having a great year coaching. You know he is.
Yeah, no, he's been
maybe
good.
you're wrong.
He's been good. I wouldn't say great. I think he's good.
He hasn't been great.
Great is a stretch. I think. I would
No
say
way.
good.
You're
I would
the
say
only
good.
guy saying that. He's been great. Well, defensively, what he's done with them has been amazing. Come on, you can't admit that.
You're going to compliment JJ Redick on his defensive skills? The guy never played defense in his career. And you're going to compliment him?
That's about his coaching.
Get out of here. It's not him. That's not him. It's LeBron James running that organization.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
LeBron didn't know Gotsis was going there.
Really?
Have you noticed?
So hold on one second.
said it.
You're going to honestly, dude, it's a lie. If you honestly
you know that,
believe
Errol.
that he didn't know that Luka Doncic was going there, that's a lie. That's a lie.
Is JJ doing
If you want to give him credit for Luka Doncic, yeah, he's doing a great job.
No, not for Luka Doncic. Fuck Luka Doncic. Has he done a great job before Luka? Luka Doncic is shooting like 25%. He's playing like shit.
Really?
You're overrating him right now.
I'm overrating the best player in the league right now. Him and he's the second. All right, he's the second best player in the league right now. Okay.
Jokic is the best player by far, and Alexander is the second best player.
Shai Alexander's having a good year. You're going to tell me that he's better than Luka Doncic in the last 3 years? You're going to tell me he's better than Luka Doncic in the last 3 years? Yes or no? Yes or no? Is he better than Luka Doncic in the last 3 years? You're a liar. You're a cheat. Stop lying to us. Listen, I can wipe my ass, but I'm not going to wipe my ass with that.
You don't have a clue.
I have a clue. You're going to tell me that Shai Alexander is a better overall player than Luka Doncic. You're on drugs. Whatever you're smoking, send it over to me. I need to take a puff of that.
Errol, how's their defense compared to each other?
What do you mean, how's their defense?
Alexander's a great defensive player, too.
Oh, yeah, he's wonderful.
He is.
He's wonderful.
He's an excellent defensive player.
What was their defense? What was their defense ranked last year before they? What was their defense ranked last year without Harnstein?
Who cares about last year?
Harnstein, whatever his name is.
Errol, I'm telling you right now, if anybody in the NBA had a choice to pick first, every GM would take Alexander over Doncic.
Well, I think they're out of their minds. Because what is Shai Alexander? What did Shai Alexander do in the playoffs with the teams that he's had?
So what?
What has he done? It's all about winning, is it not?
Yes, they're a great team.
Luka Doncic has some of the best numbers in NBA history in the playoffs. Right or wrong? Right or wrong? Right or wrong?
Right or wrong? I picked him to go to
right or wrong?
Right or wrong?
You were right about that, but right or wrong? Right or wrong?
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
So?
Okay. So give me a pat on the back on that one. Okay.
Hey, all right. Hey, Errol, I'll bet you right now, with OKC goes further than the Lakers. Let's bet.
What do you want to bet?
Big mouth. Put your money.
What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet?
I'll bet you anything you want.
Well, okay. What Speedy? What do we have to do?
I'm not involved. This is
give
your
me a bet. I got to think of a bet
This
here.
is your bet. Go to give him a bet.
All right. What do you want to bet? 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 What do you want to bet?
I think Errol should have a mohawk. What do you think, Goody?
You guys said the Lakers were going to suck if JJ was a terrible.
I want Earl to get a nipple ring.
Oh, come on. I'm not. That shit
You're
hurts.
defending my pick.
I'm not putting no
Now you're
nipple ring
defending
on,
my
man.
pick.
Put your money where your mouth is.
I've always put my money where my mouth is.
All right, well, put your ring where your nipple is. Let's go.
I'll tell you what. We'll figure it out. We'll figure out a bet, and on Wednesday I'll make the bet with you.
Do it right now.
I don't know what
Let's do
bet.
it right
I gotta
now.
think of something.
Nipple rings.
I'm not putting no nipple ring on. I'm not
All
doing
right.
it.
All right, Keith. He said he'll do a nose ring and you do a nipple ring.
So listen.
No, he's gonna put a ring on his ball sack. How about that?
Yeah. Prince Albert.
Yes, Prince Albert.
You don't
get
have any
soft on
balls?
me.
What happened to
You
your
guys
balls? What happened to your balls?
You know I don't. You know I got.
Oh,
you
that's
know I'm a
right.
woman.
That's right. You
I was
are.
born with my mother's penis.
You're a
I told you
hermaphrodite.
that.
You're a hermaphrodite. I forgot about that. Yes. I
Oh,
forgot.
Lord.
Okay, but you know what?
I don't know if you're allowed to say that term anymore.
Who's talking about?
All right, ding dong. Okay, he was born with a ding dong in a line. Okay, all right,
Listen.
ding dong in a line. All right. Here we go.
You guys from up north.
the Lakers have a
Special.
good year, and you guys both said they were going to suck. And JJ was a terrible choice.
Out of a jar.
Both of you.
Out of a jar.
Right? And now you're
Out of a
picking the
jar.
Lakers to go all the way.
Out of a jar.
The Lakers don't have a shot. I think Golden State will go further.
Tender. You're a grown man. All right. I'm going to make a bet with you. We'll think about it over the next day, and I'll make a bet on Wednesday, and I am going to take the Lakers. I will take the Lakers going further than OKC. I'm out of my mind. You're going to be out of your mind when you'll see when it's when it's going to be the Lakers and Golden State in the Western Conference Finals.
Way.
Okay.
I think it's going to be Lakers, and then the second best team is Denver, and maybe if anybody, I don't think Golden State or LA will advance to the finals. If anybody would go, I'll take Golden State over LA, but right now, okay, they almost lost to the Nets tonight.
So what?
To the fucking Nets.
So what?
Okay.
In
Now,
in the playoffs, it becomes a half-court game.
I made a kill on Celtics.
Nipple ring.
Nipple ring. Yeah.
Listen, the Lakers.
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking
and
care of my
about
two-hole, I'm good.
Can I speak?
I'm listening to you.
No, not you. Who's talking in the background?
That was Joba.
Okay, listen. Hey, all I'm saying is, I think. Can he shut the fuck up?
No, nobody talked. Nobody was talking.
I'm talking to the ghost in my room.
Errol.
Okay, listen. I think it is ironic that I said the Lakers going to have a good year. I also said you said they wouldn't make the playoffs.
Yep.
And now look at.
I didn't think Luke. I also didn't think Luka Doncic was going to go there either.
Before Luka, they were easily making the playoffs.
Oh yeah, they were four seed. Yeah, they were.
Dude, do you know in the last 2 years when Luka was over there in Dallas, he went to the Western Conference Finals and the finals with two different point guards? And tell me how far Shai has gone. How far has Shai gone since he's come to the NBA?
To go to the finals last year, genius.
All right.
Remember?
And why do you think they got that far? Because of Luka Doncic. Because of
I'm the
Luka.
only one who picked them. Now listen, we'll see this year, bud.
Okay.
Alexander's definitely. I take him in a heartbeat over Luka.
Okay. That's a bet. That's a bet, and we're gonna make it. Keith, keep listening. We got it.
Wait.
All right. Okay. What's the thing?
Now you're going off on Stephen A. Smith for doing his job. His job is to report and talk about basketball. I'm not saying I love him, but he's not throwing anybody to the bus. It's just like me saying you just threw him under the bus.
I didn't throw him under the bus. I'm speaking. First of all, I threw them both under the bus because I said bus. Under the bus, and I shouldn't use under the bus because you don't want to hear that.
I was under a bus, you
all right.
bastard.
Listen, I know you're the one who said it, so I'm copying you. Okay? All right. So what I'm going to say here is they're both bitches, and I don't want to hear it. Both guys have made. Both of those guys have helped each other out with their careers. So why are they speaking?
Of course. But there's a reason Stephen A. Smith's getting paid the big money. Oh, I thought he was going to be the president, remember? He was going to be the Democrats' choice.
He probably is.
The Democrats are clowns. That proves it. But anyway, all right, man. It was fun talking to you. We'll think of a bet.
Yes. No politics on this show, buddy.
No, the bet is he has to just stay on topic instead of talk about 5 topics.
Smith is their best choice. They got a problem. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Keep listening. We got more to go. We have going. Keep listening, buddy. Keith Runster. We love him. He's ruining it. Get it? He's ruining it.
We love him.
I love him. Speaking of love, ESPN reports that Jalen Brunson will miss at least 2 weeks for his right ankle sprain. The injury occurred in overtime during the Knicks' loss against the Lakers on Thursday, landing on an awkwardly, way, driving to the basket. He stayed in the game to shoot free throws, and then before going to the locker room for the final 24 seconds of the game, the New York Post Stephen Bondi reports that Myles McBride will likely see the majority of the minutes playing at point guard. Josh Hart also told Bondi that the play of the Knicks bench has to be a lot better than it has been after Brunson's injury. Brunson was averaging 26.3 points per game, 7.4 assists per game, and 3 rebounds per game. The Knicks are now 40-22, third in the Eastern Conference, and have a 4-game lead over the Bucks, with both teams having 19 games left. Well, this is not good news for the New York Knicks. Losing Jalen Brunson for 2 weeks, that's probably half those games. He'll be back for the last movement of probably 9 to 10 games. Here's the problem here. Watching the injury was terrible. And Austin Reeves has a lot to do with it. Okay. Austin Reeves put his foot out. He knew that the way Jalen Brunson plays the game, he likes to go to the hole, especially when he loves to go inside and cut inside. And he knew that he was going to do that. He put his leg out and Brunson fell over. And what makes me even more sicker is the fact that LeBron James jumped over him and didn't even go over to Jalen Brunson and see if he was okay. That was another disgusting thing I saw LeBron James do. Now, I know everybody's going to say you're a Knicks fan, and of course you're going to say these things, but I only see what I see. Was it, to me, unfair that the NBA didn't look at this and suspend Austin Reeves? It doesn't matter. It's Austin Reeves. It's not going to make a difference. If it was LeBron James or somebody of that magnitude, that would be different. The Knicks, obviously going with 24 seconds left, was never going to win that game because it was never going to fall their way, especially practically winning the whole game and then falling on their faces in the fourth quarter. The Knicks got to figure out a lot in the next couple of weeks who their closer is in the fourth quarter. Is it Karl-Anthony Towns or is it Jalen Brunson? Okay. I do believe Karl-Anthony Towns is their best player. But for some reason, over the last couple of weeks, when both guys are on the court, the ball keeps going to Jalen Brunson or somebody else. I think Karl-Anthony Towns has proven himself. Now, we don't know what he can do in the playoffs because with the Knicks, we've seen what he's done in Minnesota. He wasn't the go-to guy. It was Anthony Edwards. So we have to see what he could do here in New York as the go-to guy. But I feel bad. And we don't even know. And this is something that has been a big problem for Jalen Brunson. Over the last couple of seasons, guys, Jalen Brunson, at the end of the season, gets this injury, either with his ankle, his wrist, his finger, and he's never 100% going into the playoffs. This worries me, and I'll tell you why. One, Mitch Robinson's coming back from that leg injury that cost him practically the whole season, and now that he's getting healthy, he's going to be ready for the playoffs, and he's probably going to fall flat on his face. And then you have Jalen Brunson, who can never stay healthy over the last 2 years with the Knicks, making these runs where the Knicks need him. And that's the problem right now with the Knicks is the depth. And is Tom Thibodeau running these guys flat? That is another problem that a lot of people have been making excuses over the last couple of seasons with Tom Thibodeau. Is he a right fit? Is he fit? And could he get this team to the finals so they can compete for a championship, which they haven't done since 1999? Okay. There's a lot of problems with this team because not all of the players, OG Anunoby or any of the guys, Josh Hart, they all don't play on all cylinders. If one guy or two guys are playing well, the other three guys are not having good games. We've watched this all season long. Not any one of these guys in a full game have played at their top potential. It's a big problem. And if the Knicks plan to beat Cleveland in a 7-game series, this is a different Cleveland team. You could see it. And you can see the way they're coached. Everybody knows what I feel about Kenny Atkinson. I think Kenny Atkinson is one of the most underrated coaches. He is the coach of the year. Oh, yeah. Anybody wants to argue that. He is the coach of the year. You can see the difference of the way this team is playing defensively. It's been a big problem all last season in the second half. This is one of the best defensive teams in all of the NBA. And by the way, this team went from a team that completely fell off on the offensive rebounding side of the ball to one of the top 3 offensive rebounding teams in the NBA. So it says a lot about his coaching. And then there's the Celtics who have won a championship last year. The Celtics are going to make sure they're going to be 100% by the playoffs, and they're the team to beat still in the Eastern Conference. Why? Because of the advantage they have at the size positions. If Porzingis is 100% healthy, who's defending him? And that's the question. Well, we didn't know. We didn't see enough of it last year because we didn't see the Knicks play Boston. We expected Boston and the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals, and the Knicks fell flat on their face in the second round against an Indiana Pacer team that just couldn't get out of their own. The Knicks couldn't get out of their own way in that series, staying healthy. I think that if the Knicks have a chance to win this year, it's got to be this year. And guess what? As of right now, the Knicks would be matched up against the Boston Celtics in the second round, not the Eastern Conference Championship. The Knicks are going to have a harder way to the championship this year, going against Boston, and have to play Cleveland in the Eastern Conference Finals, who, by the way, the Knicks match up very well against over the last couple of years. So there's a lot of questions with this team, and Jalen Brunson with a high ankle sprain, he's going to be out a lot more than 2 weeks. I don't know if anybody knows what a high ankle sprain does to you as a basketball player. It is his pivot foot, which is the foot that he puts the most weight on when he's driving to the basket. That is not a good sign, guys, if you expect your best player or second best player going into the playoffs as a point guard that loves moving the ball through the pick and roll. I think this is a bad thing, and I think this is probably the worst thing that could happen to the Knicks with 19 games left.
Right, and I also think because they've played well against the Cavs and not against the Celtics comparatively, even though they didn't play great against the Cavs the last time, but nevertheless, I don't think the seeding should matter as much as trying to keep these key players healthy. Jalen Brunson, like you said, 3 straight years he's had.
You got to worry about the Bucks.
Yeah. And even so, like Jalen Brunson, 3 straight years, season-ending injuries, and now you have to experiment with something else. I think Josh Hart's 100% right. This bench unit that we were raving about with the depth that they got in the offseason is 27th in bench scoring this year. That's something they have to figure out now. This is the best chance to do it. In addition to working Mitchell Robinson back into the starting lineup, which I agree with you, they should focus on having him at the 5 and Towns at the 4 to get the maximum effort out of the rest of these guys.
They're going to have to do it now
because OG Anunoby's been playing a lot of the power forward kind of as a smaller power forward, and it's just not really his fit as much as him playing the 3. And he's been shooting a lot better recently, which is good, but he had really bad shooting stretches. Mikal Bridges had bad shooting stretches this year.
That's my question. What is going on with Mikal Bridges? Mm-hmm. He's hot and cold in many different games. If the Knicks expect to compete against the teams like the Celtics and Cleveland, they all need to play well. And somebody like McBride is going to help out now that Jalen Brunson is out for a significant amount of time. But Tom Thibodeau is going to run him to the ground. And you need McBride at 100% because what happened last year in the playoffs? McBride went down. They cannot stay fully healthy. And Tom Thibodeau needs to keep these guys 100% healthy going into the playoffs. And that's what I worry about. I just don't think it's going to happen. And like I said, Mikal Bridges needs to play better than this. The Knicks gave up 5 first-round draft picks for this guy, 5 of them, and they signed him to a long-term deal. It's time to put up or shut up, and that's the problem. I want to see better defense. This is a guy that is one of the better defensive players at his position. Why isn't he playing at his top, at the top level that we saw him play with the Nets last year? That's my problem, and I want to see better play. And maybe now that Brunson's going to be out a significant amount of time, we'll get the chance to see it.
Yeah, and the other thing, in addition to the wearing the players out, that I think Tom Thibodeau has to figure out is because they have not gotten the bench production like they should, like think of more creative combinations. And he's been very stubborn with trying to keep guys starting minutes, bringing them guys in the rotation in at certain times in the game over the years. And last year, because the young players started to play better, we didn't really think much of like criticizing it. But this year, because they're not playing as well, and they were playing well in the first half of the season, some of the young players, the rookies, were actually playing very well when Robinson was hurt and some of these other guys were hurt. Why aren't they doing that more often? Experiment with different bench combinations. Yeah, McBride is going to be projected to get the most minutes, but experiment with other guys as a point guard. Experiment with other guys bringing the ball up and playing that role. I think for that reason, like just be more creative and don't be worried and so stubborn about how much who's in the starting lineup. Worry about the minutes and worry about the chemistry with these guys.
Tibbs isn't going to worry about the minutes. That's not who he is. This is clearly one of those where there's guys that are not the types of defenders that you need to have on the floor if you're going to be an offensive player on the bench, and he doesn't want to go to him. And he has never gone to guys that can't play defense. So who does he miss the most? He misses Dante DiVincenzo from this roster because Dante DiVincenzo could shoot and he could play defense against guards. And they don't have that. They've lost it. And Mikal Bridges doesn't like to be a three-point shooter. He's an inside-the-arc type of guy, more like a DeRozan type. And that's fine. He's a great player if he takes the ball and shoots it. And he hasn't been handling the ball. I expect Speedy Bridges to handle the ball while Brunson's down. I expect him to be more of the primary shot creator. He's going to do more with it. They're going to obviously lean on McBride some too, but they'll run the offense more through the 2-guard position than they usually do. And I think you'll see some interesting different angles for that. That's a way for Bridges to get into pick and roll with Towns. That's a way to get shots for guys like, Towns if Mitch is going to be doing the pick and roll. I think that's probably the direction they go. But they're in a lot of trouble without Brunson. We know that they're not going anywhere unless he's healthy. So at least it happened with 20 games left in the season. They have enough time to let him get healthy. A high ankle is not 2 weeks. 2 weeks is a pipe dream for a high ankle sprain in basketball. It's 4 to 6 weeks. Let's face it.
I would say 4 weeks. He'll be back probably the last 3 or 4 games of the season.
Let him just get his wind underneath him. He doesn't need to do much more than that. And it's actually a great opportunity. And if you remember, this is what happened to the Knicks down the stretch last year, not necessarily in a negative way. It gave guys like Harden, DiVincenzo minutes, big minutes, so that when they had to play them in the playoffs, they were competent. They only lost that Indiana series by the skin of their teeth with nobody left healthy on the roster. They would have beat that team if Brunson doesn't break his hand in Game 7. And they would have beat that team if half of those guys didn't get hurt. They were a better team than them, and they didn't get to the next round. Would they have beaten Boston? I don't think so. But at the same time, they were the second best team in the East last year. I don't think that's true right now with the Cavs really making this leap. So they really need to get healthy. They need to be smart. I really hope Tibbs is smart about managing some of these guys' minutes down the stretch. I don't think that's part of his game, though, man. What is he going to do? What do you think, Tommy?
No, 100%. And the thing I want to mention too is that if you also look at last season in the postseason with the Knicks, a thing about the team is that when Randall got hurt, you have someone like when Randall gets hurt, you have someone like Hartenstein. You have depth. You have all these guys that are coming off the bench, or you have these guys that you can slot in like the way they did Josh Hart last year, or with even Anunoby was hurt. But the thing that I want to talk about too is when you look at Jalen Brunson when he got hurt in that game against the Lakers, you could see the team was just completely disheveled. He got hurt a minute and a half left in overtime, and as soon as he gets down, it's like that they had that one possession where 20 seconds ran off the clock. They didn't know how to score and how to move the ball out properly, and it wasn't until OG Anunoby finally made an and one and even missed the free throw on top of that. So I feel like the way that the Knicks are sort of procured around this being Jalen Brunson, like the Knicks don't have that next guy up kind of thing. Once Jalen Brunson, who's their best player, of course, goes down, I don't think that they have that next up, and it's going to be challenging going into the postseason.
I don't think first of all, I don't think Jalen Brunson's their best player right now. It's been Karl Anthony Towns all season.
Well, okay, but let me rephrase that then. Jalen Brunson is their captain. He is their leader on the court per se. So when he goes down, you could see it, and it was very evident that 20 seconds that they had the ball, you could see that the team sort of fell apart because their leader wasn't on the court. Now, Fish, I also agree with you too. Something that they're also missing is, of course, like I said, the next guy up off the bench. They don't have that sort of shooter as they did in someone like DiVincenzo.
Well, I don't know. Like the Campaign's supposed to be that guy, isn't he? I'm so over this Cameron Payne experiment with the Knicks. This is one of those guys you never want on your team. Everyone's so happy when he makes a 3 because he's going to chuck another 5. That's who this guy is. And he gets hot every few weeks. He'll get hot and for like a little stretch, and then he'll suck after that. And he's got a weird lefty shot. It's an interesting guy to root for. He's got a lot of swagger to him, but that guy never strikes me as a winning basketball player. And I would have much rather have a guy who can really shoot it off the bench and let McBride handle, as opposed to trying to do it with Campaign. That was the big mistake they have. That guy is not good enough to be getting minutes, and they're going to have to use him now without Brunson a lot more. That's the problem.
They also have Landry Shamet, I think, coming off the bench as well.
Shamet, they got the French rookie they might start going to, but I don't know, man.
I hope, but they don't.
First of all, and I see Keith going crazy about saying Jalen Brunson's their best player. I honestly, you're going to say that because, Keith, you're going to go against everything that I say. Karl Anthony Towns has been their best overall player all season long. And if you look at what Karl Anthony Towns has done since he's come here to the Knicks, is he gives them a formidable big man that can shoot the 3 and spread out that offense, which they've had problems over the last couple of seasons. If they expect to beat the Boston Celtics in a 7-game series, they need Karl Anthony Towns more than any player on this roster. And that is a fact.
I think you're right. They need him more, but I think Brunson's a better player.
I disagree.
I don't think that. I don't think Towns can do it by himself. Brunson's shown he can carry a team by himself.
All right, we'll see. We'll see right now when Brunson's out how good the Knicks are going to play.
He doesn't understand what I mean by the Cameron Payne experiment. He's been on every team in the league, basically, and every team in the league has gotten rid of him. Bringing him to New York is an experiment, and we've seen why he's been on every team in the league. He's been around the block. He's a fun player. He's got talent.
He's been around the block, and he probably has no more condoms. Okay, like the condoms are over for him.
That's a guy who will have, like, by the time he's retired, he'll play for more than half of his.
He's got to raw dog it now. He's raw dogging it for the New York Knicks. Okay, Speedy, you know all about raw dogging it, right? No?
You just made my nipples hard.
I want to get into some analytics, man.
Yeah,
that's Wednesday.
That's Wednesday. Anyways, why don't we go to a quick break? When we come back, a little Garrett Cole. So I'd love to hear what the good stir thinks about this story when we come back. But first, our Sports Minute with the one and only Coach Fisherman himself, the Fish.
This is the Joba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys, welcome to yet another Sports Minute. Aaron Fishman here. Going to give you a few stories before we get into the scores tonight. First story out of baseball, Grayson Rodriguez, starting pitcher for the Baltimore Orioles, shut down for 7 to 10 days. Yankees aren't the only team with pitching woes right now, which we're about to get into on the show. Orioles starting pitcher Grayson Rodriguez, a former top prospect in all of baseball, is being shut down with a sore pitching elbow. He has already been ruled out for the start of the regular season. He was slotted in to be the number one pitcher this year after being this highly touted prospect, starting off slow, but really having a strong finish to the 2024 season. They allowed Corbin Burns, their ace last year, to leave for Arizona. The Orioles rotation has a bunch of injuries of guys coming back middle of the year. They were hoping for Rodriguez to be their ace. This might not be the case right now. It's going to be a tough sledding for pitchers in the AL East. Sticking with the AL East, but going back in time, former Red Sox slugger Mo Vaughn has admitted to the Athletics' Ken Rosenthal, friend of the show, that he had indeed taken HGH while he played in the major leagues toward the end of his career. He says that he was trying to do everything he could in order to stay on the field. He knew he had a bad degenerative knee and was shooting HGH into his knee, whatever he could do to help the process. He retired 2 years before HGH was actually made illegal in Major League Baseball. Aaron Ekblad, the starting top defenseman for the defending champion Florida Panthers, was suspended for 20 games for testing positive for performance-enhancing drugs. Ekblad today said, "The news that I had failed a random drug test was a shock. Ultimately, I made a mistake by taking something to help me recover from recent injuries without first checking with proper medical and team personnel. I have let my teammates, the Panthers organization, our great fans down. For that, I am truly sorry. Blah, 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 blah. He screwed up. He's going to miss the rest of the regular season, and he might miss half of the first round of the playoffs with the length of the suspension." The Panthers, who are trying to repeat, just added Brad Marchand, a former Bruins captain, at the deadline. He is going to have to make up for the lost ground of their top defenseman if they're going to pick up some more ground in the standings before the end of the regular season. Going into the scores tonight, games that are already finished. We have the Hawks defeating the 76ers 132 to 123. The Celtics knocking off the Jazz 114-108. The Nets beat the Lakers 111 to 108. The Hornets beat the Heat 105-102 in Miami, despite Adebayo putting up 23, 14, and 8. The Raptors knocked off the Wizards in a true suckfest 119-104. The Bulls knock off the Pacers, surprisingly, 121-103. Josh Giddey, 29 and 10 rebounds. The Rockets 94, Magic 80. Rockets 97, Magic 84. Sengun double-double, 14 and 14. And the Nuggets putting up big points yet again, 140 to 127, beating the Oklahoma City Thunder, snapping their win streak. Nikola Jokic, 35, 18, and 8. Games that are still going right now, just near the end of the game. The Grizzlies are up 121-18 with 9.5 seconds left in the fourth quarter over the Suns. With 3.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, the Mavs have a 3-point lead over San Antonio, 119-116. The Warriors are up 41-34 over the Blazers in the beginning of the second quarter. And the Knicks are in Sacramento starting at 10:30. Actually, should have started already, just about to tip off. In hockey tonight, we have some games that are done. The Senators have beat the Red Wings 2-1. Sabres knocked off the Oilers, surprisingly, at home 3-2. The Blackhawks and Avalanche are scoreless with 5 minutes left in the second period, and the Maple Leafs are up 1-0 on the Utah Hockey Club with 2 minutes left in the first. And the only game in top 25 action tonight as we get towards conference showdowns here in basketball, St. Mary's whooping up on Pepperdine 68-40. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube on our Joba in the Mouth handle and on Instagram under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle. You can find us on Podbeam and now in video on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. Make sure you like, subscribe, all our shorts and videos you see throughout the week on all the socials. Now back to Errol, Speedy, and the rest of the crew for our next segment on Joba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
This is the Joba and the Mouth Show.
I'm not hunting. I'm not encouraging one hairstyle. You're a grown man, tender, just like you. Baby. Duh. Goodbye. The Speedster soundboard is one of the best in the business. He does smell a little bit. He smells like his grandmother's house. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Joba in the Mouth. Joba is not here tonight. He's taking care of his father and his funeral. So shout out to Joba and his family. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Joba in the Mouth, every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Jeff Pazan reports that Garrett Cole will get Tommy John surgery for a torn UCL in his pitching arm. MLB insider Jim Bowden reports that Cole was recommended to get Tommy John surgery right away after leaving his spring training start after less than 3 innings. Cole told MLB.com's our friend Brian Hoke that he had concerns about his elbow after leaving his start early. Brian Cashman told the New York Post that he is prepared for the worst when it comes to Garrett Cole's elbow injury. Cole dealt with elbow inflammation last season and didn't make his season debut until June 19th. Cole opted into his 4-year contract with the Yankees worth about $36 million per year and lasting until 2028 season. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's pretty simple. The reason why Garrett Cole didn't get an extension or didn't decide to play free agency was because I believe he knew this was coming. Now, obviously, he's put a lot of torque on that elbow. He's had a sensational career. He's borderline Hall of Fame, a Hall of Famer. There's no question if you look at his numbers and what he's done over the last 7-8 seasons, he's been an elite pitcher in this league. There's no argument to that. The problem right now is you're bringing a Max Fried, and you brought him in to be your other guy. Now you have Max Fried as the guy. And being that it's Yankee Stadium and he's never had the pressure here in New York and played in New York, he played in Atlanta his whole career. How is he going to handle the pressure being the number one guy? And Garrett Cole will be out all season long. And the Yankees that were supposed to compete in the American League as the best team, there's questions now. I mean, there are other teams, Cleveland, always a challenging team in their division and throughout the American League. Then you got Minnesota that has the power, but no pitching. Then you have Texas. Are they going to be better than they were last year? A lot of people think they will with their pitching staff, with Jacob deGrom coming back. I mean, Houston's always going to be a thorn in the Yankees' ass. There's the Baltimore Orioles with the talent that they have as far as their lineup. There's There's so many questions with the Yankees now that you lose Garrett Cole. It does hurt you. I don't care what anybody says. Losing an elite pitcher of this magnitude absolutely hurts them. Now, can they put up the numbers this coming season without losing a Juan Soto and then bringing in a Bellinger and a Goldschmidt? I don't know. And I thought the Yankees needed to do a little bit more as far as the run capacity, especially knowing that you were going to deal with injury problems with Giancarlo Stanton. Giancarlo Stanton ended the season with elbow problems, and now he still has elbow problems. So now there's a lot of questions on who's going to fill in for him. The Yankees right now, this is very Yankee-like. For anybody that doesn't know the Yankees, well, now you know. The Yankees can't stay healthy. This pitching staff is always one of the best pitching staffs in the league. If you look at the numbers don't lie. I'm not an analytic guy when it comes to analytics and thinking on what analytic to use to try to figure out where the Yankees are and where they're not. I do know that the Yankees over the last 4 seasons have been amongst the league's top 7 pitching staffs in all of baseball. And they're as far as their relief pitching, they're always great in the first half. And then Aaron Boone runs them to the ground and they're one of the worst in the second half. It can't happen this year. The Yankees need to figure out how to protect their relief pitchers early in the season so they have them for the end. Now that Garrett Cole is out and you don't have a dog, and this guy's a dog. He pitches 7 innings all the time when he's up at the mound, no matter what. Now you don't have that. And I don't expect Fried to pitch 7 innings. I expect him 6.5. Rodon, he falls apart in the fifth, 5.5 innings. And then I don't know about Clark Schmidt. We have to see him play a whole season. We haven't seen that yet. And you're not going to see Heel until probably July. So what are you going to depend on? Marcus Stroman? Good luck on that. So, I mean, there's a lot of questions with the Yankees and this pitching staff now that they lose an elite pitcher of this magnitude. So where do I think the Yankees are going to be? I still think they're going to power off in the American League East and be the powerhouse in the American League. But by how much? That's the question.
Yeah, and it's a lot of questions when it comes to the length that these pitchers can bring, too. I think they have, obviously, with the offseason signing of Fried, and then Rodon we expect to still be decent in comparison to what he was in 23. He was good at stretches last year, just was very inconsistent. But the problem is I don't think they really have a guy that can give enough length. Even Fried, to an extent, he can provide some good length, but it's not like something, all right, Garrett Cole can pitch a complete game. You're not trusting that with anyone else in that team. Not that anyone pitches complete games anymore, but nevertheless, these younger pitchers, too, are going to have to be relied upon in those types of roles. So you would see if you're the Yankees, if enough guys, I know we were talking about one of the prospects after the meeting yesterday that had a good spring.
Warren.
Yes. So maybe somebody like him, but also maybe even calling some other guys up, too. We've seen the Yankees. That's how Heel broke out. He broke out at a random in 2022, getting called up. When we were thinking,
why don't they reach out to Katana? That's what I think they should do.
And then, there's also the option of trying to get in some of these veterans, maybe a couple lefty, couple righty options that could be available. Like, the Yankees should not be just resorting to what's on your spring training roster. And even when the season starts, just trying to be stuck in 5-man rotation when they have options that they could go into. All these veteran pitchers become available on 1-year deals very easily. It's a pattern in baseball that I don't think the Yankees have used enough. The Mets have done it the last couple of years, and maybe the Yankees should start trying it just to get more depth in there, because them being stuck on one philosophy, same thing with the bullpen too. That's why they wore it out. They've been stuck in that old school mentality of you have to have this guy in the 7th. You have to have this guy closing at all times. And when the hot hand fizzles out, they fall apart badly. And the Yankees cannot do that this year with Cole hurt.
Well, they've got Goody, I'm going to list some names for you, and I want you to tell me if these guys are worth picking up. Because this is all that's left on the free agent market.
Me and Speedy went over this last night. So.
Well, you said Quintana. He's on Milwaukee. He was picked up a while
I didn't
ago.
even know that. Okay.
So the top of the list, and they have their WAR. There's not a single guy here that has a positive WAR before you get down to Spencer Turnbull, who I don't think gives you length in games.
He's good,
but he's a pretty good. He's the best pitcher on this list.
I know
as far as
Spencer.
WAR
He's good.
goes. Now the other guys
for him in Yankee Stadium too. He throws a power
interesting.
sinker.
So that's a guy that's interesting. The next closest WAR guy is Kyle Gibson, who's available.
I play with Gibby too. He's pretty good too. Go ahead.
And then it's guys that have been around for a long time. Patrick Corbin, Lance Lynn, former Yankee already. Looking through Desclafani.
Yeah, so Disco is the guy that I was thinking of. He's coming off a elbow injury. He's actually a really good friend of mine. He's doing pretty good right now. He lives in New Jersey. Be just a quick trip over to the Bronx. I know he playing for New York would be a dream come true for him. So he's one that I think would be good. Gibby might be okay in New York. I think Turnbull would be a better fit just because of the stuff that he has. Not to say that Kyle Gibson can't handle anything. I mean, Kyle Gibson's a great pitcher.
He did great with Texas a few years ago.
You want
Yeah.
a ground ball guy, though, is what you're saying. Like,
Yeah, like with exactly. Lance Lynn, I love Lance. I think he could really shake that clubhouse up for sure. Power stuff. Last year wasn't his best year, but I mean, he's come out and said he wants to pitch multiple years. So I think he'd be another good one. Who else did you mention?
Of those, Patrick Corbin.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I don't know.
You already have Freed. You know, what's probably gonna end up happening is Stroman's probably gonna move into that slot, at least for the time being. We'll see what happens there. I mean, he came out, he is a starter, so we'll see what he does. He's got his shot now. Hopefully he does really good. I mean, he's time tested and proven that can be a great
He's
pitcher
got
at
good
times.
stuff. Stroman has good stuff. Yeah.
He's got good stuff. I mean, he's one of the guys that you love to have on your team, hate to play against. I mean, he's pitched in high leverage situations, obviously, with Toronto and in the World Baseball Classic when they won it. So, I mean, and he's been in New York, so I mean, he can handle the pressure. And like you said, their bullpen's going to be elite as always. They always have one of the top tier bullpens in the league. Like you said, too, Speedy, though, they burn them out in the first half. So when they get into the later months in the season, these guys they need a break. And so, just going back to what Brunson was saying is he has that high ankle sprain 4 to 6 weeks. Well, if the Knicks are shoo-in for the playoffs, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Give them a break. And that's what a lot of teams will do in the later on in September. Instead of seeing your regular guy come in, for us, it was Chapman who would come in and close out games. You might see somebody else come in, like a Betances or an Andrew Miller or even a Kirby Yates come in. They give these guys a blow so that they can have, they can get their feet underneath them for when we do make the playoff run.
Betances is the perfect example of that, though. He could pitch in different roles, and then once the Yankees started full-time closing it, that's when he kept getting hurt.
Well, you have to also understand, they wore Betances out for 5 years straight, dude. There was no question anytime. I was supposed to make my debut in Minnesota, and they put Betances in. We were up 7 runs, and CC was in the bullpen. What are we doing? That's this easy game for me. They put Betances in. That's how Girardi ran that bullpen, and I think his shoulder. You can only take so much, bro. Not only that, he was getting hot pretty much every single night. So a lot of fans don't notice that, but anytime a guy runs down to the bullpen or opens that door in Yankee Stadium and goes out and throws, those count. And now they're starting to keep count of how many throws guys have in the bullpen so that they can say, oh, he was 1 pitch away from pitching in the game. It's almost it's basically like a simulated inning. You have the adrenaline rush going, you're redlining on everything. And so that played a huge factor in why Betances, performed the way he did later on in his careers, because he just got beat the crap. Same with Andrew Miller. I mean, Andrew Miller was the same way. And it's just we blow him out in the first half, and then the second half when we have a comfortable lead, and especially, in our division, we're still trying to blow them out. It's we're already in the playoffs. Let's just get the younger guys in. Let's see what we have. And that's why, to me, with the Knicks, it's I don't know what you guys put in the water in New York, but damn, everybody gets hurt there, dude.
It's fluoride, a lot of fluoride.
I can see that.
It's the best water in the world, baby. That's why
they say it. So I actually had a job. You might not believe this, Goody, but I had a job when I was 19 as an intern for New York City's Department of Environmental Protection, and my job was to set up a little water station at public parks and give out bike reflectors and frisbees and tell people the city water is the cleanest water to drink. Drink the tap water, and here's a cup of tap water.
I know. It's obviously a saying. I know the water in New York is pretty good. The dough there is really good too.
Hey, it helps the dough, baby. It's the Pillsbury Doughboy, right?
But we'll see. It's literally, I mean, it's literally the same storyline year after year. Starting pitchers is the thorn in the Yankees freaking heel, man. If they can keep their team healthy throughout the entire year, They're ridiculously good.
I think
Injuries are what's going to slow them down.
I think the most important pitcher in this roster and has to have a good season
I was just going to
is
say this.
Carlos Rodon.
Yep. I was going to say
he's
the
got to
exact
step up
same
this
thing.
year. He has to
needs
step up this year.
and
Yeah.
be the guy that the Yankees paid in the offseason 3 years ago. He is just not really put up the full season. He'll be good in the first half and then fall apart in the second half, or he'll be terrible throughout the season. That's what he's been a Yankee. I want to see.
I mean, last year he was 16-9 with a 3.96.
Yes,
you know,
that's
so
not
I
good
mean,
enough.
it's not necessarily terrible, especially in a hard hitting AL East. But no, I mean, if you asked him, he can perform a lot better. So like that's the biggest thing. Like he's
Gibby,
going to have to step up.
do you think you got to alternate like lefty righty in your rotation? Because now you have Fried and Rodon are both lefties at the top of that rotation, and you got Schmidt and Stroman, who are not really guys you would consider top two guys.
I love Schmidt. I like Clark Schmidt.
I mean, he just hasn't done it for a long,
He's got great
full
stuff.
way.
I think it's going to be. I think it's Fried. I think they're going to go Fried, Schmidt, then Rodon. That's what I think they're going to do. I think they're going to spread it out, and that's what looks like. That's what Boone was going to do anyways. But with Cole, I think they wanted to spread out their righty, the lefty, the righty. So I expect them to do that. And Clark Schmidt, before he got hurt last year, was one of the best pitchers in the league.
He looked amazing. He looked even better than Heel did until he got hurt. But then he missed like most of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So if he could be healthy and do what he showed he could do, that would be awesome, because it wasn't like an arm injury. It was like it was like something like a mid back or something that he had. I think he's okay. So if he's okay, that would be great. But he's already complained about the back this offseason. The back is a real tricky thing to get over, man. Like I really am not super happy that it's not even the middle of March and the Yankees are already down the rookie of the year and their Cy Young contender.
I listen. I know Yankee fans want to jump off the plank right now because Garrett Cole's out for the season.
Garrett Cole's not your whole team. He's a veteran presence.
Yes, I agree with you, and that's one thing I could say. Nick has played professional baseball. He's been in this situation before. I don't think the Yankees are in a bad situation now. What the questions are right now is when's Giancarlo Stanton going to be back this year? And another thing is, what do the Yankees do if they fall behind in the American League East and then they start to reach? Because that's something that Brian Cashman and Hal Steinbrenner has done over the years. They start reaching and bringing in guys that don't fit with this roster. I think the Yankees have to be a little bit smarter this year. It's a 162-game season. They want to stay afloat until they can figure out what they're missing on this roster. I think that, obviously is after the All-Star break. And remember, the trade deadline's a lot quicker than it usually is every single year that baseball's moved it up. So it's going to make it very interesting how the Yankees are going to reach and who they're going to bring in to fill in certain spots if certain players get hurt early in the season. So, and it seems like it doesn't look good. So.
Well, and they just need to make sure they don't just destroy their bullpen. Like the starting pitchers need to go deep into games, save their bullpen, because without bona fide, well, you do have a bona fide ace in Max Fried, but we don't know how he's going to pitch in New York. But given his track record, he's going to be fine. But without somebody who's been there, done that, because pitching there is totally different than anywhere else. You're going to have to rely heavily on your bullpen, but hopefully the starters will go deep into games. And even if, let's say Stroman is a fifth starter, if he can go out and give you 6 innings, like just eat innings, whatever, like that goes a long way throughout the season. And actually guys appreciate that. Guys who go out there and doesn't matter if the pitcher goes 6-7 innings, but gives up 5 runs or whatever, has a terrible day, but like, not saying he's gonna have a terrible day every time, but just saying if he does, guys appreciate that.
Well, if you look at Marcus Stroman's track record, when he was with the Cubs, he was a good first half pitcher, and he wasn't a good second half pitcher. So if they can get him through the first half and he's pitching well, they can start to look at the trade deadline where they can bring in another pitcher or two that can obviously help out for the Cole loss. I think that's where the Yankees have to look. If you would ask me, just try to last till the trade deadline, because there are going to be teams this year that are going to completely fall off and they're going to be looking to move pieces. And that's when the Yankees can pounce on certain positions that they need to fill, which they usually do. And Brian Cashman, and I want to see if Spencer Jones is going to get called up this year. That's my thought. I mean, he's looked good. He's looked good in the preseason.
He had a 38% strikeout rate in AA last year. You can't bring a guy up striking out almost 40%.
So did Aaron Judge when he got
No
caught.
one's not that high. No
But
one's
it wasn't-
Judge was way less than that.
I don't know about way less.
It was like low 30s at worst with Judge. This guy's in the high 30s. You can't come up like that. They got to get him. He's just got a long looping swing because of how big he is. If he could figure that out, he's going to be really successful because there's nothing else that says this kid can't be successful. He's more athletic than Judge is what it looks like. Maybe it's because he's younger, but he's 10 years younger than him, obviously, right? So when Judge was that age, he's probably the same type of athlete. They said he was at Fresno State in college. But this is a kid that can do those types of things. You can move Judge to the corner. You never have to worry about it again. You know, I don't give a damn about whoever's going to be in the outfield. That kid's got to be a part of it. As soon as he learns how to cut down the strikeouts, he's coming up. There's no doubt he's coming up. But it might be a little bit. Might not be this year. They might have to take a step back. It's hard to get back to the championship. That was their chance, man. They were there. They were in that series.
Who's to say they can't get back there?
But it's just really hard to get back. And you have to, a lot of things have to break your way.
You're preaching to the choir.
You know, and they've already lost the Rookie of the Year and the Cy Young candidate. That's
well, they didn't lose Heel for the whole season.
It's half a season.
Yeah, think about this. By July, you're getting back a great pitcher to that rotation, and then you could make moves at the trade deadline to add another.
Knock on wood, I really hope so. But again, like this is a guy who came. He had a great year last year, but before that, the most thing that he was known for, his arm basically exploded, and he didn't throw that many pitches after flashing a little bit. You know, the first time he came up, got hurt really badly. He was great the first half last year, was not very good second half last year. He wasn't. He fell down to earth. If you look at the first half numbers compared to the second half, it's like 2 ERA to close to a 5 ERA. Like that's the difference. He fell apart because he hadn't thrown that many innings. And look, he's hurt now. And it was a weird injury. It's a muscular upper lat injury. But you would know more about that type of thing than me. Like I don't even know how you hurt that part of your body. I know
your shoulder, your lat, your back, those are all your breaks as you come through as you're throwing. Those are the muscles that slow down your arm. So we call them your breaks, right? So, I mean, he throws a lot of fastballs and he throws really hard. So, you know, at some point, just like Garrett Cole, like you only have so many bullets in your arm before your arm gives out. Happened to me. It's happened to a lot of people. So, you know, I haven't had the lat injury, but I've been around a lot of guys that do. It sucks. It's you know, they're probably giving him a dose pack, some nice drugs, a couple shots, and trying to get that thing to settle down. And you know, the Yankees medical staff, I know that they take heat because of the injuries, but they were actually really good, top notch. So, you know, I'm sure they'll have him back sooner rather than later. And then when he comes back, and just working him into game reps and all that are going to be the biggest challenge because you can't simulate a game. And no matter how many sim games and how many rehab assignments you do, there's nothing like pitching in the major leagues under the lights. So, you know, we'll see what happens. But I do think he'll come back. He's a young guy. So, you know, he'll be back sooner rather than later for sure.
Interesting. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do this now every single week. We call it Dial It Up.
We interrupt this regularly scheduled hot mix to bring you important news. So we got a big broadcast to do here.
We're about to dial it up.
All right, guys, welcome to Dial It Up. This is a more relatively new segment, but this is a segment where there are some mystery stories that we're going to throw at Errol, and Errol is going to get a little reader about them, and then he's going to have to dial it up, come up with a take on it. Anything that he doesn't say, anyone wants to jump in, one person's allowed to jump in. Guys, just say in the chat if you want to do that. All right, first story, Errol. Yes, this one should be obvious. Wide receiver Davante Adams signs with the Los Angeles Rams. 2 years, $46 million, $26 million guaranteed. In 14 games last year with the Vegas Raiders and the Jets, Adams had 85 catches for 1,063 yards and 8 touchdowns. He is replacing Cooper Kupp, who was cut today or was told he was going to be cut in the near future. Errol, dial it up.
Slam dunk for the Rams. You add an outside option, and now you can decide what you're going to do with Puka. Do you move him inside? Do you use him on the outside? They have multiple ways they can use both these guys, and And I still think a guy like Devontae Adams still has it. You're getting him on the cheap right now. You're getting him for what, $23 million a year. I think it's a great contract for them, and a team that's expected to put up big numbers. They've got all the talent in the world. Their defense showed up last year. They lost Frisk in the playoffs, but you saw what these guys were doing versus him. And this is a young team. This is a team that has a tremendous amount of talent. Sean McVay has really dialed this team up all season last year and putting them in the right position to succeed. And they lost Cooper Kupp for a significant amount of time, and they still found a way to win. Now you add Devontae Adams. I know a lot of people are thinking in their head, Matthew Stafford goes down, you bring in Aaron Rodgers. What a perfect fit. That's not going to happen. I believe Aaron Rodgers will probably end up with the Steelers or one of those organizations, and he will stay there for the season. But I like this move. I think it's a slam dunk, good contract to a guy that's going to put up the numbers. And could you imagine him and Matthew Stafford and Puka Nacua? I think the numbers are going to be sensational. I think this is going to be an explosive. And by the way, their running game is one of the best in the league as well. So I slam dunk. Great move by the Rams.
Yeah, honestly, I don't have much to really say different from that. Honestly, I thought this was a really great move. And I wanted to talk more about, of course, the wide receiver duo that now you're going to have with someone like Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. Now, I talked to Fish about this a while ago, but, one of the bigger things that I feel was Cooper Kupp's problem with Puka Nacua was whenever those two guys would one of those guys would get hot and the other one would absolutely fall off a cliff during the same exact game. So I feel like Devontae Adams being on the outside and of course Puka, I feel like those guys are going to be great options, of course, for Matthew Stafford. And I feel like those guys have the higher chance of going off in a game at the same exact time, putting up very high numbers. Because, Puka can do it and Devontae Adams can definitely.
They're both always, but besides last year, Puka stays naturally healthy, and so does Devontae Adams. These guys actually stay healthy, so I don't think they're going to have a problem with the health situation. It's absolutely a slam dunk. So
I agree.
Well, Rams are reloading, boys. Next story coming on up. This is a little bit more of a negative story. If you were paying attention to the news over the weekend, Super Bowl runner-up Chiefs wide receiver Xavier Worthy was arrested for domestic violence for assault of a family member, impeding breath or circulation. The DA office declined the case and charges were never really officially charged. Worthy had 2 touchdowns in the Super Bowl. They did not say who in his family he apparently choked out, which is what I'm assuming that was. But that is the story once again for a Chiefs wide receiver in the offseason. Errol, dial it up.
Hunt, Rice, Tyreek Hill, Xavier Worthy, all Kansas City Chiefs. And by the way, there's another guy, Rashad Breeland, that was also a Kansas City Chief that got caught with all these weapons, and he got arrested, what was it, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. What is going on in the water over there in Kansas City? That's my question. And just so you guys know, dial it up. I don't even know the questions before they come in, so I got to go off the head on this. It's pretty simple right now. I think Andy Reid has no control over that team. There's a tremendous amount of talent over there. You have Patrick Mahomes. Everybody wants to win a championship. And the position that Kansas City is in every single year is win or go home. And it's not enough right now that every single offseason they're in the tabloids with somebody beating a woman, putting their hands on a woman, kicking a woman, strangling a woman. This is a problem. And the NFL needs to get involved with this. They got to stop hiding this whole thing and making it seem like nothing happened. Xavier Worthy should have gotten in trouble. He should be suspended for this. There's something going on that nobody is talking about. Because I remember last year, Rice got in trouble. He got into a car accident. Then he leaves his car in the middle of the road, goes to a club that night, and causes another fight in the club after leaving his car in the middle of the road, and then doesn't get suspended. And then, obviously, karma's a bitch, and then he goes down early in the season. So, honestly, I think there's a big problem right now with the Kansas City Chiefs because the NFL is trying to protect their superstars and their Super Bowl championship team. The problem is, these teams and these players need to be held accountable for what they do. And naturally, when you put your hands on a woman, it should be an automatic suspension for the whole season. And that's all I'm going to say. And I do believe it had something to do with a woman. It had nothing to do with a man with Xavier Worthy. He's a bitch. They're all bitches because they like to put their hands on women because they can't do it to other men. So, and if they do it to other men, they like to play with themselves while they're doing it. So, honestly, despicable, disrespectful, and obviously this is a Kansas City thing and an NFL thing that needs to be situated a lot sooner than later.
Yep, and it's a Kansas City thing. It's also an Andy Reid thing that he's not holding his players accountable enough either. This is the same guy who had his son was killed somebody in a car too, and he was arrested. And Andy Reid didn't say anything about it. Didn't do anything about that. There was the defensive lineman that got that was investigated for the dogs issues last year. Isaiah Buggs, I think it was. So this has been a big problem for a while. But yeah, the NFL is just going to cover it up because it's their darlings. It's the Kansas City Chiefs. This is the team you're trying to protect. Andy Reid did none of these problems with the Eagles. And your previous dynasty, the New England Patriots, yeah, they had some guys doing that. Not to this level where we're talking about them every offseason. It's getting way too out of hand, and they have to do a better job at disciplining these guys more consistently.
Amen, Speedy. That was intense right there. We got another story coming up. This one's more lighthearted. Errol, if you were paying attention, Nikola Jokic set a new record last week. I think it was Friday night. 30-20-20 triple-double. The first person ever in NBA history to record a 30-20-20 in a 149-141 overtime win versus the Suns. He had 31 points, 22 assists, and 21 rebounds. That also broke the center assist record held by Wilt Chamberlain, which used to stand at 21. It is now 22. Errol, dial it up.
First of all, Nikola Jokic automatically is a Hall of Famer. If his career would be over tomorrow, this guy's going to go down as one of the best big men of all time, multiply talented in so many ways. I mean, honestly, best passing big man I've ever seen. I don't think there's an argument. The guy's 30 years old, and he's considered the best passing big man we've ever seen. And what he does so well is he's a team player. I don't know if anybody watched what he did in the Olympics and what he did for his country, but what he stands for his country. He is Serbia's man. Like when you think about what these guys do for their countries and how they bring, fans and different kids to come and watch them play, he stands out more than anybody over the last 20 years because of what he does on the basketball court. This guy was a second round draft pick, and he was, just think about that, 55 times he was passed over, 55 times before a team drafted him. And this guy is the best player in the NBA. That says a lot about the scouting. It says a lot about the organization as a whole. Now he's got to continue winning, and he's got to get this team over the hump as he's done once before, if he wants to be considered as the greatest or the greatest big man or a top 3 big men of all time. But this guy's already a top 10 player in my eyes. I mean, sensational. As far as a 2 or 3-way player, I don't think there's anybody better than him at anything he does in the NBA. Sensational, great story. Congratulations to Nikola Jokic.
So you want to see where he's going to take it to the next level. Tonight, they beat Oklahoma City in Oklahoma City.
I saw that, yeah.
Oklahoma's record this year, Oklahoma City's record is 53-12 now. That's how good they are. Jokic had 35 points, 18 rebounds, and 8 assists on 15 of 20 shooting. All right. 4 for 5 from the line, a steal, a block. This guy is so efficient. It's unbelievable. There's been no one like him ever in the history of this game.
You know what's so interesting about him? His body, the way you look at him, it's like, how does this guy athletic? I mean, watch this guy go up and down the court and watch what he does. You're like, this is one of the ugliest looking guys you can see on a basketball court. And he's so precise. He's so efficient. He sees the court. He is Wayne Gretzky on a basketball court. It is unbelievable. The guy's passing behind his back. He's doing things I've never seen a big man ever do. He is so unique and such a nice guy. He's such a likable person, and he doesn't ever take credit. Everybody says he's the best basketball player right now in the NBA, and he says it takes more than one player to be a team, and that says a lot about him as a player. So
he's made Russell Westbrook look like a professional basketball player again, and he hadn't in like 4 years. That's really all you need to say about Nikola Jokic right now. We got a couple of more stories. This one is close to my heart. It depends if this is your favorite snack or not, but this was during the SEC. Kim Mulkey, mozzarella stick hater. After Mulkey's LSU Tigers lost to Texas Longhorns in the semifinals of the SEC tournament Saturday, she went into a tirade at one of her post-game conferences at the media and pointed at some woman standing on the side. Are those media over there, or are they just eating? And she pointed at a specific writer who then went on Twitter and said, I was just all the way in the back. I was this far away, and took a screenshot. And she just pointed at her because she lost and she was mad. And that's a tournament. And those guys that are writers in the media are there all day. And yes, they're allowed to eat mozzarella sticks. Besides, mozzarella sticks are delicious, and you should never hate on mozzarella sticks. That's my 2 cents. Errol, dial it up.
Where's my marinara sauce? That's what I would say.
The marinade. You got to get the marinade.
Honestly, Kim Mulkey, and I didn't hear about this story, but it's actually pretty funny you explaining it. First of all, Kim, why don't you concentrate on the basketball game rather than look at what people are eating on the sidelines? Doesn't matter what writer or what reporter is eating what. This isn't Mark Sanchez eating a hot dog on the sidelines playing for the New York Jets. This is a reporter sitting down and eating mozzarella sticks or mozzarella sticks. The fact is, the problem is with the WNBA and the NBA, there's always a story. They're always trying to find something that makes somebody write something that makes no freaking sense on the story. The storyline is LSU, you lost the game and you didn't show up to a game, and that's why you're a bunch of losers. And then you lose against the Texas Longhorn team, and then you have excuses on what they're eating on the sideline. Who the hell cares? Go win a game and stop complaining. You and your fish-looking like faces that you make on the sidelines when you're calling timeouts. Everything you do over there, Kim, makes me sick. And that's why you're not winning a national championship. You're probably going to get knocked out of the tournament, probably in the second round, because your LSU Tigers suck. You suck, and you should be fired. Eat that. Take some marinara sauce and mix it up with that, you little bitch. That's all I'm
Goody, how you feel about mozzarella sticks as like a ballpark
And your
thing?
basketball coach.
Goodness gracious.
Always my number one go-to when I was a little kid in Little League. Get me the mozzarella sticks.
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
Listen, you know, your tempers, your demeanor, you know, she probably should have, you know, in hindsight, she probably should have taken a 10, 15 minutes cool down before she went out to answer the media questions and did all that. But at the same time, if you're in the media room eating, you be prepared to be called out. You're going to call me out on why I'm not playing somebody for whatever reason. Like, I'll call you out for eating. This is a job. Let's go. If you want to eat, go to the cafeteria down the road. Don't be eating in my media room where you try to ask me questions, spitting food all over my face. Like, come on, get it together. I'm not opposed to that.
Goody,
I mean,
it's not like she was like sucking the heads of some crawfish or anything like that.
She wasn't launching it at her.
I don't know. You don't know.
She
I
was
mean, she could have
far
been,
away.
hey, why'd you and spit all over it up in a grill? You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Like, who cares? Look, reporters
It's
ask
not like
dumb
some guys
questions.
are standing
Reporters
from
ask dumb questions, and they want to call you out to create some storyline. If we want to call you out to create some storyline and maybe take the attention away from the loss, then so be it. Who cares? I love
is
it.
not a
And I
man's
like
pissing-
mozzarella sticks too. Fresh
This
mousse.
is not a man's pissing contest on how I shoot as far as the other guy. This is somebody sitting out there eating a bunch of mozzarella sticks while she is asking, or he or everybody's asking questions to a woman that shouldn't even shout out or say anything or complain about anything after a loss. Just go out there and do your job, because obviously you didn't do it well enough, and that's why
it's
you
her
lost.
time. It's her
I'll
time.
give her
She
my
can say
time.
what she wants.
I might have showed her something on national radio if she really wants to see it, but then she'll have something to complain about.
Your little mozzarella stick.
I don't know
Your
about my
you
little
got your
mozzarella
mozz?
stick, but I'll
got
give her
little
some
fresh
buns
mozz?
after that, if you know what I mean. So anyway,
Lord.
We got
Look, she's a
one more
great coach.
story, and there were plenty of mozzarella
I knew you were going to
sticks
say that because it's an LSU Tiger.
being thrown around with arguably lots of baby oil in this next story. Yes, unfortunately, Odell Beckham Jr. is now included in the new Diddy allegations.
Not surprised.
In a lawsuit filed in California Friday, more defendants were implicated in relation to the infamous Diddy freak-off parties, including Odell Beckham
And
Jr.
Drewski.
and the Instagram influencer who passes as a comedian named Drewski. One of the new defendants was Beckham. We said he was Super Bowl champion with the Rams, famously broke out with the Giants his first few years in the league. He commented on social media in what many people described as a poorly written post when I was looking it up. Boy, I tell you what, this world makes absolutely no sense. I am covered by God. He will prevail. I know who who am I? I know who you are. Keep your head. That name will be cleared. Shixt, stupid. No more genius words have ever been said.
Former LSU Tiger as well. We're just hot. We're staying hot.
Go Tigers. Remember when we'll talk about that off the air, but there was something fun we did with the Go Tigers while we were in New Orleans. But guys, Odell Beckham's in a lot of trouble. Errol, dial it up.
How much crawfish is he biting down on? Seriously.
Oh, Lord.
Holy crap. I'm not surprised. By the way, if you don't remember, before they went into the playoffs, who did Odell Beckham and the Giants went to go hang out with on the waters over there in Florida? Justin Bieber. I'm not surprised when you hear the P. Diddy stories and what P. Diddy was using Justin Bieber as this little schlep in his little bitch. I heard stories that Justin Bieber was sucking somebody off at a club. I'm not going to mention any names, ODB. I honestly, the fact is Odell Beckham has always been considered one of P. Diddy's best friends. There's a lot of stories coming out that he's a little on the flaming side. I don't know it, and I'm not saying that he is, but I'm not saying he's not. What I do know is anytime you go to a P. Diddy party, you expect that something crazy is going to happen. And if you go and check out some of the video and the footage over the last couple of years in the parties, who do you think is the most seen at these parties? OBD, or whatever, OBJ, whatever the hell his name is. Honestly, he's
OD, old dirty bastard.
Whatever. Odell Beckham right now is not only in a lot of trouble. I'm sure there are stories, and I'm sure there's going to be videos coming out with some of the most gross, disgusting things you'll ever see Odell Beckham do. I'm not surprised that he was hanging out with Kim Kardashian. I'm not surprised that you're hearing stories that he was hanging out with some supermodel guys. So I'm sure in my own specific thought to Odell Beckham and what he is, he should have stayed in New York and he should have started sucking on Eli Manning's pencil dick. That's all I'm going to say about that. I'm over with it. Odell Beckham, you should be hanging out with P. Diddy and bending over for him for the next 25 years.
This story's bad on so many levels. I was at the game where he made the famous catch. It happened in my end zone. I was way up, but it was like one of the coolest things I ever saw. And I also used to love Puff Daddy music when I was in middle school. And we used to sing along and learn all the raps.
Every step I take.
That wasn't my favorite. Mo Money, Mo Problems. And basically everything he did with Biggie, because all the Biggie stuff was produced by Puffy, or the artist formerly known as Puffy.
Stop.
The Prisoner.
First of all, Mo Money, Mo Problems was written by Mace, just so you know.
Well, there's a lot of that. There were some documentaries out where
let's
Mace
not get into
kinda came
music
out.
now, because you know what I know.
Well, regardless, it's not about arguing about the music. It's about, this is pretty sad because I like both of the. Those are two of my favorite. Like in music wise, I love the song "Victory" is one of my favorites that Puffy did, with obviously with Biggie and a bunch of guys. But his verse I always really liked. Can't use any of those songs anymore. Can't use the R. Kelly songs anymore. Can't use that stuff. People still listen to them, but you got to be kind of like secretive about it. It's weird. All of that's weird. It sucks. And now if Odell's involved in this, that great highlight from my history, I can't even talk about it with people no more.
You know what game P. Diddy played with Odell Beckham? Red Rover, Red Rover.
Are you gonna say hide the salami?
Well,
hey, you're innocent
That's
until
a good
proven guilty. In the court of law. So we'll see what happens. We've seen this play out before. Hopefully, the people that are actually
oh, they're
guilty
gonna get paid
get
off.
put
Are you
away.
kidding me?
We've
gotta get paid
never
off.
seen a story where a guy had enough
Dude,
baby oil
if
to
you
start
don't
like
think-
wildfire.
If you don't think P. Diddy is going to pay everybody
Oh,
off to
that-
get off this,
Oh
100%.
no.
That man is going to get off on everything.
Well, we
He'll
don't
pay
even know if the real P
FBI.
Diddy actually got locked up. The guy in there looks like a clone, so we're not actually sure. Same with Jeffrey Epstein. We don't know if Jeffrey
that's
Epstein
D.
absolutely
Diddy.
dead as well. His earlobe is a little bit different.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
So you're
we
looking
just-
at earlobes
We just
now.
don't
not-
know.
Ah,
You
there we
know.
go. Goody's way is look at the earlobes, and if they're not right, it's not the guy. So, guys, if you ever want to find out what my earlobes look like, you'll know right
We're not
away
important enough.
who I am on the street. Earlobes before the nose, the ears, and the mouth. Just so you know.
Pay attention to the eyes. Let's go.
Pay attention to the ball sack because when it hangs, it definitely sticks. Let me tell you. By the way, I've got a new this new ointment. It's called Happy Nuts. Go check it out on Amazon. What you do is you put it between the nuts and the thigh, and it doesn't stick to your leg anymore. It actually works. It's called Happy Nuts. All right?
Brought to you by
the one and only E-Man.
We should get them to sponsor the show.
There you go. Let's go. Happy Nuts. Speedy, would you get yourself some Happy Nuts? Speedy, you don't need it because you don't shave over there, so it doesn't stick.
Yep, it's a perfect sponsor for Joba. Then he just wipes it off with his dude wipes.
Well, there you go.
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Classic.
What a show. What a show. Oh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got one more topic to go into, and we call this, what's that, Speedy? What's that smell?
Smell. What's that smell?
Wow. You don't see that every day.
Don't you love that? Speedy, you smell like your grandmother's house. Has anybody gone to like an old person's house and then like every single smell sticks to their body? It's like it just has that potent old person's house. That's what Speedy smells like. It smells like an old person's house. It's like a potent smell. So
Mothballs is what we call that.
I don't say it was more. It's got like it's not mothballs. It's like cotton sheets that haven't been washed. Okay. You ever smell that? You know, like, I can't explain it. Anyways,
No.
yeah. So what we do, and if you don't know how we do this segment, it's pretty simple. We're going to go through all of each other's thoughts on a specific topic during the week or last week that bothered us, and then we tell you what it smells like. So we're going to go with scoops or poops. We'll go with Speedy, Goody, Fish, then me. Here we go.
All right. I got the floor now.
Yes, you do.
So.
Well, the floor's got you.
The floor has got me.
With no condoms, by the way. Pick them up.
What? All right. Moving on. Tommy DeVito.
You just made my nipples hard.
Tommy DeVito, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be coming back to the beloved New York Giants on a 1-year deal.
Yippee.
I don't want to hate too much because I know he's Nithin's boy. I know he's friends with Nithin. So, what are the Giants doing? This is bringing back DeVito as the lone QB on the roster. You have Tommy Cutlets, the same guy when you had the number 2 pick. He won 3 games in a row for you. The NFC was so pathetic at the time that the Giants still had a chance to even sneak in as a wild card. Had all the fans over there. Oh, we're gonna make the playoffs. We're gonna sneak in, and then we all knew nothing's gonna happen because it's the New York Giants. However, you had half of New Jersey and New York going like this, saying Tommy Cutlets is our savior. Now everybody knows he's not the future. He's going to be at least a 3rd-string quarterback. It's just silly. This is classic Joe Shane move, and it smells like some moldy gabagool that Mr. Tony Soprano left under his left nipple after a meeting with Johnny Sacks and Uncle Joan. That was a bad impression, but it's all right.
That was so bad.
That's probably your best one. I will say that.
Silvio does do this one thing at the end of like the second season where they're walking around with the deli meats. He goes, "Gabagool over here." Fantastic.
My favorite Silvio scene is the scene with the cheese. It's like, why now? Leave it there. Leave it there.
I'm not yanking on a
The
dead
poker
man.
game.
Scoops, there is still a chance that Tommy DeVito could start. Did you hear that Nathan is forming a new football league and he's having Tommy DeVito be a starting quarterback with EJ Perry as his backup? Gross sexual crap.
Nathan's gonna have them all on leaves.
Oh yeah, and he's gonna assemble all the local guys, all the local college ones that were undrafted that know any one of his friends or family. And that'll be his football team. Speaking of teams that don't have players for a while, let's go to the opposite. In the NHL trade deadline, a guy that the Carolina Hurricanes just traded for has been traded again. Mikko Rantanen. I never heard of skin flu. After getting him from the Colorado Avalanche back in January, he's now traded to the Dallas Stars at the last second at the trade deadline. The Carolina Hurricanes, I don't know what they're doing right now. They're flopping pieces left and right. And for a year that looked like they were going to underperform, they've overperformed, and now they're just going to tear it all apart. So what does it smell like? Well, there's a corpse flower in Raleigh that smells like rotten human flesh. It smells like that when Tony DeAngelo skates, plays defense, and sweats, and just performs terribly for the Carolina Hurricanes, and now for the New York Islanders.
Boy.
Wow.
Yeah, because the word jizz is really structured. Yeah, that sounds like an accurate depiction of Tony DeAngelo's defense, too. And the Hurricanes front office.
Goody, I don't think was told he was doing this segment tonight, so I'm just going to go next.
Yep, you got it.
So, Speedy, I'm a little disappointed that you stole my corpse flower. I'm pretty sure I used that 2 weeks ago. I'm watching you, Speedy.
The Raleigh corpse flower?
I did use the corpse flower.
You used the NC State campus Raleigh corpse
I
flower?
I don't know if it was the NC
That's what I referenced.
edition of the corpse flower, but I'm pretty sure there's
bag of donuts over there.
I'll say
By the
this:
way, they
I
also
got
get
something that
the
smells
coach.
worse than the corpse
guys.
flower. Something that's way worse. It's not three guys. It's a man, his wife, and his dog. And the man was a super famous actor named Gene Hackman, who was found dead in his house a few weeks ago. And it was a mystery because his wife and dog were found dead as well. There were pills all over the floor, and they said that his wife's hands looked mummified. And it was like, how the hell did this happen? He was 95, she was 65. So the coroner came out with the report, and it's really crazy. Have you ever heard of hantavirus?
No.
This is what happens if you live in a dirty house and you have mice and they have rodent droppings. You can get this hantavirus from the rodent droppings. His wife died of the rodent droppings. He doesn't know that she's dead because he's got Alzheimer's, and he dies a week later while she's been dead in the house for a week of a heart attack because he couldn't remember to take his meds, I'm assuming. That smells terrible. They found him after they were already in the house dead for 9 days. I can't even imagine, especially in New Mexico heat, what that must have smelled like. But it was definitely worse than the NC State corpse flower.
Speedy.
That's brutal.
Terrible, man. Great actor, Enemy of the State. One of the first movies I saw in theaters as a kid. I remember that he was really great in that. Hoosiers, obviously, most people consider one of the greatest sports movies of all time. R.I.P. Gene Hackman and his wife.
How do you have rats in your house when you have all that money to get it cleaned by somebody else?
That's what I was thinking too. I was like, when you're old, you better have a cleaning lady. Get a cleaning crew if you're old. Don't let that happen to you. That doesn't sound great at all. Hantavirus. Stay away from that one, folks.
Wonderful. Makes me sick.
Gross.
Go ahead, Goody.
I got nothing. On you. Let's roll.
All right. Well, the final, what's that smell? It's been a trend for me all day. It goes to the LA Lakers. Again, why not? Well, it's simple. The Lakers right now are one of the best teams in the NBA. And why, may you add? Well, it has nothing to do with JJ Redick. It has everything to do with LeBron James Association. LeBron James, over the last couple of weeks, has made excuses for the NBA and pretty much saying that the NBA is at its growing top money driven than it's ever been. Well, guess what? Well, it's always been driven But guess what? It's only been driving because you're there driving it. And unfortunately, the NBA is going to lie and die with you until you're done with this league. Please, bro, get out of the league as fast as you can. Because to me, until you're gone, the league is never going to change back to what it was. And that was a force to be reckoned with. I think the NBA has absolutely changed since he's come into the league in 2004, 2005. It hasn't been anything good to watch when it comes to the NBA and the game. I don't know if anybody knows what the game was in the 90s, and I don't know if it'll ever get there. But as long as Adam Silver and LeBron James are ruining the game, it's never going to get back to its highest point. And I think it's at the lowest point as far as a basketball fan is concerned. I don't like it. I don't like what I'm watching. And unfortunately, the league is only going to fall flat on their ass no matter how much money they bring in. So you know what it smells like? It smells like Bronny pulling down his pants and LeBron sniffing his asshole out. So that's what it smells like. So there you go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's true. I mean, Bronny's probably pulling his pants down. Speedy, shut the music off. What is wrong with you? You don't know when to put the music on, and you don't know when to shut it off. I mean, honestly, it's like a light switch. But you know what? The one thing I could only learn today when we had our guest on is how you use a magnifying glass and how the girth works for him. So how does it work for you, Speedy?
I don't know.
The girth?
Look at me.
Well, don't you have girth?
Does it look like I have girth?
I mean, where do you think the girth would fit on your body?
Nowhere.
Is there any kind of meat on your body? What kind of meat?
It's not girth.
Well, what kind of girth does it give? I mean, is there any heavy part of girth on your body?
Top of my legs, maybe, but that's it.
Top of your legs.
Top of your legs. I mean, what do you got over there?
At the top of your legs, girthy.
I don't understand that.
Girthing? What are you inventing a verb now? You sound like him.
Speedy, I think we're
Inventing
a little lost.
verbs.
We have to understand how you work in many different areas of this world. And girth would be a word where I think you could be using other body parts to express your feelings. Is there anything else on your body that has some kind of girth?
I don't know why you would think that.
So you're kind of just like small. You need a magnifying glass to find that meat, right? Is that what you're saying?
Speedy,
See
he's
my
asking.
body.
What?
You can see my body.
I could see your body, but how? If there's something that I need to find, do I need to use a
Why do you need to find it?
I don't need to find it, but somebody might need to.
Well, that person needs to get help.
How about a woman? If she
needs to get help too, then.
So if a woman's trying to look for,
you think the only people that go to insanity tests are men?
But I'm asking.
I mean, most of them are probably, but still.
I mean, are you insane, Speedy, in your own?
Not me. Really clinically insane people.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the final part of the show. Not me. Well, oh my God. Speedy, have you ever? Everybody names their private area. Have you ever named
Congratulations.
it? Have you ever named it?
No.
the hidden forest.
Well, is it raining in there, Speedy?
No.
the canopy layer of the rainforest.
Is there like spiders living there? You know,
if there were spiders there, I'd probably be dead.
You've got like lemurs swinging from branches and shit.
Oh man. Well, Speedy, have you ever used it before in any kind of way?
Used what? From a hypothetical canopy layer with poisonous spiders?
You have to watch out for the poisonous frogs in those types of forests the most.
Well, somebody's got to use it.
I believe that.
Speedy, have you ever thought about using it? So you don't want to use it?
No!
Speedy, have you ever heard if you don't use it, you lose it?
Sorry, Fish. Your question was interrupted by him being so distracted by his Frat Boy soundboard.
Frat Boy soundboard.
I just said, Speedy, you know, if you don't use it, you lose it.
Aw, I feel so sad. Oh well, this message is self-destructed.
What are you, Inspector Gadget?
Speedy, I just want you to know, every time you stick your thumb in your ass, it actually works harder. So
I gotta say that. He said.
you got to get your thumb up there. You got to jam it up there.
Never gonna happen.
I mean, have you ever tried to jam it up
Not
there?
because of you.
I don't want you to do it.
Well, then don't encourage it. You didn't hear it come at anyone in the top rows now.
Like what? You're not naming them that.
This is how you shave.
Speedy, I think Goody wants to help you shave over there. What do you think?
No.
Would you ever shave over there if
Not
somebody...
because of you.
Why would you do it then?
If I actually had a medical problem.
So the only way you're going to shave over there is if you have a medical problem?
Yes, I would do it if I had a medical problem. I don't know why it's a joke. But okay.
Fair enough.
Have you ever considered like how you might be able to help out someone in need with like locks for love? You know, if you got got like a haircut down.
Oh, what? No
They're
idea.
talking, Speedy. They're talking about cutting your hair off of your body and making it into like a toupee or a wig for somebody.
Well,
Locks of love.
it's called a merkin. They say Queen Cleopatra, Speedy, in ancient times,
there we go,
had a fabulous collection of scented, perfumed manes that she used to wear. They don't tell you this in the high school history, but this is true about her. She was perfumed down there and braided, and it went down to the floor.
Wow. Yummy. Tastes good, right, Speedy?
Interesting.
Taste. Would you give
Learn something
Cleopatra?
every day.
Would you?
Yes, thank you, Fish, for the fun fact.
If
She
Cleopatra,
also had a big schnoz.
yes, if Cleopatra told you to give her a nice little wash over there, would you do it?
I'll put you back in time. Have at it. I'll put you in a time machine.
Well, I would have to braid it first before I get inside.
No,
if you know
you
what I
won't.
mean. Oh, so
you get special treatment because you have magical powers, as you like to say.
I would have to climb it, like it's a vine. You
Okay,
know what
enjoy.
I mean? Have you ever climbed a vine before?
I wouldn't know you, so I wouldn't.
Have you ever climbed a vine before I let you go?
Where would I have climbed a vine?
So you've never climbed a vine?
What am I living in freaking a jungle society now?
Well, you do have a jungle in your pants, right?
I don't have to climb my own pants.
I don't have my own pants.
Well, somebody's got to climb it, right?
Why would anyone have to climb it?
Well, if you want somebody to get inside of it, right?
What does that even mean?
Speedy, he's asking you how someone would gain entrance to your hidden jungle.
Yes, the hidden jungle. How would they find it?
Not because of you.
I'm not saying it, but how would they find it?
Like, is there a password?
Is there a password?
Yes, it's encrypted.
Wow. This is getting crazy.
It's encrypted. Speedy, have you ever popped a cherry before? Do you know how to pop a cherry? Have you ever had a cherry in your mouth? How does it taste?
Some of them good, some of them bad.
Can you tie the cherry stems in a knot with your tongue? Have you ever met someone who do that?
I can do that. Yes, I actually learned. My father was the king of doing it, and he taught me how to do it. And Speedy, you know what that means, right?
You two are talented.
You're talented.
I know how to twist and turn, if you know what I mean, right?
It does, and your father did. That's about it.
The power of the tongue, Speedy. How big is your tongue?
I have no idea.
Have you ever kind of like, sized your tongue out?
Yeah, the girth of it.
You have the girth. Yeah. Have you ever seen the girth of your tongue? You have a long tongue, small tongue?
I
What do
have
you
no
got?
idea.
Have you ever used your tongue in any kind of way when it comes to animals? Have you ever used your tongue when it comes to animals? So you've never used your tongue when it comes to eating animals? You eat food, right?
Oh, okay. You didn't say it like that. You're implying I meet out with my dog or something. I knew that's what you were trying to get at.
Oh Lord.
All right, that's it for a show.
I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, I think we all do at this point.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to Adam Gotsis for joining us. He was fantastic. Thank you, Adam. Thank you to all the fans. Keep following us on all the social medias, TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, all of them. Go to Joba in the Mouth, YouTube. Definitely subscribe to us if you haven't already. Find us. All you got to do is look up Joba in the Mouth. We'll be back on Wednesday. Joba will be back. So will Owen. Give a shout out to the Chamberlain family on the death of, obviously, Mr. Chamberlain. And my heart goes out to the family. Again, we'll be back on Wednesday with a lot of craziness, a lot of new topics, and a lot of new stories. I'm sure of it. And a lot of craziness from the one and only analytic man himself, the one true king of the anal, Speedy Petey. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for our show. We'll be back on Wednesday. Good night.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Not yanking on a dead man's dick.